Guys, anybody who saying they've got one viewer, it's very impromptu live chat that I just kind of thrown up by mistake, to be fair. I thought somebody else was doing one this evening, so I'll come out to watch. And yeah, I just thought, fine, yeah, I'll send one out. Was just going to do an old hangout, and for whatever reason, I put it live and thought, well, yeah, in a few weeks, let's go and do it, see what's happening. So, whoever you are that's viewing, pop a little comment in the Q&A thing. I think I've turned that on. Yes, send on that. Just so I know who's watching. And yeah, kind of just crack on with it. Until somebody else comes on, this might be a little bit dull. Although it's not like me not to have anything to say. Jerry, if you're coming on, mate, that'd be good. I actually could do a chat with you, actually, Jerry. So maybe off air though. Jerry, obviously, yeah, you're sat there in the background. Are you coming on live to talk, or are you sitting skulking in the shadows? I only ask because it would be nice to talk to somebody. Well, no, I'm not even going to start singing. I've been playing guitar this afternoon. I'm not going to start singing. No. Right, well, anyway, whilst I'm waiting for people to come on, I think I might sneeze. Yes, no, maybe. No, not sneezing. You know when you get that annoying part where the sneeze is here, just right at the end, you just can't make it. Right. Be my very first live sneeze. No. It's one of those annoying moments. Google Plus, you'll have a notification. Oh, Ibu Rail, Reese. Looks like Reese is going to be coming on as well. I don't quite know how he's joining, guys. I've sent a link chat, whatever it's called. Those of you that know me know that I'm not great at this. So somewhere you will have in your Google Plus an invitation to join in. Click on the link and join, and you should hopefully come across my bottom screen. And then we can get talking. I'm going to need somebody from Scotland at this rate as well, because we've got an Englishman, that's me. Jerry's an Irishman. We're going to have a Welshman in Reese. So we've got to have a Scotsman, and then we can have some fun. I do wonder what you guys think of if you're watching this not live. This is the point where people watch me and think, yeah, he's a bit crazy. Let's press the unsubscribe button. Anyway, whilst I'm waiting for them guys to come on. Jerry, if I could work out how to do it, I would. I don't know how delayed that is from what I've just said, but if you go into your Google Plus page, there should be an invitation from me because you're in my friend circle. You should just be able to come in. Other than that, I don't know. Maybe I need to figure out how to send the link. Let me have a go. Let's go to Google Plus.
Hello.
Yeah, you should just. This is good. Can't hear you, Jenny.
Right.
There you are. I've just turned the microphone up a little bit. How are we, my friend?
Not too bad at all.
Good. Long
Keeping
time no speak.
Aye. Just sitting here trying to get some of these fantasy scenery put together.
Alright, what are you working on?
Do you remember they did a couple of towers a few years ago, the Dreadstone Blight and the Witch Fate Tour, the big circular stacking things?
Yes.
I've had them since they came out, and I finally decided that and the Fortified Manor.
Alright, yeah.
So I finally decided I'd give that a shot, put them together.
Good stuff. And is it going well?
They are dogs, absolute dogs to put together.
I've got the round tower one, like the Wizard's Tower thing. I say I've got that. I've got parts of that because I bought one to do a conversion with for a scenic board a while ago. I wanted the whirlpool base.
Yeah.
So use that for something. And I've also got I don't know which fantasy building it is, but the one where you put the skulls together and the skulls make like a totem pole almost.
Yeah, I've got him as well somewhere. They were
the skulls
of magic.
Yeah, the skulls were just too cool.
Yeah.
Not to have. I don't know what I'm ever going to use them for, but I know I've got them should I need them.
Well, better to have them and not need them than to need them and not have them. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, the problem with that philosophy is you need bigger houses. You end up having everything.
You're right there. I'm tripping over the stuff at the moment. The Wrath of Kings. Did you see any of that? Fantasy skirmish. It went through Kickstarter 2 years ago. It was supposed to be out last year. They finally started sending out this year. And so I've got somewhere in the region of 240 models for it. It's 5 different factions. It's like a starter army for each one. And then, and I was quite prepared for them to sit in their boxes in a corner until some way down the line, because there's a few other things I want to get, like there's a company called War Games Bakery.
All right.
It's a English company it's like a run by gamers for gamers, and they have various other smaller, they're all like small homegrown companies involved. So War Games Bakery has have their own miniatures, and then there's a Base IS, something like that, and they make these base stamps for making textured or molded bases. Instead of buying resin bases, you would just green stuff over the top of the base and press these in, and so they've got like industrial or sci-fi or steampunk bases. They do really nice prints, and so I'm waiting for that to come out later on this year. And then I got an email from Cool Mini or Not going, so the Kickstarter's out, and if you're missing any pieces or if there's anything incorrectly packed, take a picture of the missing parts or the model that is missing so we know what it is, or the model that's deformed or broken, and then send it to us. Now, these things come in, it's the Restic stuff, but they all fit together like jigsaws, so I'm having to open every single one until so I'm having to sit there, and I've built one faction out of the 5 so far, so it's like 50 models done, and about halfway through the second, and then I've got another 3, and so far I've got one guy with 2 arms that are the same, and another one who's been packed with a sprue with nothing in the sprue. It's just the empty. Some genius in China somewhere looked at the little rectangular sprue and thought, there doesn't need to be anything in the middle, so I'll just send that. So it's
that Restic's hard to work with as well, isn't it?
It's in the grand scheme of things, it would be easier if it was hard plastic, but I'm not too worried. They're not too bad as far as mold lines go on these ones. There's a few that have been nasty, but most are okay. Yeah. But it's more
I've not worked with that. I've just heard that it's when you do get mold lines with Restic. I've heard that I think it was James and stuff actually was saying it's a nightmare to clean mold lines off.
You can't file it. What you have to do is just take a very sharp knife and just run it along the model and just slice the mold line away. I think it can be got rid of with very fine grade sandpaper, like 220 or higher, sort of wet dry will do it. Yeah. Although I haven't tried it yet.
It's almost a lot of work, isn't it?
It's one of those things. If you're prepared to put the time in,
Yeah, well, it's like anything, I suppose.
But having known friends who would glue stuff on with bits of sprue still attached, that used to drive me up the wall. Restic's not too bad. But it's the inconvenience of having to photograph the miniatures is annoying me. Every other Kickstarter I've been part of, I mean, I've been through every one of the Mantic Kickstarters so far, and if there was anything wrong, you just email them. And I've had one problem. I think I have 4 or 5 Kickstarters with Mantic, and I just emailed them and went, I'm missing this. And they went, all right, sorry about that, pinged it in the post. Whereas these tubes, I've got to lay it out and photograph it. I can understand why they probably don't want to be taken to the cleaners, but considering we've had a 2-year wait and I think it was like a 11-month delay, it's just,
Yeah, well, that's the thing with Kickstarter, and funnily enough, that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about.
Right.
So I'm glad you've jumped on, because I know you're well into Kickstarter.
I am.
And therefore, voice of experience, guiding the voice of experience. I might look like I'm looking at you on the screen. I'm looking at pictures of Hobgoblin at the moment.
That's all right.
I don't know whether you're aware of the lad who's got a channel, Marcus69.
Yes.
He's relatively new channel. He's running a competition where you've got to create out of any gaming system, any miniatures, you've got to create a Marvel or comic book miniature. So Idic B has done Iron Man. Someone's done Captain America, and I'm doing Hobgoblin out of a Hellion, or Dark Eldar Hellion.
Oh, very clever.
But with a Night Goblin hat on.
Yeah.
So the head's going to be a Night Goblin head.
I can see that.
I'm just making sure I get the skyboard correct. I'm just looking at some images. But that brings me back to my
classic Hobgoblin, then, not the terrible movie versions.
No, proper green. What is a green goblin, I suppose, actually, isn't it? Yeah, well, it is Hobgoblin, actually. Isn't it?
Well, yeah, either or. Pumpkin bombs and purple lycra. It's the way of the future.
Yeah, that's the way he's going to be painted. I'm going to have to make a big cake for him as well. But it should be quite simple. Should be a relatively easy conversion. I was just looking to see if the skyboard had any guns on it, and it doesn't.
No, it's mostly just for the driving about while chopping or chucking pumpkin bombs at people.
Yeah, but the one on the movie obviously has got some sort of guns on it, and it's got bombs attached underneath it and everything, hasn't it, which would lend itself more to the Hellion, to be fair.
Yeah, well, that's true.
But I like retro, I don't like the movie one. I like the movie one, but not as much as I like the cartoon that I grew up on. Anyway, my friends, I digress. Right, so let me put my Hellion to one side, because if I carry on working with them, I will get distracted in conversation. Kickstarter. What drives you with it? What makes you? There are in the UK alone, in the gaming sector, currently there are over 1,000 Kickstarter projects.
Holy moly!
Running.
I would have to say, in the vast majority of the cases, I do it because I would like to. The original ones I went because you were getting a ton of extra stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's generally how the Kickstarters roll.
Yeah.
If they're done well, I say if they're done well. In a lot of cases, you get more than you would retail.
Yeah.
Which is why I started off doing them. But the most recent Kickstarters I've been into are ones where I haven't got a ton of stretch goals, and it's more been a case of I want to see this made. For some people, if it doesn't go through the Kickstarter, it just won't be done, or it will be so far down the line. The most recent one I backed was a fantasy terrain set, resin set from Canada.
What was that called? I think I might have seen that.
It was TH Miniatures.
So like a build your own, almost like Lego brick type thing?
No, it was all one piece, 28mm, or say 28, more like 30mm heroic fantasy resin. I put it up on Google a couple of times just to see if anybody else was buying, and I think its target was 13,000 Canadian dollars, and it only just made over 19,000. So it wasn't a massive one, but the gear was really nice for it, and it was for a long time. I mean, it ran and it made its money, and then sort of stagnated. It didn't really go anywhere, which is a bit of a shame. But he has plans for Hang on a minute, I'll throw it up and I'll throw you a link. He had plans for Lava Terrain if it got far enough. It never did. I have a feeling in the future he may come back and try it again.
Yeah, that's the good thing with it, isn't it? You can just keep trying until either you get the money or you give up.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's the link to what he did, and with having just picked up Wrath of Kings, which is a skirmish-based game, it means at some point in the future I'll be getting a chunk of scenery for Fantasy, Wrath of Kings, Kings of War, so it's just generic fantasy stuff. And you look at it and it's nothing spectacular, it just saves me having to build it, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, isn't
it?
I'm saying that's fair comment, yeah. 19,000. I'm just reading it now.
Yep. Now, the one with this, the Pit Grave, which was Kickstarter exclusive, the only way you can get that round tower is through this, but it's a round tower with a base and a grave on top. However, the grave and the base is separate, and if you remove them, it's just a pit filled with stakes.
Okay.
Which
that sounds quite cool.
which just looks great. Now, I don't think it's big enough to put anything in bigger than a goblin or dwarf, because anybody tall enough to be able to get out of there. So I like to think of it as little goblin pit.
Yeah, it's hardly like what Christian Bale had to walk out of in
Batman.
Yeah, Dark Knight. That looks cool, though.
Like I said, it would have been nice if he'd got a chance to go further, but he made his goal, which means he can make the molds and push on from that.
Yeah, well, that kind of sort of brings me to where I am, and do you know what? Sorry, I'm going to put it out there. There's going to be a video soon with this more in depth, and now I'm aware that this is now live on my channel, or it will be. Whenever I close this call down, it'll go live on my channel.
Yeah.
So this is almost a precursor, people who are watching, to something that's coming up. Everybody that has followed my channel since last year will know that I'm looking at opening up a wargaming store. I know, Jerry, we've talked about it. And no matter what obstacles keep getting thrown at me, it just keeps eating away at me. So I've obviously got to do it. There doesn't seem to be any way there. Normally, if something knocks you enough, you think, no, you know what? Fate's saying that this isn't going to happen, and I'll walk away from it. I don't seem to be able to walk away from this idea. And every time I see somebody else try to do it, I can just see all the glaring mistakes that they're making. Every time I see a shop close down, I think it's because you weren't doing this, and this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to do this perfectly and I'm going to be the best gaming centre in the world, but I think I can have a good shot at it. With my experience of business, I can have a good shot at it, and ultimately I've got to make sure that I have this as a business first and a hobby second.
Yeah.
Because most of them put the cart before the horse rather than the horse before the cart, and they're Henry, good evening. Are you on microphone or are you in mic? He will answer to that. Type only. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. So he'll listen along to us whilst that's in work. But yeah, so the newest hurdle that I'm facing is cash. I thought I had enough cash in place, and I just blatantly hadn't, because of reasons A, B, C, and D. I lost money from somebody, something didn't sell that was meant to, and whatever. And I was toying with the idea of doing a Kickstarter, but for a store. Now, I've looked on Kickstarter, and historically there have been lots of people, especially in America, who have done Kickstarters to open hobby centres or gaming stores. Some have been successful, some have been woefully unsuccessful. Ultimately, again, looking at the unsuccessful ones, it's come down to a really bad sales pitch with what in essence is a good idea but hasn't been communicated and delivered in the right kind of way.
Yeah.
I think, given the fact that what I've done for the last 15 years is sales pitches, I could put together a decent pitch. And I need to raise money through Kickstarter now. 90% of people on Kickstarter only pledge money if they're getting something back. 10% of people just want to see a business do well.
Yeah.
So they're happy to throw a few pound or a few £100, whatever level of commitment they can afford to invest. Some people just want to see something work. Others want something for their money. I'm right in saying that, aren't I? Yeah. So it made me think, well, what can I offer people? And the obvious one was free membership to the store, but that only applies to people who are local. Because let's be honest, you're not going to be you're not going to be a regular customer in my store.
Yeah.
I would love you to be, but geography kind of says that you're going to have to get a good backstroke going, aren't you, swimming across it?
Yeah, there's a bit of a paddle in the way, yeah.
Doesn't mean you won't be a regular customer on that web store, but so I thought, well, fine, put the different levels of pledging at whatever they might be, and entry level pledge would be 5-10% vouchers for in-store or web store use. Now I'm already going to be offering, say, 15% off GW retail. Let's use GW as the main selling focus. So it means you'd be getting 25% off your first 5 orders. Next level up will get you 10 of them vouchers. The next level up to that will be 10% extra discount for web, but that would involve, like, say, a minimum £500 pledge or something, which there's not many people who do that, but the people that would do it are the ones that would also be buying an awful lot of stuff. Yeah. And even a 25% discount, I'm still making money. Not much, but at least it's something. And I was like, yeah, that's not enough though. So then I thought about doing what somebody else suggested, actually, almost like a raffle ticket thing where you do a £5 pledge entrance, and for everyone that pledges £5, if the project's successful, somebody will win a £50 voucher for the store. For every £1,000 I generate, I'll either increase it by £25 or I'll add a second £50 voucher. So there'll either be more chances to win, or one person will win a bigger prize. I think more chances to win is probably preferable. Yeah. And I thought, would I do that? Would I put £5? I thought, well, yeah, I buy lottery tickets. I'd happily buy a £5 raffle ticket to win £50. And it adds up, doesn't it, very quickly?
Yeah. The only thing with that, I haven't looked through the Kickstarter rules and regulations, but I remember being on a Kickstarter where one of the stretch goals was money off vouchers for a subsequent expansion, and somebody mentioned that it may be against Kickstarter's terms and conditions. They have something about discounting, but I'm not sure what it is about discounting that their terms and conditions. It might be worth just double checking that.
Yeah, I'll double check, because there are other people that have done the discount vouchers and like free memberships to gold, platinum, and silver, gold, and platinum memberships for life, or what have you. But ultimately, I need.
Pardon?
I ultimately need about another £10,000 to £15,000, which is no small amount of money. And it's not something that I can just get my hand on. The bank aren't interested because it's too niche. They don't understand it, and they annoyingly have sat there and said, yeah, all the numbers look fantastic, even on your worst projected profits against your competition, blah, 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 blah. Can't see why it won't make money, but we're not going to be interested. And that's banks for you, isn't it? Richard Branson's running the competition, which I could enter, but it's more of a popularity thing than anything with that. It's Pitch It to Rich, it's called, and you can run masses of funding and advertising through the Virgin, which would be huge. But to get into the final 10 for him to then look at, it's whoever gets the most likes on Facebook and Twitter.
Right.
And let's be honest, that just means whoever's got the most friends gets into that final 10, don't they? There will be an element of genuineness somewhere in there, but if I've only got 1,000 people. Across YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, I might have access to 1,000, maybe 1,500 people, but somebody else might have access to just 20,000 people just alone on Twitter. Do you know what I mean? And so I thought that's not going to work, is it? And I was just the Kickstarter thing. I thought, right, I'm literally knocking on the door of 800 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah.
This is a broad theory, if you like. If I was on 1,000 subscribers when I launched Kickstarter, so in another couple of months, hopefully I'll hit 1,000 subscribers. I launched a Kickstarter campaign. If every subscriber pledged £10, which won't happen, I know that won't happen.
Yeah.
Some will pledge £50, some will pledge £1, some will pledge none.
Yeah.
But if you averaged it out, 1,000 subscribers only need £10 each, and that then doesn't sound a lot of money. £10.
Yeah.
To people who are involved in this hobby, £10 not much in this hobby, and it sounds feasible all of a sudden, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I thought, I've spoke to James about it. I spoke to a couple of other people who use Kickstarter, and at some point I knew I wanted to speak to you because I think you're probably the biggest Kickstarter user. And you've ran stores, but you've ran GW stores, and that, so there was a certain let me speak to everyone else, and then I want to go and speak to Jerry. It's preempted itself by a few weeks, and I'll speak to you tonight.
Yeah. Well, handy enough then. No, it could be a winner right off the bat. I think an awful lot of. I think I've seen one of these stores before come up on Kickstarter in south of England. I think that one failed, and it's possibly because of the demographic. Obviously, a lot of the Kickstarter, a lot of the stores rather in America, they've got the whole friendly local game store thing there, whereas we don't seem to have it as much here, and it's probably because you can't throw a stone without hitting a Games Workshop. So I think getting the word out to the surrounding area. I mean, a good thing that would be how many games clubs are in your area, or the area that will be covered by the catchment of your store, respectively. Are there university games clubs, that sort of thing? And even flyer them, hit them before the Kickstarter launches. Go, this is what I'm looking to do. This is the area it's going to be in. It's right on your doorstep. You'll be able to mean of the services there. Why not let your members know? Yeah,
well, that makes sense. And the club that I'm a part of is it's probably just a little bit outside of catchment of where I'd open up, but they're all interested. The club that's directly in Southport, where I'd be looking at opening, they're mega interested. I've joined about 7 or 8 different Northwest Facebook gaming groups, so like Merseyside gamers, Liverpool gamers, this, that, and the other gamers, all the Facebook groups. And I've asked the question. Granted, not for nearly 12 months, but I did ask the question, and everyone's always really keen. Until it comes with Parton, then, isn't it? And
well, yeah. But the more people who know, the more chance we'll have of succeeding.
Of course. And I've even spoken to the people who did the Games Workshop store in Southport. I don't want to close that store. I don't want to smash it to pieces. I would happily coexist with that store. The problem is the people who regularly go into that store have already turned around and said, at the second that I open and I am offering other game systems as well as GW, they're going to spend their time in my store. I will have other game systems, toilets and refreshments. That makes me more appealing than Games Workshop.
I have to say, in the grand scheme of things though, the way Games Workshop operates, or at least the way it did whenever I was there, they didn't want regulars in the store, because regulars don't spend money. Regulars have their gear, they come in and they play, they're standing around the table, but they're not really offering anything. They'd much preferred that you got people in, showed them how to play, got their stuff for their armies, and then pushed them off to local games clubs. And the tables were only really for intro games and beginners or big events. And I know these days it's much more like that, whereas we had 3 4x4s in Belfast. I think now if you go in, there are no full 4x4s, they're all subdivided, so maybe a 2x2 foot square of each is a different game system that they can teach people. So while it may impact the store in that the regulars won't be there and that sort of thing, I don't think it would have a massive impact on how the store is supposed to run, per se, and that
Well,
they should just be
well, I
bringing them
suppose-
into the hobby.
Yeah, well, I spoke to GW because my initial concern was if GW product is going to make up probably a good half of my sales, if not slightly more, maybe 60% of my sales will be GW. What I didn't want to do was open up next door to a GW store and then they turn around and say, well, we're not stocking you because you're killing our own business.
Yeah.
And their answer, to be fair, instantly was, we're not interested in operating as a retail outlet as such. We're interested in recruitment into the hobby.
Yeah.
We would much sooner have an independent store because there's less risk for us because we don't have to pay for any. Once you buy your stock, you bought your stock. There's no return when we release new stuff. It's much more financially viable for them to supply an independent than it is to run their own store. And I think ultimately, when the leases run out on these one-man stores, if they've got a strong enough independent game store presence, they'll happily close those little stores anyway.
Yeah, I think that's.
As long as there's a good retailer.
I think that's what they've been aiming for a while with a lot of them anyway.
Yeah, and I think it'll only happen, as I say, like, so if I opened in Southport and 18 months, 2 years down the line, I'm doing really successful and taking and putting plenty of orders in with GW, I think at that point they would happily let Southport close because they'll save money and they'll still be making money because I'll be recruiting new people into the hobby.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm not there, so if in Belfast, for example, if there isn't an independent game store in Belfast, then they will keep Belfast GW open.
Yeah.
I think that's the way they're going.
Yeah. It does seem to be for a while now, from what I've seen.
The way they've changed all the staff targets, they're not targeted on starter sets anymore. They're not targeted. They still have to monitor average transaction values, but they're not performance related on it. They literally still have to do 4% growth. But even like, you know yourself when you were there, one of the big bugbears for a manager is when you spend an hour talking to somebody about a new army or everything. And then they go home that night, they order it all, get it delivered to your shop, but you've got no money because they've ordered it on the web now.
Yeah.
Well, that's changed now. Now, if you order on the web and get it ordered to be delivered to your store, the store gets the money for it.
Right. Oh, it goes towards the budget. That's quite good.
Yeah, but they've got a new target now. So they're giving them that, but now they've got a target for internet-based sales as well. So they're giving it with one hand, and they're just and that's business. That's business. That happens everywhere. I suppose, as I say, my big thing was, it sounds really simple to do a Kickstarter, and there's absolutely no danger in me doing one, because if I set the goal for 10,000, I only made 8,000. It's not costing me anything. It's not cost anybody else anything.
Yeah, it's not like Indiegogo.
But at least I know that there's £8,000 worth of interest out there. So if anything, it's a good gauge to see whether or not the market is definitely viable. And it was more, I suppose, is it something people will buy into? The one that I think you're talking about down south, that didn't do very well. It was a company called Shadow Games, I think they were called. It was a young lad who had his idea was the same as everybody's idea. Let's open a hobby centre. It's better than Games Workshop. But his video wasn't that it wasn't professional, but it was very unprofessional. And I'm not knocking the lad. He literally didn't have any better a setup than the way I look now talking to you. It wasn't. It didn't look like something you would want to buy into. It was a curtain on a door in a shop to go into a basement, which had a games room. And I think if you're going to try and get people, ultimately, yes, I want people to buy into buying a raffle ticket to get a gift voucher. That's one ploy, if you like. That's one way of me making the money. But the investment is, I want people to buy into me.
Yeah.
I need people to buy me as a person, so I've got to sell myself and my idea. And if people like me enough that they want me to succeed, they will happily, in my eyes, if people believe in somebody, they will put a small or large amount of money into that person to see that person succeed. And they're the people I really need to hit to.
Yeah, especially you don't want the initial injection of of people just buying for the ticket, and then the support not being there long term.
Well, going onwards, once again, and that's the other thing, and this is where I don't necessarily understand Kickstarter. So Mantic, Mantic's a massive company now. They sell a lot of games. Yeah, every new project they fund it through Kickstarter rather than just using they're paying Kickstarter and they're having to give things to their pledges. Why aren't they just using the money that they've made to make their own game and make pure profits? They're obviously keep refunding through Kickstarter. I don't get that.
Well, based on what Ronnie said, there's a couple of things behind it, I think. First of all, if they start digging into their capital, I mean, this current Kickstarter, the Dead Zone one that they have, it's only metal and hard plastic. There's no Restic miniatures. And obviously the mold outlay for plastics is substantial. So it gives them a larger initial field. Now, some people look at it as that it's almost a pre-order system. If you know, say, let's take Dreadball as an example, their sci-fi sports game. Dreadball funded incredibly well. They had originally budgeted or targeted £10,000, I think it was, which would have been enough to produce 2 metal teams and the boxed board game, so the counters and the like. I think in the end they had 1,400 people, and they made closer to 50,000, which meant that they didn't just do the 2 teams; they did 12 teams, and that was obviously to pay the sculptors, but pay the designer, then sculptors, then get the sculpts made and then produced. So they had 12 teams and 16 or 20 MVPs, so there were a whole ton of sculpts that wouldn't have been feasible for them with the money they had. And even though they're a much bigger company now than they were 5 years ago, they still are only 5 years old and still growing relatively. So even though they seem to have taken a larger market share now, they're still relatively small. But the way Ronnie was saying, that 1,400 people from Kickstarter, which was fantastic, but they're now into their 4th print run of Dreadball, and they've sold 5 times as many through post-Kickstarter sales than through the Kickstarter itself. So the way they look at it is it's an initial injection to allow them to get more out faster. Now, if they'd gone their own way, and if they'd gone, right, 10 grand of our own money and make the molds for these 2 teams, would as many people have bought into a game where there was only 2 teams now? And yeah, down the line they may have released a team in a couple of months, then maybe another team. But it was the slow build over the initial, and that's more or less how they see it. Dead Zone and the Dead Zone expansion are the same. It's, we could do 2 squads and the terrain, or we can take it to Kickstarter, have that as our initial goal, the very basic, and anything they can get beyond that will add more to the system, or to the world that they're trying to build, and therefore the game as well increases along with it. And I think that's why he keeps going back to it. It gives them an idea of what works. And I mean, one of the things that came out there, I've just got an update today, was there's a Vermin heavy weapon, so an artillery piece, 2 crew and a thing on a trike, and it's going to retail for about £15. And people were going, yeah, that seems very expensive for all that is. Yeah, it's in metal, but it seems expensive. And Ronnie came back and went, right, fair enough. So that's too expensive, so we're going to chuck in a few extra men with that to bring the cost down. And there's been feedback, like Mantic use the community to drive their games forward now through these, so they get out beta rules and playtest to the backers, so that they can try it and then go, right, well, this needs tweak, that needs tweak. They get suggestions coming in through the comments about how things should work, or what needs changed, or what needs improved. And while it's, for us, it's almost a pre-order, we're going to get a pre-release and pre-order, and yes, there'll be some extra gear, but at the same time you can feedback and go, well, this doesn't work, that works, I like this. Some people won't comment at all. Some people will throw tons of comments at them, and will comment on everything, and maybe this needs tweaked or that needs tweaked. But they almost use it as a social media, for want of a better
Well,
word.
that makes sense, because they are small enough as a company that they can still listen. Because I know people jump on the bandwagon all the time. In Striking Scorpions just put a video up today about can I get lots of people. I don't care how big a video you do and how many people watch it. Games Workshop aren't going to sit and talk to their fans, because, and I've even commented on Striking Scorpions video today that by the time I had watched it, I had enough comments that completely contradicted each other, that if I was Games Workshop looking at it, I'd be like, well, how am I meant to listen to this video? Because you've got 10 people want that, 10 people want that, 10 people want that, and 10 people want that. And actually they're all arguing that they want different things. So it'll make that group happy, it piss these two groups off. If it make these two groups happy, then these two are unhappy, but that one's okay. So actually I just won't listen to any of it, I carry on doing the way I want to do it.
Yeah,
it's either big enough, aren't they? They can't listen to the fans, they physically can't do it.
They have their business model, and I mean the chairman's preamble and the like in their past few years figures has explained that, and it's more or less, we make miniatures, we're a miniatures company, and yes, people get pissed off at the changes to the games but at the end of the day, the rules are solely there for them to sell miniatures with, and they've never made any ifs, ands, or buts about that. They've never gone, right, we make a balanced game, which they don't. Which is why you've got the likes of ETC and Swedish Comp and that sort of thing, who balance the games out for the tournament players, but it's not a tournament game. It's fired out there in whatever state it goes out. And I mean, the latest one is Codex Demon King. There's a massive problem with that after about 6 hours of it being released. There's a rule, I can't remember the name of it because I haven't got it. One of my friends has it.
It's the blood tide rule where there isn't a comma.
That's the one. It comes down to the reading of that. And I mean, the writer of the codex came onto Facebook.
Yes, I saw Simon Grant. Yeah,
and went. This is how it's intended. And half the people went, "Oh, we thought that," and the other half of the people went, "Yeah, you may have intended that. You didn't say that, and so we're not playing it your way. We're playing it our way." And then a couple of people went,
because
"Who are you?"
Yeah, and literally, I mean, the guy who that's what made me like. I saw that on Facebook, because the guy who wrote the rules, Simon Grant, his name is, isn't he? And he said, right, I wrote this rule. This is how I wrote it. I am sorry I didn't put a comma in it. At the end of the day, he's a rules writer. He's not an English doctorate. Do you know what I mean? And the English language dependent. You're Irish, I'm English, and your English is different than my English anyway. You then have American English is completely different again, and grammar changes, and unless you are Tolkien, I think Ian McKellen might understand grammatical English, but even he get it wrong. So, no shit in hell, there was a comma missing. That's it. The world's open to. There's loads. The Tyrannocyte in the Tyranid drop pod thing. That's another one. It's very clearly designed to shoot out 5 different ways.
Yeah.
White Dwarf even said that's the way it should be done. But because in the rule book there is a rule that contradicts it, everybody is using it that all 5 guns shoot at the same thing. Even the Las Vegas Open, which is classed as one of the biggest tournaments in the world, the Las Vegas Open FAQ'd it to say, no, shoots at 5 different targets. But because it's not written...
Yeah, until it hits the actual GW FAQ pages, it will continue to be played whatever way people want to play. It's the same with the end times. There was...
there's loads with that, isn't there?
There's nearly every book has about 2 or 3. And they, I don't think they really particularly give monkeys, because, like I say, they're a miniatures company, and it's... If they
were that bothered, they'd FAQ it a lot quicker, wouldn't they? Because to be honest, they're not very quick with the FAQs these days.
Well, let's face it, at one stage the FAQs disappeared off the website for about 4 or 5 months. Well, people were going, where the hell have the FAQs gone?
That bit doesn't make sense to me, though, because they have put a couple of little FAQs in, but not many. I mean, sort of like they FAQ'd Hammer of Wrath on Walkers, That was one of the. There was about 10 at the FAQs in January, February, and one of them was if you hammer a rat at the walker, it's always classed against its front armour. Whereas there was argument to say that when you hammer a rat, it's against the facing that you hit. And it screwed me over as a Dark Eldar player with my checkbacks.
Yeah, because it went back to, instead of hitting the side you hit, it's back to the rear or the front armour of the walker, regardless.
Regardless. Whereas if I hit a rhino and I go onto the back, then I hit it at armour 10. Whereas if I hit a predator on the front armour, I hit it at armour 13.
Yeah.
I understand that in the initiative step where you start the assault phase, then yes, you're hitting the front armour of a walker because the rule was clear on that. But so the FAQ that, which has hardly had any talk on forums, it's not been a big, heavily disputed thing, yet the Tyranid thing is a massive one. There's a huge load of things with the chaos and like this demon factory and all that. And I kind of think they actually just sit there sadistically laughing at people thinking, we're not going to answer that because we're having too much fun watching you argue.
It wouldn't surprise me the slightest. It would not surprise me.
Brilliant. I love it. That's one of the things I love about GW. I know a lot of people hate them, but I think they've just got it right. I don't think their business model's perfect. No. I think they make an awful lot of mistakes. But you know what? So do Nike. So do McDonald's. So do Coca-Cola. These companies make mistakes. They're just... Coca-Cola don't have the same sort of fan base as an ultimate bunch of geeks that are into plastic toys.
Well, that's it in a nutshell. Except that time they went for New Coke and changed the recipe and everybody went mental. that was their big
GW. Didn't particularly work.
Tab Clear. Surprised.
I love that,
cola flavour.
I liked Tab Clear. It was I remember Tab Clear came out in the 90s, didn't it? And it was the first 330ml can with what we now know as the
flip rather than ring pull. Yeah.
Rather than a full ring pull. And I remember looking and thinking, wow. And it actually tasted a little bit like mouthwash. But I remember it being nice. I used to love the stuff in the 90s.
Oh yeah, I bought it all the time as well. Mostly helped by the adverts. Sucker for wacky adverts in that one. Surprised by its cola flavour and tab or in the clear liquid. Archduke Wilhelm.
I love with it. I don't know whether you watch The Simpsons or not, but the Simpsons episode from years ago where Homer decides he's going to work from home because he's put on so much weight he doesn't have to.
He's wearing the moo-moo.
And he's always and he's typing in and he's typing yes, and he then realises he can just press Y. And he's like, to stop, please press Control Tab and whatever. Please press Control Alt Delete. And he's like, he's going through the caps lock. Control Tab. Oh, I think I'll order a tab. He thinks it's going to order a trick. Brilliant. That was when The Simpsons was good.
Look, Marge, I just tripled my productivity. Y-E-S.
That's exactly that.
Y-E-S. Why?
Why?
That's the way to do it. Where's the any key?
Yeah, to start press any key. Where's the any key?
But it's like anything. It goes on for too long, and what's it? Harvey Dent says either live long enough to see you become the villain, or you die a hero. And The Simpsons is pretty much that. It's 24 years on the go now.
1989 it started, so.
Christ.
First episode was only a 15-minute episode, wasn't it? Attached to the back of an episode of Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
And that was I think it was 89, I'm sure it was.
Must be about that,
because I watched it. Because I got Sky in 1989. My stepdad at the time, he had money, and when he got together with me, he brought Sky to our house, and I'm banging Olufsen sound system. Now, that was like lottery stuff back then. So you can imagine me walking into school the weekend after he moved into our house, shoulders back, I've got a Bang & Olufsen stereo, and I've got a satellite dish bigger than this school in my back garden, and I can watch German pornographic TV because I had RTL.
Classic.
RTL and Sat 1 was it, or Sat 6 or something like that. They were the two German channels that just showed all the naughty stuff that I shouldn't have been watching at 11 years of age.
Well, you have to get your education somehow.
Exactly, my school we ain't going to teach you anything, to be honest. But anyway, that was a huge digression. We suddenly went from Kickstarter to naughty movies.
As is our one in life.
So quietly back down the road. Ultimately my Kickstarter will be a one-off thing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a recurring thing because what I need the money for is stock. I can get the premises. I can kick the premises out. That money is accounted for, if you like.
Yeah.
I have to fill the store with stock, and if I don't fill it with stock, I've got nothing to sell. Without sounding obvious, with the GW stocking profile, you get 30-day grace on payment, but not on your first order.
Yeah.
First order, you've got to pay up front. And speaking with a few different people, I spoke with my dad at length about it. He's been very successful in business, but he's got a different outlook to me on how this type of business works. And he said, well, why don't you just go and find a hobby shop that's failing and go to them and ask them if you can rent half of their space and start from there. I was like, because that won't work.
Yeah.
All that would get me is a trade account with GW so that I could sell on the internet. It's not going to be.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, you start small and grow big. And I said, if I start small, I'll close small. He's like, I don't get that. And I said, the little shops who try to open with one man and a tiny little space with no space to have multiple tables and have all the different games in stock, they don't survive because they can't supply what the customers want.
Yeah.
I said, if I'm going to do it, I need a big space. And I'm talking, my plan is 160 to 200 square meters of floor space on the ground floor, which will carry 10 to 15 8x4 tables, which is 6x4 gaming tables with a foot either side for dead piles and reserves, and drinks and just space to put your crap, because there's never space on a 6x4 table because you're playing on it.
Yeah.
A good 3 foot minimum around each table so that there's space to walk around. A couch for people to sit on and have coffees and whatever, where there'll be a table and people can play Magic the Gathering or D&D, whatever they want to play, sat on the comfy chairs. A hobby area for people to build and paint. Commission painters can come and leave their stuff in a safe, locked box so that they can work from it. Just one second, sorry. Hi Martin, I am watching you and Jerry now. Say hi to him for me. From Jason Fryer says, hello Jerry.
Alright. Hello Jason, how are you?
Jason, you are more than welcome to join into the call if you wish. There should be an invite in your Google Plus box because you should be in my friend circle, and if not, then you deleted me. Why? We are the Spanish Inquisition. We have but one question. Oh no, we won't come on because we've got the flu.
Funnily enough, my Spanish Inquisition are sitting in front of me ready to be painted.
Oh, brilliant. How uncanny was that? And a little bit scary.
I just seem to be going through.
Camera on in your house. You haven't even got a camera on, you can't see it.
No, I know. That's because the place around me is a bin at the moment because I've just been doing a bit of work and then dumping stuff at my backside. So.
Fair enough.
I'm a messy bastard.
See, I can't work in mess. I literally, I struggle with it. Hence, and that weirdly brings me straight back into where I was with the shop. Games Workshops are very dark and dull inside, I think. With all the black. And I understand that's the grim, dark future. Mine would be... The problem I find with Games Workshop is the wives and the mothers and the girlfriends don't want to go in there because, yes, stereotypically gamers are sweaty, geeky nerds with bad hygiene. Games Workshop makes it look that way before you even set in. You look at it from the outside and it looks like it's going to be that. So if I've got a nice setup in place, I hopefully will just not necessarily generate more customers, but I will not alienate as many. Because I'm not just selling GW products. I want to sell GW. I want to sell Mantic. If Mantic sell retail through retail stores, I don't know whether they do.
Oh God, yes, yeah, they do.
Might be cool. So I need to speak to him to distribute his product. I need to get in touch, or back in touch with Wizards of the Coast, who do most of the board game stuff, like the Fantasy Flight is through Wizards of the Coast, Magic the Gathering is through Wizards of the Coast, or the something or other. The Warlord games, I need to get in touch with them to get Bolt Action and stuff in. Battle Foam and KR, I've already spoken with to stock Foam Vallejo. I've spoken with a UK distributor of Vallejo products, so I can have their stuff in.
Nice.
And I've got all that, and that was my argument to my dad, is I need, the day I open my doors, I need to have a decent level of stock of everything that I'm going to sell. Because forget about my physical store, but my web store, there's Firestorm Games got a good reputation, Element Games got a good reputation, and 40k has got a good reputation, Darksphere has got a good reputation, Whaling Games has got an awful reputation but does a lot of business. And that's just 5 online retailers. There's another 20 out there, and I'm going to join them. I'm not going to offer more discount than them, but I'm going to hopefully offer a better service, or at least as good a service. So the first time you visit my website, if it's cumbersome to move around, if it doesn't look professional, or if it doesn't stock what you want, you'll never come back to it. I get one shot at the customer, don't I? I mean, it almost is one shot at a customer, I think. So it needs to look right. I need to spend money on getting. I can't design a website without it. And if it YouTubed how to build a website, it wouldn't look as good as if I paid someone $3,000 to do it. So I will pay. The whole thing needs to look professional.
I can't go at half cocked.
It's like staffing. I was talking to a Games Workshop manager, Brian, the new manager at Wigan, and he was concerned when I said about opening the store, and he said, "Oh, what's your ideas then?" And I said, "Well, first and foremost, there'll be 3 members of staff, including myself." I said, "There will never be, other than if somebody's taking a toilet break, there will never be less than 2 members of staff on the shop floor." I was like, "Go on, why?" I said, because as a one-man store, I said, if you're giving a demo game to somebody and you're really trying to sell this game to somebody, if the phone rings or a customer wants it, that you've got to go and do that, and then you've got to leave this person hanging. So by having 2 people in, there'll always be somebody available to sell and answer calls and what have you, and there'll always be somebody available for demo games then. If it gets to a situation where it's that busy that can't happen, then so be it. I can't employ endless staff. But what I will have is regulars in the shop who don't spend much money, but will do anything for me. You know yourself as a manager of Games Workshop.
I do. I'm not going to say we ever did this, but if at some point some of the regulars did things like restock the shelves, ran the occasional intro game, hoovered up, cleaned up the painting table, that may or may not have happened in the past. Quite often.
Exactly.
Nearly every day.
Exactly.
You do the painting. I'm going to clear up.
Done it. Well, when Kia was in Southport, when I used to go to Southport regularly, I had a good relationship with him. He was only a little lad, so if any scally kids came in, he'd just turn Martin, and I'd just be straight on to them. I was a customer, I could do what the hell I wanted to them. So kids came in, I'd be the one kicking the kids out. And I could physically pick the children up and move them out, because I had 6 witnesses in the shop that said I didn't touch them. So I'd be believed more. And I would happily, if he was dead busy with something, and somebody came in and said, "Oh, I really fancy learning how to play this game," he'd like, "Martin, can you run an intro game?" And if I was doing nothing, I didn't mind doing it.
Yeah.
I'd charge him for it, but I got favours in other ways. I got the codex the day before it came out.
Yeah.
And things that he shouldn't have done, I got.
Yeah.
And I know this is all live, but I can say it because he's gone now. He's not working for the company, so I'm not going to get him sacked.
Well, we've all been there. But yeah, exactly.
So I've got those kind of people to fall onto, and if somebody rings in sick one day, I can bloody grab one of my regulars and say, "Listen, there's bloody money here for you if you work for me for the day." I just the league or bits like of CBR, DBS checks and that come in, but for the odd day we fudge around that, don't we? But so if you imagine you walk through my front door, I need people, and I know people around it. We've got 8 people watching this live. This is fantastic. 8 people watching me chat. Brilliant. You are mad, people. You are mad. Yeah, so I'm going to walk through the front door to the shop.
Yep.
It will have, and there is an obvious reason for this, it will have white or beige, a light coloured tile, ceramic tile on the floor. That way, when you drop your grey plastic, if you drop grey plastic on a grey carpet tile, you can't find it. It goes missing. You drop it on a white floor and it might stand out a bit easier, so you can find your bits a bit easier that you drop. Common sense to me. It looks brighter, it looks cleaner, the light reflects better, so therefore the painting is easier. And also, if it's ceramic, if you spill paint on it, acrylic paint comes off ceramic tiles really easy. That's why we use them as palettes.
Yep.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Let's say 10 to 15 tables. There would be a wall of cabinets with eventually, and I say eventually because it would take time to do it, eventually painted armies for every game that I sell. There might be unpainted armies to start with. A lot of customers armies, you can feel free to leave your army in the display cabinets at your own risk. It won't get used without your permission. It says locked up, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
If you want to sell your army, put it in my cabinet with a price, and I'll take 10% of whatever it sells for. But by all means, sell it out of my cabinet. If you want to sell it, I would let people use it. So if you wanted to sell, I don't know, say a 2,000 point orc army, that's fine. If somebody walks in, I'd say to them, play test the army. Yeah, I'll put it up against my Space Marines. Let them play with this 2,000 point orc army, and if they like it, they can buy it at the end. If they don't, it goes back in the cabinet. It's a test drive, isn't it?
Yeah, bit better than eBay.
Yeah. They might not want to. They might just go, yeah, I'll just have that. The price is right. Let's say a couch area for people to sit and play card games and just general chit chat. I will be selling coffee and biscuits and a fridge with like Coke and
snacks.
Snacks and stuff, Mars bars and what have you. Because there's a lot of money to be made out of that as well.
Yeah, you don't want people going out of the store to get theirs. That's terrible.
Exactly. Yeah. I buy Mars bars for 20p and sell them for £1. Yes, you can buy that same Mars bar for 70p next door, but you've got to walk next door. Or you could just buy it for me for £1.
And never underestimate laziness when it comes to things like that.
Exactly.
Laziness is
fantastic. I know
fantastic.
because I do it. A cup of coffee cost me 5p to make, and it'd be in a Martin's Games. That's not what it is. It's going to be called, but it'd be in my branded mug. Cost me 5p to make, but you pay me £1.50 for it. Or you don't have a coffee. I'm not bothered if you don't drink coffee, but if you do, I'm going to make money out of it. Or whatever the pricing is. I haven't nailed prices down as such. But all that would be there. As I say, there would be a hobby area to build and paint. I would have plenty of plugs for people to bring. There would be test stations to test out airbrushes and see which one you want to buy. Although I don't know how much I bother retailing airbrushes because there's such an individual thing. But if a commission painter wants to use my store because there are a good few commission painters in Southport, and if they want to leave all their kit, I'll have a little lockbox. They can put it all in there. They can come in, no charge. They can just use my premises whenever I'm open to do their commission work. I've got a professional painter then in my shop, and people will come in more to talk to them and see how they work. And B, when he needs new paints or new models for the commission he's doing, where's he going to buy them from?
Yeah, you're right beside him, 2 foot away.
It just makes sense, doesn't it? None of these things I'm saying are original ideas. None of them are reinventing the wheels. Just if there's 100 shops around the country, each one of them does a couple of them, but no one seems to be doing all of them.
Yeah.
And if you do all of them, that's what I've done. For the last 10-15 years, I did it with car dealerships instead of model shops. So I did it with like £90 million Audi dealerships and said, yeah, you're doing this wrong. They're doing it this way, so why don't we try that? And I just copied other people's ideas. It's not rocket science, but they pay you money for it. It kind of just works. But so that would be obviously the till area. And then on the opposite side to the glass cabinets would be the stock shelves, and there would be every game system that is either A, available, or B, is popular. The more popular the game, the more stock of it I carry. Obviously, I would have some random, really like random games that nobody's heard of or nobody plays, because there's always incentives to take them off the distributors. And that's fine. If they don't sell within 6 months, then they go into a raffle prize and they go into the luck. You get these things like on the internet, you do crates, can't you?
Yeah.
You get like random stuff for X amount of time. I do one of them at Christmas. I think there's a company in America does it actually, where you pay $200 and you're guaranteed no less than $300 worth of merchandise.
Sounds like Spiky Bits. He does that a couple of times a year.
Is that what it is? Yeah, and there's always a Forge World thing in there.
Yeah, that's Spiky Bits. That being said, I think he doesn't. Yeah, he used to have. Well, funny enough, I think it's now stopped because he did it when he had a gaming store. He doesn't have a gaming store anymore. So
he's not got crap to give away.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that Weird Rabbit game that nobody bought and cost me 10 quid from the distributor, that goes in, but it was retailing at 30 quid, so actually it's 30 quid that I've got rid of, but I've made good on my promise that you've got 300 quid's worth of kit.
Yeah.
The point is, when you spend £200 on your £300 worth of box, you'll only want 50 quid of it, but you think you're getting £100 worth of stuff for free. You're not. You're just making space in my shop. People buy it because people buy bargains, don't they? That's standard psychology.
They do tell me a bargain is only a bargain if you actually need it, but I've got so many bargains I think they're wrong.
Well, I remember. Do you remember England's glory matches?
I'm aware of
the matches.
Yeah.
They used to have on the back of them a little thing called whip bits, and it was just famous quotes that people had said. And one of them that sticks in my brain off the back was, "When will a woman realise that bargain still costs money?"
Because the one that I always remember from the whip bits is Charles de Gaulle. How is anybody supposed to be president of a country with 247 different types of cheese?
I like that.
And it came off my dad used to smoke like a tree, and it came off a whip bit.
Yeah, well, that's what they wear. It's on the back of the England's glory matches, weren't they?
Yep.
It was that one. When will a woman realise that bargain costs money? And that stuck with me since I was about 13. And it's right. Forge World, a classic example. Forge World are ingenious. They only offer free postage at £250.
Yeah.
So not many people want £250 worth of Forge World, but they will spend an extra £100 on top of what they want, just so they don't have to spend £15 on postage, because they think they're getting something for free. Forge World at that point are like that. Okay, you spent £100 more than you were ever going to spend. Have your £15.
Yeah.
It's just simple sales psychology. People are easy, and I'm as gullible as the next man. I also know how to take advantage of it. sorry, not take advantage. It sounds terrible, but ultimately that's what it is.
Well,
shouldn't have said that one live.
live on Channel 4, don't say fucker bugger.
Yeah. Talking about Channel 4, I'm on Hollyoaks in 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This from your foray into extraing?
Yeah, well, that's all I am. I'm only an extra. I'm a businessman walking into the hospital on one episode, and on another episode, I'm a French teacher opening the door to the kids in Hollyoaks High, letting them in for their French exam.
Nice.
Don't say anything, but I got me 3 seconds on camera. And I got paid 160 quid for the day.
That's the way to do it.
But I attend acting classes now.
All right.
On a Wednesday night normally, but I'm moving after Easter to Tuesday nights. And I've just had a session Saturday on with Ben Parks, who's a casting director, casts for the likes of the IT Crowd, Extras, Clarks, and things like that. The Office. He does all the comedy shows. I had a very, very good casting session with him. So I'm looking to push. I need to get a 4-minute show reel together now with some actual television work with acting, not extra work. I mean, like actual acting work where I've got dialogue and stuff. So I'm looking out for some student movies and stuff where there's no pay involved, but I at least get credits for being in the movie. Then
keep your eye out for the next time JJ's doing the next Star Wars film.
Mate, that's the dream. That I was talking to that Ben Parks about it because we were chatting at the end of it. He came over to me and started talking to me, which has got to be a good sign if he's approaching me. And he was like, "Oh, what's your ambition out of this?" I said, "Mate," I said one of two things. I said either get cast with a regular dialogue part on Game of Thrones until George R.R. Martin decides to kill me, or get put in front of J.J. Abrams as casting director for Star Wars Episode 8. I said, even if that was a 10-line, I said, if I got 3 seconds of dialogue on screen, I said, I'd retire from acting for life. Just laughed. I said, mate, I said, you can't understand how much that would mean to me to feature on the credits at the end of a Star Wars movie.
Well, see, when they were filming down south there, it was like, can I get time off work to get down there, and can I get onto that set?
I looked at it, because they were after for one of the roles was a 28 to 35-year-old male they wanted with a northern accent, and I was sort of like, well, I'm 34, or I was 33 or 34, I was like, I fit into it, I'm northern. Don't know, the Scouse is different to northern, but I can change it. I can just sound northern if I want to. I can just put an accent on. I had vision to go right down south. I didn't go, I'm going down south. And I just thought, yeah, I can do this. I'm going to be on Star Wars. And then I thought about it, and I thought, the queue alone is going to be right around London, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I left it be. And sure enough, when they showed it on the news, the queue was huge for the auditions.
They were ludicrously big.
Yeah. So unless you get invited to an audition, I wouldn't go to one.
No.
But yeah, I don't expect the acting thing the acting's a hobby, as opposed to anything else. It pays a couple of quid here and there as you do the extra work, and if you're touch lucky and get like a role on a programme, or you do a commercial. Butter Kissed. I've just paid one of the guys in our Manchester class. He's just done that bit with Butter Kissed and got paid £12 for it.
Right.
Another lad did one with Del Monte and got flown out to Argentina. Our bid didn't even go on the air. He got paid 20 grand, including all his expenses, to go out and film this advert in Argentina. Fantastic.
Nice work if you get it, isn't that what they say?
Yeah. Well, that's it. Whereas Asda pay you 800 quid.
Yeah.
So it depends on the commercial. Ultimately, I suppose actors are 10 a penny at the moment, aren't they? So.
Well, when I used to do reenactment, we used to do things like that, extraing about. So the
Yeah.
the King Arthur, Keira Knightley one,
All right.
we were in
Oh, I
that.
was in that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's a really good film. I think that's so underrated, that movie.
And they needed a lot of big,
I
hairy
enjoyed
Irish
that.
fellas, which was always good. So
That
did
works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The savages.
Well, at that stage, the Irish government were offering massive tax breaks to Hollywood, so there was an awful lot of things filmed down there. So anytime anything vaguely hairy and BD came up, we always went down because we did medieval and Dark Age reenactment. So it meant we were used to wearing armor and swinging swords and that sort of thing. So
But it works, doesn't it?
yeah, a lot of my friends are kicking around on Game of Thrones on and off.
Because that's all filmed in Southern Ireland, then, isn't it?
No, Game of Thrones actually up here in the north.
Oh, is it? Right. I know you can go and visit the set, can't you? Did you like a tour of the whole set?
Ballycastle and Dunluce and things like that around there. It's all the
That's okay.
it's all the any of the stuff that's the north. You know, before you hit the icy wall and too cold to be. The south is set in Ireland. Anything over the wall is, I think, either filmed on the sound stages in Belfast or in Norway if it's outside, because they actually need snow.
Yeah.
And then I think there's a few other bits and pieces are filmed around in some of the warmer countries. But
starts again in a week and a half, doesn't it? 2 weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Definitely.
Who J.R. Martin kills off next, to be brutally honest.
I know, yeah, it's just nuts, isn't it? Because you get attached to a character and then they die. You get attached to a character and then they die. Except Tyrion. Everybody's attached to Tyrion and he won't kill him, which kind of makes it
yeah, I think so. I seen a great interview with him where he was saying, if you read a book, the book has a hero. You know, regardless of what happens, that hero is going to survive. Because he's the hero and you can't kill him off. Whereas in my books, I have so many characters and yeah, you become attached to them, but they can die at any point. So there's the peril there that you wouldn't get in another book. In The Hobbit, there's never any peril in The Hobbit because you know Bilbo's not going to get killed. You know Frodo's not.
Bilbo's always going to win, isn't he?
Yeah, you know Frodo's not going to get knocked before he gets to throw the ring into Mount Doom because, you know, he's the hero. So there's no peril. Doesn't matter what situation you put in.
Although I'm going to give Peter Jackson 100% credit because I got suckered in by it in the Return of the King. I went to see that on the cinema, like the rest of them. And after he's thrown the ring in and they're trying to walk out and they're on that lava rock, and then it just ends, it all goes black, and you think, that's it, they've ended it.
Yeah.
And then he leaves it black for long enough that you think, fuck yeah, that's it, like the credits are coming up now, and then it comes back on and the Eagles come and get them, and you're like, oh, you'd have me there. I actually thought you weren't gonna finish it properly.
And if he'd left it at that, that would have been grand, but then he just went off on one and give it like 57 separate endings. It's like, please stop. Stop now. Stop, Peter, stop it.
Then he really messed up and made The Hobbit.
The Hobbit. I haven't seen The Hobbit. At some point I will see The Hobbit, but it's one of these things I think I'm going to have to run up to because Lord of the Rings is 3 films. Yes, it's a massive book. I can see it. The Hobbit was a book, and a short kids book at that, and the fact they managed to spin that out to 3 movies is extracting the Michael, and added in characters that weren't even in the book just to keep it going.
And then took out all the characters that were more important.
Yeah.
If he'd have made the Hobbit movies first, I don't think he'd have been allowed to make Lord of the Rings. I don't think he'd have got a good enough following for it. The first Hobbit movie was nonplus. It's quite boring, to be honest.
Yeah.
The second one was even worse. Grander in its imagery, and obviously Smaug comes in and everything, but the third one, though, the first section of the third movie should have been in the second movie. They should have finished Smaug off in the second movie, and then there'd be no need to waste time in the third movie. But as you just said, and I've said it to loads of people, is Lord of the Rings trilogy books are that thick.
Hmm.
The Hobbit book is that thick. How would you make 3 films out of that? And it's not long enough. Because you can then make the 4-hour extended, like 12 hours if you watch the extended versions, and there's loads missing out of it. So how do you make something that's a quarter of the size, the same length in films? Just...
That's it in a nutshell. As we discovered, you can't, not really, not and have it be any good. I seen a review where they were pointing out that there was almost a 20-minute long banquet scene in the first film, was it? Where they were just sort of introducing the dwarves, and you're going, and you felt every 20 minutes of that. It was just, you were just physically watching people eat for 20 minutes, thinking, no, thank you.
I'm all for character building and getting to know a character and sort of like building an emotional attachment to characters. But 20 minutes of dwarves, I just don't need it. And the other thing I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to understand is, why are the cave trolls Cockneys?
Did they? Really?
In what? Orcs are Cockneys, and I understand why orcs are Cockneys, because when orcs were created, the Tolkien says when he designed orcs and everything, he thought of them as being real southern, thick southern Cockney idiot accents. He actually called it like almost a degenerate accent. No offence to any Cockneys watching, that was Tolkien's words. So the orcs were always going to have a Cockney edge to them. But why are the cave trolls Cockney? And I don't know, they just, these big, huge, scary trolls suddenly aren't very scary because they're talking about making soup with a Cockney accent, and you're like...
You say that now, all I can think of is, because I haven't seen it obviously, but I'm imagining them to be more like Dick Van Dyke from Mary Poppins.
Not too far away.
Really? Oh dear God.
Bit more Ray Winston.
Right, alright. Cock at you legs.
Yeah. You put Ray Winston and Danny Dyer, who ultimately is one of the worst actors in the world. You put Danny Dyer with a cave troll face.
Right.
A whole football hoop. Like, have you seen the film ID?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With all the football hooligans, Millwall versus Shagwell. That's the cave trolls ultimately have football hooligans that like using dwarves to make soup.
Shocking.
And the dwarves are ninjas.
Ninjas.
Dwarves, squats, tiny little people, are doing cartwheels and doing acrobatic ninja kicks through the air and everything, and you're just like...
Are they? Oh dear.
This can't happen.
Oh dearie me.
Don't watch it, mate.
No, you're selling it to me there with every phrase.
Just... I have no more to say on that matter.
No, you've spoken volumes right there, I think.
So back to the store.
It's a little divergence every now and again just to keep things in.
We've got to keep the viewers. We've lost 3
Oh,
down to 5. I started talking about the Hobbit and we've lost 3 viewers. I'm going to sue Peter Jackson.
Or it was probably 3 Cockneys. We have to contact their solicitors.
Yeah, it's alright, we've got lots of solicitors in Liverpool, we need them. See, now I can't be called racist because I've just discriminated against Scousers as well, so
You're fine.
See what I did there?
I do.
Right, but no, back to the store. So we've got refreshments, we've got snacks and drinks. I've got toilets.
Always a winner.
Big important thing, rather than having to send people out of your shop to go over to the pub or to McDonald's to use their toilets. I'm going to offer toilets. Male, female, and disabled, whatever need bloody be. Depending on the premises that I get, depending on the toilets that I get. And other than your gaming stock behind the till area, or at the side of the till area, when I buy my models from a store, I don't normally buy online. I go into Games Workshop, pardon me, and I will go in and I will pick up a box of Hellions and take it home and open it. And that's only because if I order it on the internet, I've got to wait for it to get to me. I buy on impulse. I go in to buy one thing and I come out with 8 things.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
It's what we do. That's the type of people we are, and that's why Games Workshop is so successful as a company. Simple. Another reason why I need to have the stock in the shop in the first place, because just to touch back onto that bit for a second, actually, the most disappointing thing will be if somebody walked in to my shop and I only had a small selection of Games Workshop. The way a lot of these, you can either have tier 1, 2, 3, or 4 stocking levels with Games Workshop. Tier 1 is the best sellers on one rack, one of those presentation racks that we've all seen in little hobby shops. Tier 2 is that rack plus the hobby rack, so you get the paints and the brushes and the spray cans. On that first rack, you must have Warhammer 40,000 Dark Vengeance, you must have Islands of Blood, and you must have 1 box of The Hobbit. That's the current situation. You've then got obviously a box of Tactical Marines, a box of, I don't know, zombies or whatever the fantasy selling range is. That's what's in there. Second one is all the paints and the spray paints and stuff like that, and a hobby. You know, the little thing that you put the water bottle on, that little hobby, the tidy desk thing, I forget what workstation. Level 3 is where you can have anything that they sell. There's no maximum, but there is a minimum that you can stock. And basically, anything that is not web exclusive, you can stock in your shop. So anything that GW stores can stock, you can stock. You can have access to all the web exclusive stuff, and you can order it in the shop through your video, through your store PC. Here's Brian. Here's Alright. Now, mate, you okay? And so yeah, you can stock their stuff, and then you can. Brian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you mute my? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you mute my microphone or turn my microphone down on your telly? Because I can. Everything I'm saying is coming back through. If that makes sense.
Echo.
That's the word.
Oh, how do you do that?
I think I can do it actually. Let me have a look. But I don't want to turn your volume off. I don't want to mute you. Talk to me now. No, I've muted you. Try now.
No, still muted. I can see the symbol on his picture.
Yeah, let me see.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, it's back again.
Now he's muted himself now. Right, if I carry on talking. Yeah, that's better. It's only very, very faint that I can hear it coming back through now, that's fine. There's got to be a little bit of echo because otherwise you can't hear me. Or you need earphones on or whatever. But anyway, welcome. Have you two guys met before?
No, I don't believe we have.
Brian, who was Brian Fisher on YouTube, is now Sergeant Topballs.
Yep.
Jerry, who on YouTube is it Jerry Kin? Jerry Jensen? Jerry, I don't know how to pronounce it actually.
It's Gershon.
Gershon, there you go then.
But I generally just go by Jer.
Jer. Well, your name is actually Jerry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's alright. I all of a sudden thought I've been calling you the wrong name for a long time.
Depends where you are in Ireland. Because it's Jared is my name, Jerry, and then when you head down south to the family there, it's Jer or G. Just gets shorter and shorter and shorter.
That's a Scouse thing as well. We've definitely inherited
well, you would
that.
be, you know.
We shorten everything.
Liverpool, it's the capital of Ireland, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah, because we have potatoes when you have them. But anyway, there's that digression. We dropped to 4 viewers now. These people, they don't like our jokes.
No.
But yeah, so train of thought gone. Store. All right, yeah. So
store
levels. I go into a shop and yeah, store levels. Level 3, you can stock everything, and level 4 is new releases, where I have to take a minimum amount of new releases every week.
Right.
Well, I'm fine with that. Because what happens now, with the way, I don't know how it was when you worked for them, but with the way GW stores stock their products now, they stock the top, it's either 800 or 900 lines. Anything that's outside of that is web exclusive. So Reaver jet bikes, for example, you can't go into a Games Workshop and buy Reaver jet bikes unless they've got them as old stock. You have to order them online because there's only so much space that a GW store has. And I get that. So when new products come out, like the Harlequins, it might be a case of the Harlequin troops. A GW store might have got 10 of them, but only sells 3, and across the country it wasn't very popular, so therefore Harlequin troops are now web exclusive only. I don't know that that's the case. I'm not saying that has happened with troops. I'm using it as a recent product that came out. And that's how they decide what the stores do and don't stock. I'm not bound by that. I have a catalogue and I can order from it. So just because it's web exclusive to GW stores doesn't mean it's web exclusive to me. In other words, they stock 900 products, I've got 1400 that I can stock. And that's the difference. So I'll stock what I want to stock, which will be obviously all the main stuff. And yes, I'd have 8 boxes of tactical squads, and I'd only have 1 box of Hellions. Because you gauge your stock levels. Yeah. The difference with a GW store is if they don't sell something, it doesn't affect their budget. They send it back, and they throw it away or whatever. If I don't sell something, I've already paid for it.
Yeah, you've left with dead stock on your shelf.
Yeah. The only thing I get sale or return on is White Dwarf and Visions. So if I have 30 copies of White Dwarf a week and 30 copies of Visions a month, whatever I don't sell, I just tell them how many I haven't sold, and then refund me the money for them, which is open to abuse, but I think they just accept that, and that's fine. Warhammer Visions, by the way, is changing next month.
I've seen the letter. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you still on subscription with it? Yeah.
No.
All right, I'm on subscription with it.
No, but I've seen the letter there yesterday. It went up on one of the websites. I think it was Beasts of War had it, saying that they're I'd say it's twice the size. Now, does that mean twice the page count, or are they just going to go from A5 back to A4?
By looking at the picture, it just looks like it's going to. I think it's just smaller than A4, but I think it's the size of
the old White Dwarf.
White Dwarf's just under A4. It's like magazines, like comic book size, which is better because it's an artwork magazine. Same price, and I personally will never cancel. I pay £9 a quarter, so £3 a month for a subscription for life. So for £36 a year, I get that Warhammer Visions every month. I don't particularly like it. I flick through it. I get some good inspiration for painting schemes and that out of it. And it's nice to see the Golden Demon entries, but other than that, I think it's £3.
Yeah.
If I can't afford £3 a month, I shouldn't be doing the hobby anyway. So
it's very true.
And if they ever change that monthly publication, for as long as they produce a monthly publication, they have to give me up for £3 a month. That's what the contract says, and they've confirmed that.
That's nice.
So if White Dwarf goes back to a monthly thing, I win. I don't think it will, but anyway. So that's the sale or return side of it. And the new release, I get a minimum of each new release, and I decide what I want of it. So when the end time stuff came out, if I wanted 6 Glotkins, I might not get them because I'll only get based on what my GW sales are, like based on what my order values are, depends on what I get of limited edition stock. So the likes of the Archaon book and like Space Hulk and anything that's a limited edition, I would only get numbers based on my orders and my sales, which I think is quite fair.
Yeah.
That's why Whaling Games constantly screwing themselves over. It's not that Whaling Games is a bad. Well, it is that they're a bad company actually, and I'll say that publicly.
I don't think they could even disagree with that.
Their customer service is shocking. They sell products that they haven't got in stock. But I do believe that some of that is due to the fact that they're selling so many products they can't keep on top of the stock levels. And GW will only supply them with a limited amount of limited edition stock. And that's the stuff that people moan about is, oh, you said I can have 2 copies of the Archaon book, but you only gave me 1. Why not just turn around and say, fine, yeah, here's your money back, we apologise, rather than say, oh, we'll get you it. And then 6 weeks down the line, it's still not there. That's bad customer service to me. But yeah, that's how the stocking situation works for the store. And if I've got a customer who comes into my store and says he wants to buy 3 Heldrakes and 2 boxes of Chaos Marines, basically wants to buy a Chaos Force. If I've only got a box of Chaos Space Marines in because I've got limited stock, then he's not going to tell me, okay, well, can I take them and can I order the rest on the internet and have you deliver them out to me in 2 weeks? He buys on impulse. That's what we've just said. You go in, you buy one thing, you buy the others as well. I'm not suggesting I need 100 Heldrakes in stock, but if you were going to come in and buy 3 Heldrakes, 2 Mauler Fiends, 2 Rhinos, 2 tactical squads, and a Lord, and the only thing they didn't have was 1 Force Fiend and 1 Heldrake, you'd buy the rest and wait for the others to come through.
Yeah.
Because by the time they arrive, you still wouldn't have bloody built the other stuff anyway. But you've got to have enough in the first instance to make them spend the money. I think I'm right in saying that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, where all that came from was next to the till and around the till. Other than what I buy in the shop, I also buy on eBay. Don't buy models on eBay. I can't remember the last time I bought any miniatures on eBay because I don't like having to rehash old minis. Other people's work. I like to build them myself. It's my favourite part of the hobby. And what I do buy though is my hobby supplies. Green stuff is cheaper on eBay than it is in Games Workshop. Fact. Winsor and Newton brushes are cheaper on eBay than they are in Hobby Master. It's just the internet. eBay is generally cheaper for supplies, whether it be, let's say, things like putty, magnets, all the hobby accessories, scenery, flock, whatever it might be. I'll just sell all that as well. So when you come into my store or you go onto my web store, at the moment I'll go onto Games Workshop, for example, and if it was on the internet, I'd go onto Games Workshop, I'd buy me 3 Heldrakes and me 2 Mauler Fiends. Then I'll go onto eBay and I'll go through 3 different eBay sellers. One, I'll go to Guys Magnets to buy me magnets. I'll go to, I forget, Troll Trade or whoever he is to buy me green stuff, and then somebody else to buy me Vallejo paints. Whatever it is I want to buy.
Yeah.
How much better is it if you can just shop in the one shop? Is that not a supermarket mentality where buy everything from us?
Everything under one roof.
Yeah. All arrives in the same box at the same time, and you get the big thing that I'm going to do is you will have a loyalty card, a physical one for if you're in the shop, but if you're online, just like your Nectar card or your Plus Points card for Tesco or whatever, it'll be saved with your details, and every time you purchase, it'll just tot up onto your loyalty card. Every single purchase is worth loyalty points, and every 2. So, again, it's the fine details I need to work out, but it will be something along the lines of every pound is a point, and every 250 points you get an extra 10% off your next order, or whatever it will be. And that goes back to the Forge World thing. As soon as somebody hits £250 and they get their 10% voucher, they're not going to buy a pot of paint and use their 10% voucher. They're going to buy £100 worth of stuff or £200 worth of stuff just because they're getting 10% more off. So people will spend more because they're making a bigger saving. Brian, obviously you're over in America, so you've got Michaels over there. I was listening to Jameson Kane this morning on his video where he said he gets his Michaels 40% discount vouchers and goes and buys a load of model cars. He's got no need for them. He's just building the stash pile. And Michaels are just like this. We're giving you 40% off, so you're going to come and spend more than you would normally spend this weekend because we're giving you a bit of discount. It's simple retail marketing, isn't it?
Can you hear me on this mic?
I can, yeah, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And I've got no echo, it's great.
Yeah. We also have a Hobby Lobby where you can go and download the 40% off on the internet and on your phone, and you just walk in there and show it to them. You can leave and then walk back in and keep doing that until they get tired of you.
But who wins with that? It's surely not the customer who's actually winning. The customer thinks they're winning. It's, I got 40% discount. But Hobby Lobby is just like, yeah, you ain't going to spend anything if I didn't give you that voucher. But because I've given you that voucher, you've just spent money in my shop.
Yep,
It's
that's right.
simple business, isn't it? Very simple business. So that's the idea for the ground floor or the main room. And I say then there'll be all these tables, and I'll have a couple of tables for 40k, a couple of tables for fantasy. These can obviously all be interchangeable with the terrain. They all have nice scenery on them and nice painted tables. Like a couple of X-Wing tables, a couple of Bolt Action, a couple of Infinity, a Drop Zone Commander, a Dead Zone Dreadball, all these other games that I don't know how to play. Now, there's my first flaw as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how to play anything other than Warhammer 40k and X-Wing. I haven't got a clue about any of these other games. They all look fantastic, but I don't know how to play them. So my approach to that is the two members of staff that I am hiring, one of them who I've already got set up is massively into Bolt Action, Flames of War, War Machine, War Hordes, and Malifaux. The other lad is hugely into Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering, and he also plays some of those games that I've just mentioned. So they can teach me and they can teach the customers. And I learn as I go along with it then. Because it's not that I don't want to play these other games, I don't have anywhere to play them.
Yeah.
My club in Wigan, which I've left last night, we've just had a 160,000 points Apocalypse game on Sunday, and it was a mess. Just wasn't enjoyable. It was too big. Between me and one other guy, we've got sizable collections, let's say, and I think our team's 80,000 points. I think between me and him, we supplied 60,000 points of it. We had 5 Reaver Titans, 8 Warhound Titans, a Brass Scorpion, a Lord of Skulls, some of the Demon Lords, and it looked fantastic, but it was crap. There was too much going on for people to deal with, and people using my models that didn't know the rules for them, so weren't getting the full effect out of them. Anyway, but then it sparked the question last night on the forum of my club, can we start playing the game systems, because I'm sick of 40k. I'm not sick of 40k to the point where I don't want to play it anymore. I've just come off the back of a 10-week campaign where I've had to use the same army, the same list for 10 weeks. That's no fun for anyone. And I just said I want to break from 40k for a few weeks. I've got a tournament in June. I only want to play occasional 40k. I want to play more X-Wing. I've got Zombicide upstairs. I want to play it because it looks like a ton of fun. And I wouldn't mind having a little look at Dreadball, Mars Attacks, and Malifaux. They're the games that just on appearance are appealing to me.
Yeah.
The answer is no, we're a GW only club, so I left the club.
That's considering how niche the hobby is, you'd think most clubs would be trying to encourage people to get involved rather than alienating. I mean, 10 years ago, yeah, you'd be hard pressed, like you say, to find anybody sci-fi or fantasy outside of Games Workshop, but now there are so many who have dedicated followings
Yeah.
You need to try and bring those people in.
The club's response as to why they don't want to do it is because it will dilute the club too much, and then you'll get people who turn up for the next wing, and somebody else isn't there, so you get people who aren't playing each other. And I said, well, it's their responsibility
To sort their games out.
to sort the games out via Facebook or the forum. Oh, but not everybody does that. I said, well, fine. I said, ultimately, as a club, your only mission as a gaming club should be to take people's money and
Provide a venue.
games.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they're playing. I said, by all means, run the campaigns. So that's all great. I said, stick to GW campaigns. Well, what do you care what games people are playing? And anyway, they're a bit narrow-minded with it. They're not going to do it. And I said, well, for the foreseeable future, they're about to embark on the club champion, which is a 40k thing. However many people are in there, you have to, like a football league almost, but you only play them once rather than twice.
Yeah.
There would be a minimum of 15 to 20 people involved in this club champion this year. And I said, I am not putting a third of a year into a campaign just to say that I'm the club champion, where I've got to play the same list for 15 to 20 weeks. It's not happening. I want to play excellent. And I spat me dummy out a bit, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's your time. If you don't want to be doing something on your free time just for the sake of doing it. I mean, I'm the same myself, which is why I've gone off the boil on 40k a bit recently. I've been playing a lot of other things, but now I'm starting to come back. Sort of, I'm getting a little bit of work done here and there. And I'm thinking maybe I'll rock the Dark Eldar soon. So,
and that's how the hobby should work. Because it's a hobby. Are you there, mate?
Yeah.
Hello, Darby. Hey, mate, you alright? As I've already just done, Darby, do you know both Brian and Jerry who are on? Are we all familiar with Darby?
So.
This is always a good way to boost subscribers, I find, these things. So we're all YouTubers. Now, you're obviously all subscribed to me, so I'm not boosting anything. But, so, Darby Conway has just joined us. His channel is called Darby Conway, so that's a nice, easy one to go and find. Eldar and Dark Eldar player. And doing some good, I can't remember what it's not a campaign, what the thing you're doing at the moment. You just put a video up today, I just watched it. I can't think what it's called.
Vaults of
Vaults, that's it.
Or something like that. Yeah.
That's it. But it's good crack. So you guys check each other out. Your YouTube names are all on. If you click on each other's faces, it saves me trying to tell everyone. And yeah, welcome obviously to the conversation. We're talking for anybody who's watching. We'll just drop down to 3 views, but anybody who's watching this video and has just jumped in halfway through. I'm literally waxing lyrical about this fantastic hobby centre I want to run, and I'm more or less bouncing my ideas off these guys. And if they nod or make the right noises, then that means they approve. If they don't, then I just carry on anyway. So is that attitude mentality?
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. But yeah, so I can't play these other games. Now, I want they're in its own sentence is why my business kind of has to succeed. I, along with many other people, want to play these other games, Dystopian Wars or whatever it might be, Dust Tactics, but I've got nowhere to play them. So if I offer a place to not only play them but also buy them, can't really fail.
Yeah, I'm with you. I see where you're coming from.
And that's why I would stock as many of these different things. And if somebody comes in to me and says, "Oh, Martin, have you heard about this new game that's coming out?" Then I'll look at it. I'll invest in it. If it's a Kickstarter, I'll invest in the Kickstarter of it. And then if it's any good, I'll put it in front of the lads who are regular into the shop, get them playing it. If it's any good, then I'll push it. If it's not any good, then I'll sell what I've got and I won't buy any more. There's no force involved, is there? having the fun. But it doesn't seem like rocket science. It just doesn't. And then on the second and third floors, because obviously the building I'm looking at, or one of the buildings I'm looking at is across 3 floors. One of them's got a huge back area to it. There will be space for up to 50 more tables. And I would hire out those tables for private game rooms or gaming clubs if they wanted to come and use my facilities, and for apocalypse games and things like that. But every other weekend or every month or however popular it becomes, tournaments. Northwest Gaming Centre in Stockport charges between £30 and £50 per ticket, and they have a big hall with a load of tables, a load of training. They'll do a tournament every weekend. And I say that the tickets are anything between, depending on the game, they're anything from £10 up to £50 for a ticket. And I think if I've got 50 tables, and I did a 40k tournament weekend at £30 a ticket, that's £60 I'm getting per table. 6 5s is that's £3,000 that I take in just in ticket sales. It cost me £500 to put a buffet on to feed 60 people. 100 people even, sorry. It's not going to cost me more than £500 to put a buffet on for people who wouldn't have thought. I'd have to pay a couple of extra staff to be umpires and referees, although I think they might just be volunteers because people are happy to volunteer for that kind of thing. But let's say it costs me £1,000 to run the tournament. It's £2,000 instant profit.
Yeah, it's not to be sneezed at.
Because I would lose scenery and stuff like that, which would all be covered in that first £1,000. And then the other thing is, I know I go down to Warhammer World, I go to a tournament at Warhammer World. I don't not buy anything when I'm there. So if you've got to walk out of my shop, or in between games during nosing around my shop, people are going to spend money.
Well, it's human nature, isn't it?
Exactly.
We do try and stop ourselves sometimes, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, but the harder you try to stop yourself, the more you end up spending.
This is very true.
So it just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Now, I have rabbited on for a long time about all that, but ultimately, obviously the web store's on top of it, and anything that's available in the shop is available on the web store. I wouldn't differentiate in price. It's not going to be cheaper on the internet than it is in the shop, because I believe in doing that. I believe in that with cars. If I run a car dealership, the cars are cheaper on the internet than they are in my showroom because we've got overheads. I think with a hobby, it's much smaller amounts of money, and I don't think you can afford to do it.
Yeah.
But as an overview of however much of it you've managed to listen to, between the three of you and the guys who are obviously watching at home, what are your thoughts?
I certainly think it's viable, and like you say, if the Kickstarter, if you get that right as the initial push to get the funding behind it, it certainly seems like there's no reason why it shouldn't succeed. If you look at the likes of Element and Firestorm and Wayland, who have all built similar constructs, and they're all doing very well. You're not overlapping with them. You're not muscling in on their territory, so to speak. But so it should go well. I think the only person I've heard of who went tits up was Maelstrom Games, and that that was mostly because of the owner when he had what is now Mears Miniatures, but before he sold it to Mears, and they had a woeful time getting up and running again because people still equated them to the previous owner. The owner screwed everybody, and then ended up losing money, and he was using money from people's orders to fund older orders that he had, and all sorts of nonsense like that. He tried to do too much. He tried to start his own miniature and games company,
Yeah.
Whereas if he just stuck to the basics, I think he would have been fine.
Too many
Yeah.
irons in the fire, huh?
Basically, that, yeah.
Far too many, yeah.
And part of my business plan, when I put my budget together for my business plan, part of my initial budget outlay was I wanted 6 months worth of bills, if you like, as my cash up front. So if I didn't take a penny through my till, I could still pay my staff for 6 months. I could still pay my rent for 6 months. I could pay my rates and my any monthly bills I could pay for 6 months. And I know then if in 12 months' time it all goes belly up and I have to close the doors, if I've got £15,000 to £20,000 worth of stock that I've purchased in my store, that means £15,000 to £20,000 purchase stock retails at £20,000 to £25,000, even at heavy discounts, and I can always sell it. You can always sell what you've got if you sell it, even if you just sell it at £1 profit rather than at £20 profit. People will buy it, and eBay is proof of that. You can still sell old style tactical marines brand new on sprue, but not much less than you can buy brand new tactical marines, because people will pay the money for it. And obviously Darby and Brian, you're over in America. Darby, are you in America or Canada actually?
America here.
America, yeah. I wasn't sure whether you were Canada actually. And you guys pay a much higher premium than us in the UK, because you've got import taxes and blah blah blah. The Australians pay even more. Canadians pay a lot as well. So if my business went belly up and I had to close, then I'm not worried about Games Workshop telling me I can't sell on third-party websites. So I'll just sell internationally and I'll get rid of all my stock. I'm making money out of it. So I'm not worried about losing money. I think the most I stand to lose is 20 grand tops.
Yeah.
And I'm not being flippant about that. That's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of my life, it's a car.
That's it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained either. You know, if you didn't do it, you'd always be wondering.
Well, my dad said to me when I was a lot younger, obviously there are people that take chances and there are people that aren't. The people that don't take chances will work for a man, and they will take a wage, and they will work for their life, and they will be happy doing that, and that's fine. The people that take chances end up taking a lot of chances. Some are successful, some end up in the gutter. That's just the way life is. There are lots and lots and lots of doors, and you can walk through many different doors. Some lead to success, some don't. But generally speaking, you need to be able to listen for when somebody's knocking on one of those doors. And if you're clever enough to hear the knock, you've also got to be clever enough to walk through it. And that was the expression that he gave to me, and I was just sort of like, it made sense. Because to take the step through that door and invest, your family. I've got a wife, I've got a 2.5-year-old baby, I've got another baby due in 3 weeks, and I'm looking at investing my family's livelihood on a business venture. It's not quite a win, but it's not much more, is it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But that's where at the very, very beginning of this conversation I said I keep, no matter how much I'm trying to walk away from it because things don't seem right with the timing or the this and that, it just keeps knocking. So I think I need to walk through as well.
On a complete, well, I say complete aside, on a very similar note, do you know how Ronnie Renton got started?
Is that the Mantic guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ronnie Renton, when he was at school, secondary school, sort of 14, 15, there wasn't a local Games Workshop or there wasn't a local hobby store. So he set up a trade account with Games Workshop. And then he would take orders from his school friends and then would get the stuff in. And then he went from being a schoolboy trade account, but they wouldn't, I don't think that would get, he'd be allowed to do that these days, but you know.
No, you've got to have bricks and mortar now.
To actually joining GW himself. He was responsible for Apocalypse and that sort of thing. He was my boss whenever I was still a manager.
Oh, was he? I didn't even realise he was ex-GW.
Yeah.
I don't know much about him because, again, I've not researched the likes of Mantic because it'll just make me want to do it more, and the frustration of not being able to do something's there. So
Well, Ronnie was a big fan of huge battles, which is why Kings of War is all about big units, mass battles, very quick to play. He was the driving force behind 40k Apocalypse, because he was going, I've got a huge army. It's unpainted
I wanna play it.
because I'm Ronnie Renton, but I've got a huge army and I want them. So he pushed for Apocalypse, and then eventually when he left, he thought the thing that amused him was the whole build-up of GW, because he was part of the management buyout originally, and when they Livingston and Jackson left, and the whole expansion during the 90s, I was going, I wonder if I can do it a second time, and that's why he started Mantic. Can we go there? Can we get another company and boost it right up? Same sort of thing.
And he will. I don't think anybody's ever going to be as big as GW are.
No.
Any of these people that say GW are on their way out, I don't even think 3D printers will get rid of GW. I don't think they are stupid enough. As arrogant as people might think they are, they're not stupid enough to let something like 3D printing kill them.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings almost killed them. I think they learned a huge lesson from Lord of the Rings.
That was mostly down to Chris Tolkien's estate. The contract they got involved in with the Tolkien estate was just mind-bendingly bad, and I don't think they would ever do that again. Yeah,
they're not as stupid as a lot of keyboard warriors would have, I believe. But right, so the idea, sound for the stuff. You guys definitely seem to approve of it. I've had nodding heads and etc. Now, more so to Brian and Darby here. You guys are in America. You've got absolutely zero, and I mean zero, benefit in me opening a store in the UK, because I can't supply you. GW will put a cease and desist on me the minute they find out that I'm shipping out of UK. So, would there be any incentive for Americans to pledge money to my Kickstarter?
What about campaigns that are kind of offered across the world? You know, you can have set up a map. People in store can play games, as well as people away from can play games too. Send in results and stuff like that. There's always that kind of an opportunity. Other than that, I'm not too sure.
No, I hadn't thought about that. I'm glad that I've just asked that. It seems wrong that I'm pointing knives at people on I need to put my knife down. I'm not a serial killer. That's not a knife, it's the knife. Go on, Brian. Brian's got a rusty blade. It's a Skaven blade. But anyway, that's an interesting thought, Darby. I really like that as well. Because what I can't do is I can't retail to the world. I can only retail to the UK. But you guys watch my videos. I know you do because you leave comments on them. And part of my shift with YouTube, when I started it up, it was just for a bit of fun. But once I decided I was serious about doing the store, I thought about my YouTube channel. I was like, well, it's a very, very, very good free advertisement for my business. And I looked at Blue Table Painting, which I know has just ceased or is about to cease, or whatever's happening. Then Sean Seller, whatever it is, Sean has got more energy than anybody I know who runs BTP. He's just the guy is the stereotypical epitome of what us Brits see Americans. When we go over to America and we go through McDonald's and the drive-through woman saying I'm going to stay dry and they're all super happy, that is Sean Gately. He is the stereotype, and it's great. I say that with genuineness. I love it. And what he did with Blue Table Painting was good. The battle reports I used to love, especially the ones that Richie was involved in with his looks, because that guy's another big character. Rich v. Sean, fantastic. And then I look at mini wargaming. I like what mini wargaming do for the most part. Battle reports. I like the chat with Matt. I like the Who Would Win series. Now they don't even have a wargaming store anymore. They just have this huge, big 140,000 subscription YouTube channel with Vault members paying the money, and they're making silly amounts of money off YouTube. I want to run a YouTube channel alongside my store. I'll have the space to do the battle report. I'll have the light to do the battle report so that I can make them look good. I'll have the time to edit the videos to make the reports good. And they'll be more honest because they'll be in store. I can sell my store without actually selling my store. I'm not going to sit there and you can buy this, you can buy that. But my subscription, my store would grow my YouTube channel would grow my store, if that makes sense, along with Twitter and Facebook and whatever all these 5,000 of them social media sites are. But that's where other countries, I think, can be involved in my business. Because although I can't sell directly to you, I can offer things like content. Not charge. I will never ever. I say this now, live on YouTube. I will never ever charge for content on YouTube. I'm never going to do a Patreon thing. I'm never going to do a vault like what Mini Wargaming have got. I don't agree with it. If you like what I do, you watch it because it's free. You don't watch it. You don't pay money to watch what I do. And unless YouTube becomes only chargeable, I personally will never charge people for my YouTube content unless YouTube in the future becomes a paid only service. Can't see it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But how much interest is that though to international people? Does that give any reason for people? You know where I'm getting at. The American side of Kickstarter, Mantic, for example, does all its Kickstarters in dollars because it's got a much bigger American following than it has a UK following. Kickstarter projects are much more successful in the States than they are in the UK. Fact. They just are. I've got nothing to entice Americans other than if you guys really, really like me and you really want to see me succeed, you might throw $10 my way. Fantastic, I'll take it. I'll happily take it. But other than that, I've got nothing to entice people, have I?
Apart from your dashing good looks.
Now, what
No,
about,
you're right. You've got nothing up.
what about if you become successful over there with this and everything, and then making a franchise or building a store in the States, and then that way you can get around all their policies and
Yeah, I as you can probably tell by the way I've set out about opening my first store. I'm not just going to open a little store which costs me hardly anything to set up. I either go big or go home, I think is the expression, isn't it? I've already thought about where could this go one day. Could I have a franchise of shops across the UK? Could I go into Europe? Could I go into the US and Canada and even maybe Australia is a horrible market, so people don't bother with it. The trading laws are just this. The country is fantastic. Their politics are better than any other country that I can think of. Their prime minister's off their head, but fantastic. And I won't get into politics on here. But try trading with them. It's nuts. America is more lax than Canada, so it's easier to trade with. But GW have got such a closed idea on international trading. I agree with the principle of their trading laws. It wouldn't be right for me to be able to sell from the UK into America at UK prices and just charge us shipping, because then why would you ever buy from an American retailer? And all I'm doing then is putting American retailers out of business, and that's not fair game then. Could I open in America? Yes, I could open a store in America. I could go to Brian, are you in Kentucky?
No, I'm in Kansas. You probably wouldn't want to come here.
K. I got the K bit. That was the main thing. I sent you the Land Raider, so I'm trying to remember where I sent it to. It began with K. I had a 1 in 50 odd chance of getting it wrong.
Just remember, there's no place like home, and you'll know where I'm at.
Yeah. Why did Dorothy not follow the red brick road? Why did she go the yellow brick road?
Well, more importantly, where does that red brick road lead?
Hell. It was just a shorter version. She wouldn't have had to pick up strangers like a tin and a scarecrow. Should have just got straight there and stopped off and had a cup of coffee on the route. Anyway, there's that digression. So I do this and then I lose track of where.
Opening a store in the States.
Opening a store in the States. GW just wouldn't have it. They just, I would be able to open it, but it'd have to be a completely different name. It'd have to be a completely different, everything about it. It'd have to be different. Basically, I'd have to say to you, listen, Brian, do you want to open a store over there? Here's a butt ton of money. I'll give you some business advice. Follow my business model because it's working over here. But I can't have anything to do with it because GW just, they wouldn't allow it. And the minute I try to do it, they'd stop my UK business. And the minute GW stop me selling their products, my business pretty much closes. Because I've got to be right in saying 50% of my business will be GW, wouldn't it?
Now, you could sell other products other than on GW, like if you were carrying Bolt Action and some of those other things. And
I can. They could be sold through my web store, and Warlord Games will let me sell anywhere worldwide. But then you come into complications with my web store. So you as an American come onto my web store, and every other thing you click on, not available in this country, not available in this country. So it makes it more frustrating. And the minute my web store is frustrating, then you just go to one that you know works. You just go to your American web store, because ultimately is Bolt Action much more expensive in the US than it is in the UK. By the time you've added customs and shipping and everything on top of it, there's probably not much money difference involved. So, and it's not that I'm trying to find ways of not being able to trade in the US. I'm just making sure that I don't screw myself over by trying to find ways to trade in the US. I emailed Sean Gately probably about this time last summer I think it must have been, and his response kind of confirmed it. I said to him, listen, this is what I'm looking at doing. In essence, I'm wanting to do something very similar to what you're doing, but with a store attached to it as well. Here's my background, blah 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 blah. It would be, if you would be interested in helping me set it up, i.e. financing some of it, then it would be a partner company, and it could be Red Table Painting UK and Blue Table Painting US. And he thought it was an absolutely fantastic idea, but GW wouldn't let it happen, and therefore it's a no-goer. And unfortunately, they control the dice for use of a good analogy. Use of a good pun even, sorry.
Yeah.
All I've got to offer the US and Canada is much better content via YouTube. So I the likes of good battle reports, because I don't do battle reports at the moment. If I'm going to do battle reports, I'm going to do them well, and I haven't got the setup to do good professional battle reports. I haven't got the lights and the right space to film them. To be more, I suppose I could do more of it. What I could do for the US is like what Blue Table Painting were doing, where I could do a commission build and paint service because they did that worldwide, didn't they? That's all they did ultimately was buy, build, and paint models.
You could host a Valhalla type thing if you got big enough. Kind of
Yeah,
like what he does.
Yeah, and he's still doing that apparently. Apparently Valhalla's still happening. He's just closed BTP down.
Yeah, I don't
and
know if he's doing that.
somebody was saying on Twitter that in fact no, was it Joey Berry even possibly was saying that he's still doing Valhalla, he's just not doing anything else, and something has got to have happened somewhere, and only Sean knows what's happened, and I don't know him to ask him. But the truth will out itself one day.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that like over time, over there you get your store going and everything, to bring in maybe appeal internationally, have something like a Valhalla type thing where you have your big,
Yeah, definitely, and in the future that's great, and with what Darby's just said as well, that would work. What my initial concern is for me to open this business, I'm £10,000-15,000 away from opening a business. So I need 10-15 grand. To get that 10-15 grand, I think if I put a £10,000 goal on Kickstarter, if I pitch it well enough, and if I put people seem to buy into me, and my hopefully what people see from me is genuineness when I talk on YouTube. That's the sort of comments that I regularly get. People can see how genuine I am over things. If I get people to buy into that, people will hopefully donate. As long as they're getting something back, they'll donate. But will I get £10,000-15,000? If I could get other countries involved, I think, yeah, I'd easily do it. Because if I've got 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, only 60% of them are UK. So all of a sudden, I need some reason other than, oh yeah, it's nice that Martin fella, I'll give him some money.
Yeah.
That'd be the dead easy solution. I just do a YouTube video and say, I'm a really nice guy. Every single one of my subscribers, please give me £10. Here's my PayPal account. Let me know and you'll get my eternal gratitude. A big thumbs up. Problem solved. I've got a business and you all feel good. But 1,000 people aren't going to be that nice.
Yeah.
Just fact, isn't it?
Harsh but fair, I feel.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And Jerry, that's kind of why at the start I was interested, because you are heavily invested in Kickstarter projects, and you're close enough that it's not unfeasible for you to go and visit. It's £12 on the ferry for you to get over to Liverpool, and then obviously however much to get to the ferry. But it's not an expensive or unreasonable journey for you to come to Southport. But you're not going to be doing it every weekend.
Yeah.
So why would you, sat as close yet as far as you are, why would you buy into my store? What would make you donate anything from £5 to £500 into a Kickstarter project? I want honesty. That's all.
I think it's like you say, the incentive has to be there. So whether that is some form of higher level membership for the initial Kickstarter backers, and it might not even be a substantial discount, or depending on the way you're going to do your discounting, it might just be there's a French company, French web store called Ludic Bazaar, and the way they do their discounting is the more you spend, the more discount you get, and it starts off with, when you hit your first X £100 with them, you get a bronze level, and it's maybe 3% off, and then so many £100 over that would bring you up to silver, and it's maybe brings you up to a 10% discount, and then the gold level would be 15% or 20%. I'm not sure what the actual numbers, because I only buy specific things from them that I can't get anywhere else. But something like that, where you've got that graduated system, and if the standard discount will be 10% for everybody, then Kickstarter members could come in at 15% or 17.5% or whatever it happens to be, whether that's web store or walking into the bricks and mortar store with the likes of a card. And that sort of thing would encourage, and it would be, obviously you get the discounts everywhere at that point. Like you said, it would just be coming off the back of knowing you from YouTube and the like, and going, well, I'm going to get the discount here, or I'm going to get the discount there in either store. Why would I go for your store over his store? Well, I know you, I don't know them. So the likes of that would probably draw you in.
So on that note, and that's, I'm glad you said that, because that kind of preempts something that I'd forgotten to ask. So I'm going to use you again, Jerry, as an example, only because Brian, I can't sell to you. It's not that I don't like you. I'd love to sell to you, but hand the test. There's that knife in your hand again. I'm going to put that on while you're down. I get the clippers out instead. Where do you buy your stuff from, Jerry?
At the moment, primarily Firestorm, unless they don't stock it.
Right.
Occasionally I'll have to go to the likes of North Star for bits and pieces.
Right, but Firestorm for the general stuff. Now, I've bought from Firestorm. The competition, for my 500 subs competition that Baron won the voucher for, I got the voucher from. Their website was relatively simple to use. I didn't have any issues with it. And I rang them up first to check that it was okay with what I was doing, because I was buying the voucher, but I wanted them to send it to them and blah blah blah. And they were fine with it. They seemed like a nice bunch of guys. I know Ibu Vale shops there, and he speaks highly of them. Mike Brent, Cruro Angelis, he shops there, he speaks very highly of them. So you're happy with the service you get from Firestorm Games?
Yeah.
If I opened a shop, are you going to stop shopping at Firestorm Games and shop with me? That's the question. And I'm not asking for your business. I am. Right? You're saying that you would buy into me because you know me through YouTube.
Yeah. And that's what it comes down to. It's, at the end of the day, is there much of a difference between Firestorm and Element Games? Probably not. I don't.
Element give you a free sweet when you buy from them.
Do you? That's very clever. I've never ordered anything from Element, simply because I fell in with Firestorm first after the initial massive mess up by Wayland, which put me off Wayland. And I only went to Wayland because they were the best known. Yeah. So essentially, it went Wayland, terrible. Pick the next one down the line. Firestorm, they've been grand. If I was getting the same.
So if I price for price, you box of Tactical Marines is £25 at GW. It might be 30 actually now. Let's say it's £25 at GW. I sell them for £21. Firestorm sell them for £21. We both hit free postage at £40. Whatever free postage comes in at, we both hit it at the same point. We are identical price wise. Why would you leave Firestorm?
Well, it's one of those. It's one of those ones where it really would come down to wanting to see somebody I know succeed, if you know what I mean. And that would be it. That would be the only thing to throw me away. Although I would say on the subject of on the side of their website though, they redesigned their website, and I'm assuming it's been redesigned for some sort of tablet-y, iPod-y thing to work with that. It didn't used to look like that. And one of the things that annoys me is that now if you click into 40k and you pick an army, say Dark Eldar, you just get a list. It used to be you got the pictures. Yes. Now you have to click on the name before you see the picture, and that bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that from Firestorm, but I knew that from GW. they've changed their website. They spent $1 million on a new website.
4 million. It's
horrible.
It's balls. But I'm assuming it's all been done for these mobile phone devices and stuff. I'm not
But
down
even
with the kids.
So, and
Yeah, I
regardless
don't
of
like them either.
regardless of how, you're right. Down with the kids is the expression, but unfortunately, it's not the kids that they're selling to. It's
Yeah.
it's 30-year-olds and upwards that are spending the big money with them. And so I don't play. Well, I'm starting to play fantasy, but typically I don't play fantasy. But the fantasy managers are fantastic for converting 40k miniatures. If you put kit bashes together, you want the fantasy managers are the ones that are good to use, especially like the vampire stuff and what have you. And what was always brilliant for me is I could go onto my laptop or even onto my tablet, and I would click on vampire accounts, and it would just come up with a list, and it'd have a picture of everything next to it. But now, as you say, you've got to go into each one to get the picture to come up.
Yeah.
All I wanted to do was browse, and I'd be like, oh, that looks interesting, let me click onto it and I'll look deeper into what the model is. I might be able to score some bits out of that. So my website, if it's feasible, and maybe it's not, maybe the reason is people are all changing is because it doesn't work.
I have a sneaking suspicion it probably does come down to just mobile devices. Is it easier for these things to be viewed on mobile and tablet browsers than the old style big picture in your face because the processing power is
possibly, but then
that may just be it.
You think about YouTube, for example. So I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone or on my tablet. I don't watch much YouTube on my actual laptop, but it's done through an app on my phone. So therefore, say like annotations don't work. You can't see annotations on your phone if you watch on the app. The way comments are left, comments go down the side rather than underneath, and it's always a bit different. But with most, like GW for example, you open, I go into my phone, type in on the internet, Games Workshop, go into their web store, scroll down to the bottom and it says view desktop version. Most things have a mobile version and desktop version. So if you view on a desktop, you're automatically into the full version, which suits the likes of us. If you want to view it quickly and take up less processing speed and use less data allowance, then fine, you'd have a light version as such, don't you, where you can still do all the same things, just doesn't look as pretty. But the web store is huge for me. It's got to be, because I say my dad was on about saving money, because he was like, well, how much are you going to spend on that? And I said, I've been quoted for a good web store, I've been quoted $2.5 to $3,000 plus VAT. And he was like, oh, that's a lot of money to be spending. Surely if anyone can, you can design one of them. You can make something look good. I said, I can make a model look nice because I can put an airbrush on it and I can keep painting it until it looks right. I don't know how to do .ram, .com, whatever it is. I don't understand all that business. Yeah, but you could learn, couldn't you? But it's not going to look good enough. It's got to look
it's
professional. It goes to the first comment I said to you about, doesn't it? If you turn up to my website, let's say you don't know me, so you're just a hobbyist, and you've typed into Google Dark Eldar Reavers, and I've paid my money to Google AdWords, so mine comes up in the top searches, and you see my company name, you go, oh, click on that one. If it's the first time you've been on my website, if it's awkward to navigate around, or if it doesn't look professional, then you instantly don't trust putting your credit card details or your PayPal details into it. And if it doesn't look right, next time you go onto it, you'd see that homepage and be like, oh no, I remember this one was a bit shit. I'll go on to the next one because there's a list that long of web stores. It's a one-shot thing, isn't it? You've just said it's eye candy. It's got to look and feel right, because not every customer is going to have the fortune of getting to know me through YouTube videos.
Yeah, that's true.
might eventually, but now moving ever so slightly away from it, but still on the topic. Name. I have one, and I can't believe that I've been lucky enough to secure it. So I can call the shop whatever I want to call it. I could call it Martin's. Massive hobby thing over in America called Michael's. So why can't I have Martin's? It means nothing. Well, over here it means news agents. Actually, because Martin's is a chain of news agents. I could have Painted War Games because that's my kind of YouTube banner name. It says, does what it says on the tin. I supply Painted War Games. Whatever I call the business, I need to be able to call the website.
Yeah.
So if I was called Martin's Wargaming and Hobby Supplies, based in southport.co.uk, you never type in that into the internet, are you?
No.
It's got to be simple, punchy, catchy, on point. I wanted last year War Games. That's all I wanted to call my store, War Games. Doesn't get any more simple than that. There's a copyright infringement with regards to a certain movie that was released in the 80s.
Would you like to play a game?
And a computer called Daryl. Was it Daryl the computer was called? I think so. Or was that a whole different film?
There was Daryl, which, if you've seen AI, Daryl was the 80s version of AI. It was a little boy Android computer thing.
Yeah, that might be what I was thinking of.
I can't remember what they called it, that NORAD computer.
It was named after his son, though.
Yeah,
which is why I played all the games. So it was a boy's name.
Oh, it was such a bad film that it was really good. It was typical of 80s. It was fantastic.
It was excellent.
And it wasn't Jake Gyllenhaal, was it? Was it Matthew Broderick?
It was Matthew. I ran over somebody in Northern Ireland, Broderick. That's him.
Who then went on to be Ferris Bueller.
Yep.
And then somehow ended up being in a really bad version of Godzilla.
Everybody falls down short at some stage, don't they?
Allegedly, yeah. but anyway, so War Games. And I typed into the internet www.wargames.co.uk, and there was a German forum, like a War Games page that came up. And I was like, oh, that's that one gone. I'm not going to open a shop if I can't have the name as my web address.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of other things. Randomly, I decided to check War Games again to see who owns it, because I thought, I tried. I don't read German, but I looked at it and it didn't seem like it was up to very much. It seemed like it was very old, historical wargaming, but not with a lot of content on the webpage. And thought, see if he wants to sell it. What sort of money? It doesn't hurt to ask. If he says 10 grand, I'll say thank you, but no thank you. It expires on the 19th of this month, 19th of April, sorry. If you type it into the internet right now, wargames.co.uk, it just goes through to a Microsoft IIS hosting site, because that's who it was hosted with. If he doesn't renew it within 3 months, it goes from public sale, which is, then I can buy it for £4.99. I can buy the domain name for £4.99. I've registered my interest with a domain agency who will basically, as soon as it becomes available, give me first refusal. The £7.99, so it's costing me £3 to have somebody keeping an eye on it. What I have bought 2 days ago is wargames.uk, because .co.uk is getting phased out over the next 5 years. They're encouraging Britain to drop the co. You've got .com, which is worldwide, but
everybody else is just .de for Germany and
.eu, .nz, exactly. So they're going .uk. Gareth Lloyd Jones there. So a game store name needs to be snappy, attractive, related to the business, and easy to find on the net. Oh, good pull. Plastic crack.
That works.
That would be. Do you know what? If you didn't want to alienate parents from buying for their kids,
Your motto for
Plastic.
your company would be called "We feed your addiction."
Exactly, plastic crack. You want it, we got it. You could have appetite for destruction by going just eating shoes. Okay, that could easily go downhill.
Too late.
Yeah, that happened the minute my face came on screen. Yeah, Gareth, I like that. That was funny. But oh shit! I just know that. Just
Just throwing stuff around him.
Yeah, it wasn't a knife; it was a skyboard.
There we go.
So, do we like war games?
I do. Like you say, it does exactly what it says in the tin. It's the run
It's as
to.
simple as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wargames.uk, and I will buy wargames.co.uk as well, because the likes of, especially the likes of me, I don't understand wargames.uk. I can't get my head around not putting the co in, so I would always want to type in .co.uk. Generally speaking, you click a link on Google and you go into it, but if you just wanted to type it in, I can own multiple domain names, and they'll all just feed into the one parent site, which would be .uk. I can buy as a premium domain name that costs £60, wargames.uk.com. That just sounds nuts, but it gives me the worldwide address then of .com. I don't think I ever need that though, do I? Even if I went international, it's still about, people would know that I'm still based in the UK, and I would have no problem if Games Workshop relaxed their laws and I can start selling in the US. I would want my US customers to know that I'm based in the UK. So by having the UK in the title, it just works for me. But I paid me $6.99 or whatever it was I paid a couple of days ago, and I bought that domain for 12 months. Just before anybody else bought it, and I thought I was never going to announce it live like I have done tonight until it's secured it, because some would just go and buy it just to spite me.
Yeah.
So it's bought and it's done, and if anyone tries to buy it, God, yeah. But it doesn't. Is it a good enough name? Does it? All these other people like Firestorm Games, Element Games, Dark Sphere Games, Wayland Games. There's the War Game store, which is only down the road from me. That would be my nearest competitor, if you like. But I'm going to approach him and talk to him anyway, because I don't want to fall out with him. He's been in business a long time. He's a nice fella. He's got a good setup, but he's far enough away that our physical customers won't be affecting each other too much, I don't think.
Yeah.
Web-based, unfortunately, that's any man's fight, isn't it, I suppose? And he's the Wargaming store, but he literally is www.thewargamingstore.co.uk. That's his business name. I've checked the company's house and nobody's registered War Games as a company name. So for £50 I can register that.
I like the simplicity of it. I don't feel the urge to go overly complicated with things. And War Games works. People know what's in there.
The only thing I was unsure of, and before it became back available as a domain name, my other potential name was either War and Magic or War Games and Magic, because what I am led to believe by a lot of these game stores out there is I have to have Magic the Gathering available.
Hmm.
It means nothing to me. I don't understand it. I don't dislike it, I just don't understand it. It's obviously a card game. It's almost like Top Trumps, but obviously much more in depth than that. I wouldn't make much money out of it. Make 30 pence a packet out of it. But by all intents, you sell a butt ton of packets.
Oh God, yes.
And people play it, and they have little tournaments with it, and it's all absolutely fine. I don't dislike the idea of it. Just I don't get it because I've not played it. But if I'm selling Magic the Gathering, if you search for Magic the Gathering, you wouldn't search for war games.
Well, yeah.
If you were walking down the street, so let's say you popped over the puddle and you were, for whatever reason, walking down the high street in Southport, and you saw a shop called War Games. You went into War Games, you went into Magic the Gathering, you wouldn't necessarily think that War Games was going to sell Magic the Gathering cards.
Yeah, well, that's true. Although there is the other way to look at it. If you're walking past a physical store and it says War Games, you're almost certainly going to have a window display of some description.
Yeah, that's true.
I know Wizards of the Coast for Magic have the vinyls, and they do a thing called Friday Night Magic, which is their weekly tournament, and they very heavily promote that because I had a friend had a comic book store in Belfast, and he would get these things regularly from them, posters and the like, so it wouldn't detract that much. As far as buying online goes, with the exception of selling single cards and rare cards, I would say the majority of Magic players will just buy from somebody locally because they know they got them. They're not going to go hunting for the boosters online.
It's a starter deck or something.
Yeah.
And that would only be because there's big discounts attached to it.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be as worried about that because, like you say yourself, there's not a massive premium on. There's not a massive profit margin there. It's something to have, and there's a fair amount of crossover.
Yeah, you have to have those players in. Those players play card games and not necessarily tabletop games.
Yeah.
Tabletop gamers do play the card games.
Exactly.
It's not that you're going to draw Magic only players into the tabletop world, but it doesn't hurt to have it. And it takes up no space. It's card game. You can play that on the couches, having coffee. And if anything, it makes the shop look busy. And if the shop looks busy, people come in. Fact.
Yep.
Just to answer a couple of questions here. So, Stone Steve Martin's Miniature Madness. I like that. I had a shop on eBay, which is closed many years ago now. Back in 2004, and I used to sell. I started off selling Kenner Star Wars figures. I used to buy them from car boot sales. I used to buy a lot from America and get them sent over in job lots. I used to put them all together and make the right figure with the right accessories, and then sell them on at a profit. That then progressed into Transformers, He-Man, Turtles, Real Ghostbusters, Mask, Action Force, all 80s toys basically that I collected as a kid. Thundercats. And the shop was called Macca's 80s Mayhem because it was just 80s toys. And as soon as I've just seen Martin's Miniature Madness, I'm like, that reminded me of Macca's 80s Mayhem. So brilliant suggestion, mate. I really like that one. But I don't think it would work above a door where, again, I've got to expect that. I suppose this is the second part to the thought of the name. When you say you're going down to local Games Workshop, you don't turn around and say, I'm going to Games Workshop. You say you're going to GW, or I'm going to the workshop. If you're going to Firestorm Games, you just go into Firestorm. You have an abbreviation, or you have a term for the store. We were saying before, in America, it's all, you go down to the friendly local game store, and it will be called whatever it's called. War Games. I'm just going down to War Games. That's easy enough to say. Whereas I'm going down to Madness, or I'm going down to Martin's, or whatever it might be. It's how people would refer to it, and it's also how a lot of my one-off purchases, if you like, I'm going to have children who are coming into the store who will convince their parents to spend money. And they might not be into the hobby for very long, but they are short-term customers, but their parents spend a lot of money. And if the parents feel uncomfortable in the slightest bit, hence why I'm going to have it lighter and brighter and smelling nice, it's got to attract, or not attract, it's got to not detract or deter the parents from coming in. I keep looking at it and I'm loving that name, Martin's Miniature Madness. I just think that's fantastic, but I don't know whether or not generically it's as good as Wargames. So not dismissing that, Steve. It comes close to my Mayhem from the 2000s, but maybe not. And then Gareth has now put back, Jay's right, simplicity works. It's easy to find and easy to remember. You can, of course, advertise it on your channel so people know where to go. A simple name can be jazzed up in delivery as well. Yes, that's the next point, which I would have forgotten about, so thank you, Gareth. Once you hit 500 subscribers on your YouTube channel, you're allowed to change your URL. Now, I call, like, across the banner on my YouTube channel it says Painted Wargames. My nickname on Google Plus is Martin McNeil, Painted Wargames, in brackets. My Facebook page, everything is all angled around this Painted Wargames, which was something I just kind of knocked together when I decided to do commission painting. But I've never changed my YouTube name to it. My YouTube name is still McManiac. I think in fact it's McManiac353, my actual YouTube name, which is my PS3 my PSN ID for PlayStation. And it has been for however many years about that, because I've held off changing my YouTube name, because once I change it now, I'll never be able to change the URL again. So whatever I call my business, my YouTube channel name will change to that. So it will stop being Martin McNeil, or it will stop being McManiac, whatever it comes up as. Well, when you guys see my videos and it says so and so has uploaded a video, what does it say?
I just get Martin McNeil, yeah.
Right. Okay. So that must be because I've changed the image of my name, but the URL for my channel is McManiac. When I decide on a definite shop name and I get a website set up, my YouTube name will change to just Wargames, or Martin's Miniature Madness, or Macca's Mayhem, or Come and Give Me Your Money, whatever.
That one works.
Plastic Crack Feeding Your Addiction. I'm still loving that one, Brian. And I saw a t-shirt, a guy at a tournament last year had a t-shirt on it, just had the Warhammer Fantasy logo, printed across the t-shirt, and then underneath it, people with more disposable income than you since 1984. Just like, I like this.
It'll work.
It's about right though, isn't it? We are part of a luxury cash cow hobby. There are kids dying all over the world because they can't afford to eat, and yet we're spending hundreds of pounds on pointy bits of plastic.
Well, yeah, just think about it with that X-Wing game. All the Chinese people in the factories over there painting those miniatures up, and you know.
Yeah, they're not working hard enough.
Well, yeah. What are these guys buying these things for? You know?
Yeah. Exactly. It does. A joking aside, and I don't want to get into a whole discussion, because it's not because it upsets me. That would be wrong to say that, but it does then start making me think. Us in these first world countries, I'm sitting here on about trying to make a business, an empire, and trying to make my retirement fund for my family, and yet the people who are going to be ultimately putting the stuff in my shop are like fighting to live. It's quite scary, really. but I don't think any of us can be held responsible for where or how we are born.
Yeah.
And I'll move away from that because otherwise it's going to get very deep, very philosophical, and
Yeah, I haven't had enough to drink for that.
yeah, to be fair, me neither, mate. But you know what? We need one of them nights. Let's do a live hangout for 18 plus only. Because that means we don't have to watch what we say. And do you ever remember watching Peter Sellers and Norman Cook? No, Peter
Dudley
Cook,
Moore and
Dudley
Peter.
Moore, that's it, and Peter Sellers, where they just got drunk on stage.
Yeah.
And the more drunk they got, the better the show got.
Good old Pete and Dud.
We need to do that. It could be epically amazing and like go viral instantly, or get us banned from YouTube for life.
I think I know which one it would be.
Yeah, let's not do that. Camelot, 'tis a silly place. Let's not go there. Stoner Steve, have you thought about making your shop different with some kind of gimmick? Taking it to a grim, dark place. I kind of touched on that much earlier on. I'm going with the exact opposite. It's going to be a bright, shiny place. It's Disney. No, it's not Disney. I've got shiny buttons and everything now. Mouse ears everywhere. I'm going to have it very, very opposite to grim and dark. The tables will be grim and dark, and they will be. I love terrain. I love very scenic tables, so I will make the tables as scenic and attractive as I can. But the shop needs to be bright because the people who are painting in it, there's nothing worse than going into a shop and not actually being able to see the model you're painting properly. When you have dark carpets and you drop dark plastic and you can't find it, and everybody does it, you can never find that dark Eldar head that you drop on Games Workshop's carpet. You just can't find it. The Hoover can find it, but you can't. Not the Games Workshop, not Hoovers.
That's terrible. If I could get a kid to hoover up, then Belfast was hoovered occasionally.
Exactly.
Just because I couldn't be bothered taking it out of the back.
But yeah, so white tiles on the floor, which was to those that weren't here earlier on. One, you can see your stuff. Two, 90% of the stuff is plastic now, so it won't break when it hits the tile, and if it does, then you'll just have to buy glue off me to fix it. So why?
This is just because you hate metal models, isn't it?
I don't like them.
Everything's going to be hard and sharp, so all your metal stuff chips and breaks. Ha ha ha! By plastic.
If you drop a metal ogre, did they make ogres in metal?
Oh god, yes. In fact, I'm just sitting here cleaning Scrag the Slaughterer up.
So you drop that on my ceramic tiles, I'm going to need a new ceramic tile.
Yeah, you really will with Scrag, to be brutally honest.
They are heavy. They're offensive weapons now.
Box of dragon
My
ogre just
giants
throwing.
and drop them on your floor.
Oh, nice. One of the big marauder giants.
Ouch. On the note of a giant, I'm thinking of buying when next time at Warhammer World, the Forge World Fantasy Giant, and then with that, I'm going to make a huge, big Night Goblin hood.
Nice.
And have a Night Goblin Giant. He's just a bit confused because they're not very clever.
Well, very confused.
I just think it could look fun. Just a hood, no cape or anything, or maybe a tiny, tiny little cape that doesn't even cover his shoulder. But just this big, like, goblin hood, so he would look like he's part of the Night Goblin army. It's the only way I can think of getting a giant into my army. They might look crap, but you know what? It'd be fun doing it. But yeah, so bright white tiles with ceramic, so that if paint and stuff spilled on them, it's much easier to clean up. It dries quicker. It doesn't have stains, and it doesn't smell. And it needs to be a nice place to walk into. Taking it to a good dark place. He's just said that. Different gimmick. No, I liked the 80s idea I meant the world hunger was the grim. Ah, right, yeah. We were taking the conversation to grim dark place. Right, I get it. That's the problem with these question things is they come in a little bit after the conversation, and if the conversation's changed all of a sudden, the question could mean something different. You can have fun with that, though. And Garrett's have answered there. Delivery for it. Now, the delivery for war games, because unless somebody really, really blows my mind with something else, my story's going to be called War Games. Would it be too cheeky to use almost an identical font to the War Games movie? Couldn't be identical because I'm copyrighted then.
No, well, would it be cheeky? Yes. Should you do it? I think so. And it was Joshua, by the way, because I went and looked it up.
Joshua, it was.
Because that would have killed me otherwise. The alternative is I've seen plenty of hobby-based stores that have used very similar to GW's font.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't do that.
It does make it very recognisable, though.
It does, but my issue with that is you don't have to do much to piss GW off, and the second that you do, they just stop supplying you, and they're not bothered if you moan and kick and scream about it because they've got better lawyers than you're ever going to be able to afford. They win. So, not that you constantly have to bend over for them, but you kind of do a little bit. So I wouldn't use their font style, but what I would have is like, so if you imagine the banner across the top of the shop would be War Games, and then underneath it, trailing right along the bottom, would be Warhammer 40,000, Bolt Action, Flames of War, Warlord, Mantic. I'd have all the other logos underneath it, so the big imposing one that's lit up with proper lights and everything is War Games. Underneath it is all the things that stop.
Everybody else.
Around the windows would be all the vinyl stickers around the windows and everything, but it would be very obvious then what I sell. People are still coming asking if I sell Xbox games though.
Oh God, yeah. That goes without. That used to drive me up the wall. That really did. And you know why that happened? I'm digressing again, which I know is unlike me. In the UK, directory inquiries used some form of early internet, essentially. So if somebody would phone up and would go, "I'd like the number for game, please," they would just type game into their search engine, and it would bring up a list then of games that were listed in the telephone directory. Games Workshop paid extra to actually, instead of just having, the regular writing on a white background or whatever font they happen to use, they actually had the full Games Workshop logo in colour. So they had the yellow and red thing, which meant if Joe Blogg was sitting there at their screen when somebody phoned up and went, "Can you give me the number of game in Belfast?" They'd just go, "Game Belfast," and there was a big massive logo saying Games Workshop, and they would go, "That's the number, here's your number now." And so we would constantly get people going, "Such and such is out tomorrow, the new GTA is out, can we come in and get it?" And they go, "Oh yes, of course you can. Do you need to reserve?" "Oh no, don't worry about that." And so the amount of people who must have trucked into that game looking for what they thought was a pre-ordered copy of something that they were assured 100% would be there for them, and wasn't, because they've been talking to me.
Well, I remember having an argument with I say an argument. It made me sound bad if I was arguing with old ladies, but it was a debate with a older. She must have been 70. Came into GW Southport, and Kia just lost interest instantly because she wouldn't listen. So I walked over to try and help them out and have a bit of fun, if I'm completely honest. And she was going on turning around with a game bag with a Xbox game inside. I bought this for my grandson, and it's not the right game. He's asked me, "Can I swap it?" And I only bought it from him yesterday. Why wouldn't you take it back? And he tried explaining. So I went over and I turned around and said, "Right, not only will I take that game off you and swap it, I will give you a copy of every other brand new release game if you can find a place on this shelf anywhere in the shop where that goes." And she walked around the shop for about half an hour looking to find where, and she was convinced that she was going to find somewhere. I said to her, this doesn't sell, that's a computer game. This sells tabletop games, not the same thing. But I was in here yesterday. I said, you might have been in here yesterday having the same conversation. I can't vouch for that. But you definitely didn't buy that game here. Got a carrier bag and said, look, the carrier bags are different. Oh, you must have changed them. Companies change things all the time. Overnight, yeah. It's just
Specifically to wind you up, love. Don't you worry.
it's terrible. Garrett's just put a couple of things there. Given my experience in GW Manchester, for those that don't know, and other games, another game shop, might I suggest working aircon and instructional material on personal hygiene? Definitely. Perhaps some free soap with every purchase. That's a bit too much. I've seen parents walk away from GW not because of nerdophobia, but because of nerd aromaphobia. I like nerd aromaphobia. That's a name for a band.
I Febreze deluded the kids once.
You got to.
It was a Thursday night game. The place was, there must have been about 40 of them around the table. And the place was absolutely rank, middle of summer. And I just had enough, so I walked around in a circle and just sprayed Febreze over everybody at the gaming table.
Yeah.
Well, down one side of the door and up the other side. They were heaving.
Yeah, I would have some sort of sign on the door. No, like people have no canvases here. I would have some sort of sign on the door and maybe somewhere inside the shop. Please be aware of your own personal hygiene, as it is not just you that is affected. It is for the company. Something polite and politically correct, so I'm not getting into trouble. I probably would even go as far as to have, maybe not like when you go on a night out and you have the lucky man in the toilet offering you deodorant and aftershave, yeah. Maybe not employ somebody to stand in the toilet, but maybe actually have some free nicer smelling products, like a bottle of Lynx or whatever in the corner.
Just a sign by the door. You clean your miniatures. Why won't you clean yourself?
Yeah, mold lines aren't just for miniatures. Jason says, hi Martin, enjoyed the show tonight, going to bed now. Good night, Jace. And Gareth again, an old games store in Manchester used to have an exact replica of GW's website. I think I know the one you're on about, and there's a reason why they're an old store and they haven't got it anymore. GW Legal Team has a whole building opposite Warhammer World that a floor is dedicated just to their legal team. It's quite scary. But maybe that's why models are so expensive, because we're paying for their lawyers. Anyway. I get close to the phone. But yeah, the delivery. I was thinking of using that War Games logo.
So it was just like a green 80s computer font, really, wasn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
With a bit of like an A-Team sort of feel to it. Almost like an A-Team font. Roundabout Toys. What, as a name for the business? Roundabout Toys. No, we can't be talking about the name of the business, surely not. I wouldn't suggest for 1 minute that we were playing with toys. We're grown men.
You don't watch Gloomdreddy, do you?
Which?
Gloomdreddy. She's a German wargamer. She refers to them as war dollies. When you're playing with your war dollies, well, it's a fair point. You can try and dress it up any way you want.
Yeah. Well, I got into. I was saying to you earlier on, wasn't I, about I left the club.
Yeah.
The Apocalypse game didn't go particularly well. My team won. There was no doubt about that. We, as the forces of chaos, destroyed the Imperium of Man.
Terrible.
Fantastic. And my Dark Eldar didn't even need to turn up. They just locked up afterwards and took the souls back for Slaanesh. But again, I'm digressing. It when it then caused me to ask the question about other games, it all, as happened very easily, got heated on the forums, and the committee, who I ended up calling the Inquisition, and I got into trouble for calling the committee the Inquisition. And I said, if you were a GW only club, then why can't I use a GW reference? And I got arsey with them, basically. And it got all very daft, and then I started getting threatened by one of the guys.
Oh, nice.
And I just turned around and said, right, I'm going to stop it here. I'm going to walk away from it before I lose my temper, because at the moment I'm just wound up and angry. And at what point do we need to actually start threatening violence over toy soldiers? I didn't realise our lives were that sad.
Yeah.
In the words of the Dragon's Den, I'm out. And I just walked away from it. I just thought, nah.
What was it they said in Doctor Strangelove? No fighting in the war room.
And I see it at tournaments, and I've done it myself. I remember a game at a tournament a year or two ago down at Warhammer World, and I was it was a staff member, manager of a store, whatever, and he was blatantly trying to be too nice. He was nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Steve just put, yes, let's torture her with a comfy chair and a tickly feather. But he was, when somebody's falsely nice, like over complimentary about things, and you're just like, you're not buying me best game, but mate, it's not happening. And then whatever the rule was didn't work, and it was a series of things, and he ended up calling one of the guys over. It was either Nick or John, the event organisers. And obviously he knows that I don't. You kind of at that point think, I'm arguing against staff here, I'm not going to win this. And sure enough, I didn't win the argument. And whether I was right or wrong, I was willing to roll off. He wasn't. And it was one of those interpretation things. Something to do with vector lock. And if you're in vector lock, can you then go into, rather than being vector locked, could I drop into horror mode with my Storm Talon? And therefore I wouldn't be vector lock anymore. There was nothing to say I couldn't, and blah blah blah, whatever. And when it got ruled against me, I saw red. In my mind, I had an image of me flipping the table over at this fella and just jumping over and just killing him. And as soon as I saw that, I just put my hand out to him and I shook his hand. He went, what? I said, I need to walk away from this table. And he said, why? And I said, because this is a game and you've just made me angry by going to that extent over a rule for a game that you can't win. You physically can't win this game that we're playing. I've won it already. You're just playing it out for the sake of playing it out. You've just wasted a load of time. You've got you're a staff member who's got a friend over to rule in your favour, and it's dead obvious what you've done. You took all the enjoyment out of me. So have your win. I concede. I give you the win against all odds. I need to walk away. He goes, oh, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Oh, mate. And he was trying to be nice again. And I'd suggest you stop talking to me, or the vision I've had in my head is going to happen. He went, what do you mean? And I said, that table goes upside down and you end up underneath it. He was like, don't need to be like that. I went, hence why I'm walking away. Let me go. And I was just like, I'm not a violent person. But push me far enough and
you're making me,
No, people aren't violent until they're made to be. And it's a game. It's a game of toy soldiers. And I don't know. But hey ho. The good news is it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and the title.
So it is.
The title of this hangout is now very, very appropriate. I take it you guys got the reference from the title. I would expect you two guys who are with me here to know the song.
I didn't even say there are titles to these things. You're kidding me.
Tuesday's Gone with Martin and Others, maybe. It's just a Lynyrd Skynyrd song that I particularly like. Tuesday's Gone.
Oh, so it is. There we are. And of course, now we're into April 1st, so I feel like opening some random websites. See if Games Workshop have done anything particularly funny for April Fool's Day.
They do tend to, don't they? They have got a sense of humour. Yeah, let's see.
It's normally on the White Dwarf page, isn't it?
That was a good visit that though, haven't they? They don't have a White Dwarf page anymore.
What's new from the White Dwarf team today? Look at that. It's Adeptus Mechanicus at 2350. That must be a joke.
That's quite serious. What's the picture inside
I don't know.
the workshop? Oh, it's like golden. Oh no, it's the mechanical symbol. That's not. It's got the mechanical clogs behind the Games Workshop, and then it's got like an Imperial fist holding a lightning.
It's quite dull. Beast of War had a good one. Dead
You know
Dave.
what though? It's only 1 o'clock. Maybe they won't launch until 8 o'clock.
Well, that's true. Dead Dave threw out a forum post on the Beast of War forum there, and it said Games Workshop to bring back specialist games. So I just clicked on it, and then it's just him going, gotcha. It's kind of mad.
I thought you were going to
Yeah,
say squats for a bit.
Oh,
That's too obvious. Do you know what? One of the lads in the club last week, we brought some. They wear squats, but they were a particular type of them. Big iron helmets off. They just look like tiny little chaos dwarfs. And I can't remember what he called them. I don't remember them as a mini.
Hearthguard.
No. I don't even think if you said it, I'd remember because I was half watching this Apocalypse game that I was doing. I showed me them. I thought they were fantastic. As squats were squats about in 2nd edition.
Yeah.
See, I don't remember them, and I played 2nd edition back in the Rogue Trader and beginning of 2nd edition. I was playing them, and I just don't remember squats. So maybe they didn't hold any appeal to me.
They went away between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
But they didn't get a 2nd edition codex. You only had the basic army list from the box set.
Right.
Then they got eaten by Tyranids.
Then they got eaten. They may return someday, who knows. Every now and again you keep seeing, what was the Demiurge?
Yeah.
That every now and again somebody keeps rocking that green stuff Demiurge mini out going, look, squats, there'll be squats. You cannot see their like again.
What I have just noticed, which I didn't know, because this is live on YouTube, I'm seeing all these questions coming down the side. Like, so Gareth's just put another one on. We just had an email of everybody who's putting questions up on the actual YouTube page. I didn't know that. So at the hope that these people are still watching, I kind of need to answer them. So Jason, we got his, didn't we? He said he was watching live. He said to say hello, and he's got a flu. We Green Stunties, fellow Goblin player. Hey, what have I missed? Am I hearing correct? Are you opening the game shop? No, it's April the 1st, and it was all just a big joke. No, I am. Yes, I am, pending on a successful Kickstarter, which is coming soon. Details to follow. I just need to put a bit more thought, because you can only run a Kickstarter for 60 days, can't you? But 30 days is the norm.
30 days is the norm, but I think 60 is the limit.
Just don't know whether. And they take 3%, don't they? 5% plus up to 3% of each transaction.
I believe so.
For
I've never
the
looked into
credit card payment. So
yeah.
I'm looking at 8% of whatever I earn is going to go to Kickstarter. So you've got to factor that into. What I wouldn't want to do is have a successful Kickstarter, get 15 grand, for example, and go, wow, this is fantastic. You people love me and you're fantastic, and let's go to the store. And then I can't do it.
Because you've lost.
I need to make sure that all the bits are in place first. I don't mind if it happens and then it takes 6 months to open, because I've still got to secure the premises and stuff like that. But it's almost a vicious circle. I've got to have the money in place to start truly actioning the other things, but I need to know that I can action the other things to request the money to be in place.
Catch 22.
Yes. Snail Master Wargaming commenting about locals helping for free. That definitely happens at my friendly local game store. It's partly because it's still in its opening stages, so I'm sure you can get it to work in your store. It sounds like, and then I'd have to go into the video to read the rest of it. Morg TV painting classes paid £50 per ticket. This is something that I didn't touch on before. The recognised artists will always sell out and give you good PR. Yes, I can use an airbrush. I'm no master at it, but I can use it. So I would run a basic introduction to airbrushing. I'd have 20 airbrushes set up, obviously donated by whoever wants me to sell their airbrushes. And I'd run a basic airbrush starter class. In Manchester, there's a company called Gollum Painting Studio, and apparently they're very, very, very good. And they run painting masterclasses in their own studios, but they're happy to do like a roadshow type thing, where I pay them to come into me, but then I sell. So I might pay them £25 a head, but I charge £50 a head. And that's from the Morg TV. Very good idea. Something I've got written down somewhere, but I'd forgotten to mention tonight. But yes, definitely. Mark Senior has actually written Joshua, so
Yeah, one step ahead of us.
got in there. Yeah. Lloyd Nieto, you guys have any thoughts on Warhammer Fantasy Battle and the direction it's heading? Yes, I have, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. But there was something I wanted to talk about before I went to that, and I can't remember. New Mechanicus toys, including new leaked pit droids. You like or doesn't like? I don't like the new Mechanicus stuff. They should have left it where it was, and they shouldn't be bringing it into 40k. That's my 2 cents worth.
You know what's better than that? You know the Walker, the Balls Astride, which I'm pretty sure is its name. If you look at it, it looks like somebody's got Johnny Five from Short Circuit and stapled him to the front.
Yeah, it's very, very Blanchester, isn't it? It's beyond grimdark. It's actually a little bit disturbing, considering they're trying to move away from all this naked demon stuff with Slaanesh, and there's even talk of Slaanesh being killed off. That's quite a disturbing model, I think, that Walker. I don't dislike it, but I don't like it. Is there space for it in 40k? I instantly say no, I don't want it. But why the hell not? I won't buy them, but then I don't buy Imperial Guard either. I don't buy Necrons. I can't tolerate Necrons. I despise Necrons. I just don't like them. So I'll never play them. Doesn't mean I don't like them being in there. I'll play against them. In fact, because I dislike them, I enjoy killing them even more. So actually, yeah, bring in the Mechanicus, and I'll just kill them as well. My Dark Eldar can kill anything. It's fine. And if they can't, my White Scars and my Chaos definitely will. But yeah, there was something I wanted to mention before I went into fantasy. Oh, Warhammer Mania. There's going to be a video up in the next couple of days about like another sort of push, if you like, for not even a push. I think there's about 25 of us so far going down there. Are you going to make it over, Joe?
I don't know. At the moment, there might be I'm not going to say a tournament, a friendly gaming group in Sweden. I know a few guys over there, and they're planning on having something around the same time, but he hasn't given me the firm date yet.
Yeah.
And I've been threatening to go over to Sweden for a while, so it could go either way.
Yeah, it'll possibly be more fun over in Sweden, to be fair. Not that Warhammer Mania's not going to be fun, but if you've been threatening it for a while, then you kind of should stick to that commitment.
Well, that's it.
But if you can make it, then great.
If it doesn't clash, I'll.
I'm going to do as structured as I have ever done video, because I don't do structured videos. Even that How to Play 40k wasn't particularly structured. It was, but in my sense. But it's got good response. Warhammer Mania. Lots of people seem excited about it. Lots of people seem interested. The first Smack Talk video that went up, which Craig had trained directed all the graphics for, and Stephen Sayers coming in, then Nick Beer coming in. That's fantastic. There's another one coming up for the next challenge very soon. I'm just waiting for the second part of it to click it all together, or well, for Craig to click it all together. And then there is going to be a video coming up for the Royal Rumble, which ultimately this is all Nick and Steven's fault. The YouTubers Meetup was an idea that I had. They decided to do a smack talk thing. I instantly thought of wrestling. I then thought of 90s WWF style big arena wrestling and Warhammer Mania. That just seemed a natural thing. And I was like, well, we've got to have a main event. Let's have a Royal Rumble. And to be fair, the Google Plus group, for those that have joined it because they're coming to Warhammer Mania, there's been some really good interest in it. We've got a maximum of 30 spaces, if you like, in the Royal Rumble. You can have 5,000 people turn up to Warhammer Mania. Well, that won't happen, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can have as many people. There's no tickets. This doesn't cost anything. I'm not making any money out of it. I'm just organising it. It's just a bit of fun and a chance to meet these people that we all see on video all the time.
Yeah.
All meet each other, and it'd be good crack. Unfortunately, the guys like Brian, yourself over in America, it'd be great to get you over here, but funds don't allow it, obviously. So you'll just get the benefit of all the videos. Wargaming Mania store name, because of this beer conversation. Wargaming Mania could. I don't mind that one actually. That's just sitting just behind it. It was good enough that it just knocked me concentration, so that's impressive. Impressive. But anyway, so the Royal Rumble, maximum 30 entrants, because you can't have more than 30 people in the WWF Royal Rumble. I'm not entering it, I'm the referee. And I don't want to spoil too much for those of you that aren't going to be there, because it'll make the video more fun. But ultimately, anybody who's watching this far into this video, you've got 150 points to spend on a character. It doesn't have to be an independent character, so by all means just take a squad sergeant. He'll die, but take a squad sergeant. Face the odds, let's do it. Has to be a character, like a person. It can't be a vehicle, so you can't take a Blood Angel Librarian Dreadnought. It's just not going to fly, because I know that they're 150 points. I have limited it to 150 points because otherwise it would just be a power play between the likes of, say, Mephiston and Typhus or whatever. 150 points, you've got to think about who you take. And we've got everything from, there's a Vindicar Assassin in there, which is the shooty assassin.
Nice.
Pointless to be in close combat.
Yeah, I would have went Eversville myself, but that's me.
But you could.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. He's got the model and he's built it. That's Marcus Archer. Marcus, because like 69, he's built it to look like Boba Fett, and he wants to play it, and that's
Sweet.
absolutely perfect. That's what this Royal Rumble's about. It's not about, I've got the best, cheesiest player. Ibu Vale is taking a basic Emperor's Champion from Imperial Guard. The odds are worse than Rocky Balboa winning that fight, but it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Especially if he comes in last and there's only a couple of people.
Well, and also, even if he doesn't come in last, people might just think, oh yeah, I'll deal with him later. I need to be taking the wounds off the big guy. And that's where the mind tricks all come into it. And I've got things to fuck about with that anyway, at 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got things to deal with that. And it's going to be proper rules for combat, so you can only attack who you're in base combat with. Everything will be treated as a challenge, so you only attack one person at a time, but if you kill them, it runs through, and you decide who it runs through to. No lookout says, because there's no one to look out to, because you're all independent. And every other round of combat I'll ring the bell, which will be a noise obviously off the laptop, and the next entry will come down the walkway and enter the ring and decide where they want to fight. So whoever's stuck in the middle can't really fight with the guy on the outside unless he kills his way out. So there's almost an element of realism to it. And I just think some of the characters that have been thrown in, so we've got, let's say, an Emperor's Champion. The one that stands out as, unless they roll really badly, they're going to do really well, is Lelith Heraspix. He's been thrown in, 150 points on the nose. Ignores armor saves, weapon skill 9, so generally needing 5s to hit her, 70,000 attacks, on a -1. Do you know what I mean? She's awesome, but she's only got a 3 up invulnerable save. She's only toughness 3, so if you hit her with anything more than 6, she's dead. It's not a dead cert. We've got some big old warboss in there. Captain Lamartes of the Blood Angels is in there.
Ooh, Solitaire's only 145.
So we could have a Solitaire in there. How much is a Parasite's Kiss? How convincing is it?
I think he comes with a standard.
Because that's a close combat attack, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, because you can spend upgrades. So, there is an Archon with a Husk Blade, a Soul Trap, so every wound it causes, it gains +1 strength. And also the Shadow Field, so it gets the 2+ invulnerable save. That comes in at 145 points. And it makes people think, and it's just going to be loads of fun. There are going to be random shenanigans. Every random amount of minutes, a klaxon will go off, and the umpire might just shout out, "The crowd's gone wild!" And next thing, a frag grenade will be thrown in from the crowd, and it will just land in the centre of the arena and then scatter d6 inches. Whoever it covers gets hit by a frag grenade. Or it might be a melter bomb. It might be a flame template that just some random. There's just going to be random chance things that could happen, just to keep the buzz up. It might last 15 minutes. It might last 5 hours.
Yeah.
I really don't know how it's going to pan out. It could be a catastrophe trying to manage 30 people with 30 combats and 30 dice rolls, but it will be fun no matter what happens, I think. Maybe I should play it out at home first just to see what happens.
Well, the problem with things like this is the minute you try it out at home and then you get there to Warhammer World and you give it another shot, that's when somebody comes up with some peculiar thing that you would never have thought of in a million years. So as long as you have a rough idea of how it's going to play, you should be just wing it a prayer.
I think there will be enough instant death happening and enough wounds caused. I can't see more than 15, 16 miniatures being in the arena at any one point. And that's great, because I remember back to the very first Royal Rumble, and I remember one of the bushwhackers coming straight in, doing his marks like this, coming straight through the ropes, and the earthquake literally lifted him up and threw him straight off the other side. He came in and went straight out. He wasn't even in for 5 seconds, and he just carried on like this right the way back out of the arena.
Nice.
That's hilarious. That could happen. You know what I mean? Captain Marvo might walk in and get killed, and then he's out of the game. It's all for kicks, isn't it?
That's it. Shits and giggles.
That's it, and that's what the whole 2 days is about. It's just about having a bit of fun, meeting up with people. I'll have just done Throwing the Skulls, so I'll have done. There's going to be a video on that tomorrow. I'm going to do a video on Throwing the Skulls because it's changed massively. I'm going to have just done 5 competitive 40k games, so I'm not bothered if I don't get a game on the Monday and Tuesday. If somebody specifically wants to play against me, I'll have an army there and I'll potentially play it, but I'd sooner be walking around making sure everybody else is is all right. As much as it's not a paid event, so therefore I don't have to do anything, I kind of feel like I've organised it, so I've got to host it to an extent. And yeah, anybody that can make it is just brilliant. Sorry, I'm just seeing if that was more comments. That's on my aliens video. But yeah, so if you can get down to it, I said there's going to be a better video rather than this chat, because I can't see anybody watch. We must have been chatting for 3 or 4 hours now. Or should I say, I must have been chatting for 3 or 4 hours, and you guys have been inputting where I stop for breath. I talk a lot. But somebody's just asked, I forget who it was, who's just asked about my thoughts or our thoughts on fantasy and where it's going. So I'll say my piece very quickly, because I don't know much about fantasy. From what I believe, what they've now done in the Archaon book is they've literally killed fantasy, haven't they? And it's going to have to all start all over again. I personally think that is genius, fantastic, and I'm looking forward to it. I played fantasy back in 1990 when they released first edition with the High Elves and Night Goblins. But at 11 years of age, I wasn't interested in reading all the background and fluff. I hear names like Nagash and Sigmund and Gotrek and Felix. I don't know who all these people are. I'm not going to read back through 8 editions of fantasy to immerse myself in the fluff. So if they're going to start the fluff again from the beginning, that's great for the likes of me as a new player, because I can live it from the start. I see for the older players, I can see why some people will be upset. But personally, I think you should look at it as, man, you know your history, you've had it. It's only fake anyway, but you know the history that was created for it. You get to relive it all over again and see how they make subtle changes. I think it's a win-win situation for everyone if they're going to start from the beginning again. And at that point, I will hand over to you two guys.
I think I'll have a shot at this one first. Depending on how they do it, it could work well. However, and this is where you have to take it with a pinch of salt, because obviously most of it is rumor based at the moment. The Archaon book ends with the world literally being destroyed. There's nothing left bar the embodiment of the god Sigmar floating through space, grabbing hold of some orb. I haven't read the rest of the fluff yet, so I'm not sure how important that is. If they blew the world up, fine. If it goes off into little bubbles of reality, like some people have talked about, and they have their own fluff or whatever, fine. None of that bothers me. The problem I have is that they're wanting to, or the rumors say they're wanting to get more people involved, and so they're changing it to round bases and skirmish and smaller, and that's grand. If you want to make a skirmish game, make a skirmish game. They had one before, it was called Mordheim. It was great. I play Warhammer because I want massed fantasy battle. And if they're going, Warhammer isn't selling, let's make it smaller, that's not Warhammer. That's like going, chess isn't selling, let's get rid of all the difficult pieces and replace them with single tokens and we'll call it drafts. Yes, it's easier for people to get into. It's not the same game. And that's my problem, which is why I have everything for 8th. And I have it all sitting here, and we're just going to keep ploughing on with 8th. If 9th is just a change to the fluff, grand. If they change the entire game, then that's a new game. And I might play it because it's a new game, but it won't be Warhammer. And it was always called Warhammer Fantasy Massed Battle System. The first 3 books, the original Warhammer was Massed Battle System.
Yeah.
So I want my blocks of 50 and 100 men. I don't want 5.
Yeah, and that's what the game should be. And where I was going to jump in from a comical point of view is, at least with drafts, you can fit that inside the chessboard as well. And generally speaking, you play the both on the one game. So anyway, comedy moment was too late. My response to that, and then I'll shoot over to Brian, is yeah, I can understand why that would upset most people who have invested a lot of money, and I did that big long video about everybody getting upset before we know what's happening.
Well, that's it, and that's. I was looking at that and I watched it, and
Yeah.
I agree with you. We won't know until it actually hits, until
Yeah.
we actually see ninth.
When it hits, if ninth is everything that people are dreading, then I expect everybody to get upset, and quite rightly so. My issue has always just been, don't get upset until you know.
Yeah.
You're wasting your energy. But I think what I would like to see is a new fantasy player. I've invested a lot of money very recently in an 8th edition army, knowing that 9th edition is coming out. I see it as three things: a skirmish game. It's nice and cheap for new people to get into, and they can sell some products. You've then got your old world game, which would be what we know as 8th, but with tweaked rules, such that a new edition of the rules, certain broken rules fixed, and new unbroken rules made broken. Because that's what happens with every rule set.
Yeah.
And then an apocalypse style game, which would be end times or new times. If they can split it across 3 games, like they've got 40k, you can play the big, huge apocalypse games. You can play bound games, which I would class as a more structured army game, and you have to put thought into it. Or you can play unbound games, which is just, oh, I've got these models, can I just use them? Now, yes, you can break every single one of them. You can make broken, unbound lists if you want to be that guy. But unbound to me is just a way of having some fun with a loose set of rules for the game. Battleforged Armies is a structured, point-based game, and then Apocalypse is, wow, yeah, I've got all these hundreds of models. Well, let's have some serious fun over a whole weekend.
Yeah.
And if they do that with fantasy, I'm 100% brought in. And I am going to pass to you now, Brian. I just somebody's on and wrote a few questions here. The Infomaniac. Hello, Hammerheads. How goes it? Hello, we're all good. When I go to conventions, I mostly focus on getting the autographs I want. I've met a lot of people from Doctor Who and Star Wars. One of my mates has just been to Dusseldorf, JediCon over in Dusseldorf, and he got Boba Fett's autograph.
Sweet.
He went as Darth Reaper, and his girlfriend, who is a legend in my eyes, and I've had serious words with my wife about leaving her, because she went as Darth Talon.
Oh, excellent.
Do you guys go to conventions? The next convention on my list is Wales Comic Con in Wrexham, North Wales. That's only down the road from me. I've never been to a Comic Con or a convention, and cosplay to me interests me, but I don't know whether I'm ready to put my foot into that pond. It's expensive, and if you don't do it right, I think you look silly. You've got to. If you're going to do cosplay, you've got to do it well, because otherwise,
You look like an ass.
yeah. If you take a Blue Peter approach to cosplay and make it out of sticky back plastic and some old toilet rolls, it looks like it's made out of old toilet rolls. And I look at the 501st Garrison, who have all like the stormtroopers,
Yeah.
Darth Vader. They've got the proper gear. That photo I have on my banner, where I'm doing my Han Solo and I've got the stormtroopers, that's the 501st Garrison. That was a load of them over at Carfest a couple of years ago. If I was going to do it, I'd have to do it properly. So the Infomaniac, I hope that answered your questions. And at that point, straight over to you, Brian, before something else interrupts me. Your opinion on 9th edition fantasy, if you have one.
Well, pretty much you guys shared everything along my train of thought with it. My brother was probably the most upset because he's, hearing the rumors, because he's a fluff, really up on the fluff and the grimdark of the stuff, and we all grew up with it. I'm kind of like sharing the same kind of thoughts that if the game doesn't take away and make it like where you can't run your big blocks of troops and everything like Warhammer Fantasy always has been, and then just make it something totally else, yeah, that's going to be a deal breaker for me. If they add and make it where you have like a Mordheim ability skirmish game that you can do on the side, or maybe even inclusive running a skirmish while doing your big game at once, that'd be kind of cool, where you
Yeah.
could have guys skirmishing in buildings or something while your main forces are going, and you've got 2 objectives going. That'd be cool.
I like that.
But yeah, I think we just have to wait and see. I mean that's ultimately all we can do, and in the side thing, if they jack it up so bad, I've got every edition of Warhammer to play, so I don't really worry about it.
Exactly, and it's kind of what obviously Jerry just said. Just carry on playing it. It's what I said in that video. Is everybody has a right to get upset, but ultimately, Games Workshop aren't forcing you into anything. You do what you want with your money. You do what you want with your time, and as much as you might get upset that they have not taken the game in the direction you wanted to, the game that you bought into is still there. No one's taking it away. Yes, they won't run tournaments of old games. They'll only be of the new style games. Don't come to the tournaments for it. Buy into Kings of War. Buy into whatever else you want to buy into the hobby. 15 years ago, Games Workshop dictated everything in this hobby because they were the only player. But now, well, the whole conversation has been about a gaming store, a hobby centre. It's not a gaming store, it's a hobby centre, because there's so much diversity and choice. You can play fantasy, you can play sci-fi, or you can play a hybrid of fantasy sci-fi. There are all sorts of deck building games. There are pure tabletop games. There are like Space Hulk type games where it's laying. I forget what they call them. Map laying games.
Dungeon crawlers.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
There are so many options and different types of games. Ultimately, we love to play games, so we'll find it one way or the other. But my whole argument in that big video I did, which that's like nearly on 7,000 views, that video now, it's insane how big that video went. And my view was very simple on it, is get upset when it's time to get upset. But don't stay upset for very long, because there's no need to be. And it is a game. Rumours are rumours. And just... GW is a business first and foremost. Jerry, right at the very beginning of this conversation, you said they've never really tried to hide what their business model is. They make models, so they're only doing what is best for them. And with the increasing pressure from Mantic and from Warlord Games and from Fantasy Flight and whoever else are putting all these games out, they've got to look at them all and say, right, well, fantasy's not selling the way it used to. The old boys who have been into it for years, who have bought all their armies, and are only buying stuff off eBay now anyway, because they just want the older stuff that we don't make anymore. We can't satisfy them. We're not selling to them. They're going to either fall out of the hobby or pass away or whatever eventually anyway. We're not getting any fresh blood into the game, so what are we going to do? Are we just going to let Mantic take over? No, are we? Heck. So we'll rejuvenate the whole thing. Yes, we're going to lose a lot of people, but you know what? We'll gain a lot of new people. Hate is going to hate. That's kind of the expression to it, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what they told me.
I know, like here where I live locally, the Warhammer fantasy scene's pretty much died off almost altogether. And I'm not in a big community, but just outside of Kansas City. Kansas City might be a little bit different, but where I'm at, when I was growing up, a lot of people were playing both 40K and fantasy, but with the 8th edition, I guess a lot of people just didn't want to shell out the money for the bigger units. It didn't bother me because I was already established in it, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think that by rebooting 9th, if they do it right, they could get new blood, like you say.
I think one of the biggest changes they made was 8th. 8th was a total shift. 1st to 7th had been minor adjustments over time, and 8th really changed the amount of models needed for an army, and it was almost as if to try and increase the fantasy sales, they had gone for that horde thing and to get existing players. And now people say it's too expensive to get into fantasy. The reason it's too expensive to get into fantasy is it was pushed that way. They had to keep raising the bar to get the money in from existing players, to add to units that they already had. And yeah, so it was almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy that it would hit a point where they would price themselves out of the market with the current rule set or the current strategy behind it. So
that's it. I before Christmas was sat in Loughborough store, which is my friend Jamie's manager there. I'd had, and I'm sure I've said this on YouTube before, but I got back into 40k at 6th edition. At 6th edition, and I laughed and joked with my wife. She wanted another child. I said no. She said yes. I said, well, you kind of need me for it. She said, don't bet your life on it. And it went down that line for a week or two. And I laughing and joking with her because she hates my hobby. I said, listen, Georgia, that's my little girl. I said, she's your hobby. That's ultimately my daughter is your hobby because you do everything for her, you spend all your money and everything else, and blah 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 blah. And I spend all my money on domestic toy soldiers. It's my hobby. If you want an addition to your hobby, which is like a branch away from your hobby, the baby, then I get to start playing fantasy. That will be my second addition. She turned and said, that's a completely different thing. This is another child. I went, okay. She said, so they're the same family. So it's 2 children, the same family. I'm going with the same company. I'm not starting a new game. A new system within GW. And she had no argument to me because it was ultimately a joke. But when we found out she was pregnant, I was sat in Loughborough a couple of months down the line of being pregnant. This was November, I think, last year. And Jamie turned around and goes, so haven't you got to start fantasy now? I went, oh, I'm, yeah. And I looked at the fantasy range. I've never really paid any attention since I got back into GW. And I looked at it all and said, right, what am I going to play? I can't be bothered building a big horde army because the thought, not the cost. The cost wasn't so much an issue to me, but the thought of having to buy, build, and paint a huge horde army just deterred me. So I was going to go ogres because I thought, you buy that battle force for 70 quid, and you've pretty much got an army in there anyway. And I was going to do that, but I just loved Night Goblins, and thought, it's not something I'm going to play properly. This is more just something to collect and to theme. And I went with Horde, and the money that it's costing me to buy new a 2,400 point Horde army for Night Goblins only, it's costing me 600 or 700 quid. Now that's because I'm doing a lot of squigs, granted, but 8th edition, I can't speak for the previous editions because I don't know, but 8th edition is all about, especially if you're going to play competitively, it's about having the 4 units, and they cost a lot of money. So it deters. What kid who's like, what non-employed person, so either children or students or whatever, have got that sort of money to start into a game when actually they can start marathons for 70 quid and have loads of fun?
Yeah.
And that's why they've changed it, I think. But there's a load of questions down the side, so I'm just going to jump into them. Infomaniac. Even though I focus on collecting autographs, I collect almost anything. I would love to get Peter Cushing's autobiography from 1986. It's very hard to find and very expensive. I didn't know that. I've not read it, I've not got it. If I find one, I'll put it straight on eBay.
That's like, I discovered the other day that there was a book written about Lee Harvey Oswald, about the fact that he was in one of 2 bases where the military tested LSD on their servicemen, and the author of the book, who was in the camp with him, thought that Oswald, amongst others, was being set up to be a Manchurian Candidate sleeper cell style assassin. The book was written 2 years before he killed Kennedy. The manuscript was subpoenaed by the Warren Commission, and held under one of the Freedom of Information Acts up until '91, when it was finally released to the publishers, and they published a very short run. You can find the book, but you can't find it cheaper than about £1,000. It's such a small run. It's called Idle Warriors, and I was going, that is just so. I would love to read that book, but it's never going to happen. But the fact that somebody 2 years before Dallas went, wrote a manuscript and took it to the publisher and went, I think this guy is a sleeper assassin. What?
Oh, Christ. It's scary, isn't it, when you get into things like that? He's also put the same guy, I think. Yeah. Have you guys ever listened to Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds? It's an album released in 1978. He's quite right. Absolute classic. I have two immaculate versions of that. It's a double LP. It opens out, and I've got two vinyl copies of it upstairs. Because my mum had it and my dad had it, and when they got together, no, that can't be right because they were together in '78. Anyway, my mum had a copy and my dad had a copy, and their record collections got merged, and I pinched them up. No, so I've got two copies of that, and they're both pretty immaculate. I think right next to them is Top of the Pops 1978, which is less interesting. And moving swiftly on, this is probably the longest hangout I have seen in a long time. I think we might be setting a record. I don't know how long we've been going, but I think I started it about 9:30, was it?
Yeah, it was around that neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's go for 12 hours. I'm game.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just tidying as I work.
I'm not even working anymore. I've still got a Skype.
Nice.
And I put my knife away because it was looking very intimidating. Gareth's back on with, I was working for, I've got millions, well, hundreds of greenskins lying around untouched in my loft. Sorry, Martin. I just wasn't willing to part with them. And I reckon maybe the new edition will get me having a go at playing it. I last played it 20 years ago when I was working for GW. None of my mates had fancy, so I never bothered with anything more than collecting some minis. Mate, keep hold of those hundreds of greenskins, and whatever happens in the next edition, just get them painted 10 at a time. If you bring 200 out, they'll stay as they are. That's almost fact. It's brain freeze before you've even started, isn't it? But they're not exactly difficult to paint. I don't think goblins either, are they? Unless you do what
Depends. He might have forest goblins, lots of feathers.
Oh yeah. Well, I made a rod from here by putting all the little yellow.
Oh, checkers.
Checkers and diamonds and
yeah.
around the hats and 3 different levels of highlights. I made the mistake of doing my first one for the test, with all these different levels of highlights, and then I thought, that's too much work. Started doing the first set of 40, and they didn't look as good as that first one, so I built them all up to that. Now the whole army is going to have to maintain that level. It's just soul destroying. That is the only word for it, is soul destroying. But they look so funny. I like the music. The video that I put up of that unit of 40, that music that I put with them that I found on Incompetech, it should be called The March of the Goblins. it just screams goblins to me. They're up there somewhere. I like that one.
Watching you.
Yeah, the name of my goblin clan, because I couldn't think of one, and then somebody had put as a comment on that YouTube video saying they love the long grass and the way they're sneaking through the grass, and I was like, right, that's it, they are Dat Luna Sneaks, and that's what my clan's called, the Luna Sneaks.
I like it.
It's goblining with the Luna because they've got the moons and they're sneaking through the grass. It's like the store. It does what it says on the tin. Infomaniac's back in with another question there. I'm surprised Christopher Lee is still alive. He's going to be 93 in May, and he is still working. Did you know that Christopher Lee is a massive, massive death metal fan, and last year recorded a Christmas death metal album?
Yeah.
At the age of 92.
It's not his first either. He's released about 3 or 4 albums now.
And at the age he is, he's like proper sort of.
Yeah.
It's like actually are scary.
It's class. You should look up. Apart from being a member of special forces in well, not special forces. He was a James Bond style character.
Yes.
In World War II. In fact, I think Bond was based partly on him. But if you look up his biography, he speaks somewhere in the region of 11 languages, 6 fluently, and the other 5, and sort of he can get by in them.
That's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was it him or Cushing who played Scaramanga?
Him. He played Scaramanga.
Was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mr.
Third Nipple.
And he was the Prince of Darkness, and Cushing was Van Helsing.
Van Helsing.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
I always get them mixed up, and it was Christopher Lee who was Admiral. Why can't I remember his name? That was Cushing in Star Wars, wasn't it? Wasn't Christopher Lee?
Cushing was Grand Moff Tarkin, and Christopher Lee was Count Dooku in the prequels.
Count Dooku.
So,
yeah. And because my first knowledge of those two prolific actors was Hammer Horror. In Dracula, Prince of Darkness. And as a small child of about 8, when I saw that film, for some reason I was allowed to watch horror films. I've always had the two confused, and although I know who they both are, I always get them confused. And because they've been in so many either of the same film at the same time, or like in Star Wars, they've been in different episodes.
Yeah.
It just always
it's there to confuse you. On the subject of Star Wars and autographs, I was flicking through a copy of Toon by Steve Jackson Games the other day while I was talking to somebody on Skype. And Toon's a cartoon role-playing game, and I bought it at a con in WarpCon in Cork years ago. And so I was flicking through there, and as I flicked through, there in the middle of the book was a 10x8 glossy of Michael Shard, Mr. Brunson from Grange Hill, Adolf Hitler in Indiana Jones, and he played Admiral Ozzel in Star Wars, and it was the picture of him as Ozzel, autographed, because we met him at WarpCon, and then we got him massively drunk on poaching, which would be the equivalent of moonshine for you in the States.
Yes.
So much so that when we got to the point of the pub quiz that night, it was a friend of mine he still has a store in Limerick called The Gathering. He was brewing this stuff, and
That's a good name.
Michael had found out that we had some behind, because he had a trade stand there, and so Michael's obviously there signing autographs, and at some point he just wandered by, and myself and Gary were sitting there getting smashed because there was no drinking in the venue, and Michael sort of sauntered up, and I heard you have something, and up came the bottle in the cup, and there it goes. The pub quiz that night, he took the microphone off the bloke who was doing the pub quiz and was standing on a table doing Darth Vader impersonations into the microphone. This man must have been in his 80s at the time. I think we almost killed him that night. That was good.
I like that. I never knew that he was in Star. I knew that he was Mr. Bronson and
Hitler.
I didn't know his name when you first said his name. I didn't know who
Michael Short. No, it's the same as Jeremy Bullock. He's one of the English background actors who just got a part. He's choked to death by good old Pete.
Pete Postlethwaite was in every single movie, but never got a star part.
Yeah.
But he was so many films, though, Pete Postlethwaite, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's the Big Game Hunter. Was it Big Game Hunter in Jurassic Park, or am I imagining that?
I think you might be right. He was in Usual Suspects as Kobayashi. He's been in lots of big films, just never got the big main parts.
Yeah.
What have we got here? Gareth, Nope, Night Goblins, Thank Mork and Gork. Though I do have 2 sets of the School Pass Gobbo, so I reckon there's a good mix of Night and Forest. Yeah, you get the Spider Riders in that. Also loads of Boars, Boys, and Black Orcs, and a bunch of Ogres as dad bosses, maters. Love it.
Orcs.
And then Infomaniacs back in with, I love Richard Burton his performance in George Orwell's 1984 was just outstanding. Sadly, it was his last appearance. Oddly, I didn't know that.
Richard Burton. He does the voiceover in the musical War of the Worlds. You get the voiceover clips are from Burton's narration.
I didn't know that was his last appearance. If that hadn't come up in a comment there and somebody had said when Richard Burton died, I think I'd have probably said in the 90s at some point. But I don't know why. I knew he was dead, but I didn't know when.
The old alcohol for you.
Well, Oliver Reed's another one, isn't he? Oliver Reed. I only found this out quite strangely a couple of years ago. He died while they were filming Gladiator, and they had to use CGI. They had to cut a load of scenes that they were going to put in the movie because they couldn't have him in because he wasn't alive. And the part where he lets Russell Crowe out to the gates, and Russell Crowe turned around and says, "Proximo, are you in danger of becoming a good man?" And he goes, "Rah!" And that apparently it's all cuts from earlier scenes, sort of mashed together and CGI'd on. And I was like, "That's brilliant."
If you go back, and there's death scene at the end as well. That's from earlier in the film, cut together. So
it's absolutely crazy and brilliant. And he's a good actor, Oliver Reed. Haven't been to any American conventions, but I'm sure I'm going to go to one someday. I hope you get out there, Infomaniac. Be good. Go and knock on Brian's door. He'll go with you. Pete Postlethwaite was my mum's drama teacher.
Really, that's awesome.
That's better than my claim to fame. Let's put it that way. Do I out my claim to fame live on YouTube? I'm Gary Barlow's second cousin. There you go. I've done it. But I don't know him and I don't get any of his money, so
that's a shame. Give him a few years. Gary Barlow will be going, you know that guy on YouTube, Martin McNeil? I'm his second cousin.
Yeah, he'll be tweeting me. I doubt it, but hey, you never know. Funny story about that. My cousin, who I played 40k with, he's a closer linked cousin than what I am. In however it is, second cousin, 72 times removed or whatever. And Neil and his brother Simon, who passed away a few years ago, that got me back into 40k. That whole story. They'd been to a party at Gary Barlow's house, and Simon, my cousin who passed away, crashed a golf buggy into Gary Barlow's lake. Brilliant.
Nice.
That's
what family's for.
Yeah, so Gary Barlow wouldn't know me, but if I said, "Oh, do you not remember Simon crashing the golf buggy?" he would then remember him. They did the same thing in The Crow with Brandon Lee. Yeah, I know that they did that with Brandon Lee. That was a bit spooky then, actually, wasn't it? The way that all happened in The Crow, and the fact that there was a real bullet in the gun, and you never know what's just movie Chinese whispers and gossip and what the actual truth is that happened. The story I heard was he nearly died 2 times, and then all of a sudden there was real bullets in what should have been a fake prop gun, and he got shot. And I just don't know how much truth's in that.
I think the coroner's verdict was, excuse me, I'm throwing an ink wash on something to see how it looks. The scene where he's on his knees in the flashback being shot by the group that are murdering him and his girlfriend. So it's actually there. A lot of people think it was in the big club scene when everybody's firing at him, but it was just the single sort of shot as he's lying, or as he's kneeling down in front of them. And rather than being a real bullet, one of the blanks, a bit of the blank had been left behind in the barrel. So when the next blank goes off, the whole thing is blanks are just powder. There's there's nothing to fire. Because of the bit of shrapnel essentially left in the barrel, when they pulled the blank, it actually did just fire out like a normal shot, and so it was that killed him rather than a real bullet being in the gun.
Yeah, rather than somebody planting an assassination bullet. And because let's be honest, he was Bruce Lee's son, but he wasn't that big a target that somebody needed to get.
No,
it's just stories, don't they?
Yeah, it would have been interesting if he'd lived. He was that was his first film of a 3-part series the studio had given him. He was the first actor since Schwarzenegger to be offered a 3-movie deal.
Huh?
They thought he was going to be the next big thing.
Oh, well, to be fair, the film, the Crow, it's a very cult film, isn't it? I love it. I did The Crow. Anybody who's friends with me on Facebook, in fact, no, anybody who's friends with me on Facebook will be friends with my Painted War Games page rather than me as Martin McNeil. I've got photos of when I did The Crow for Fancy Dress years ago. A serious amount of effort went into that costume, to be fair. But more than I thought was ever going to be needed.
Yeah, I did the same. There are pictures of me somewhere as well. They will never see the light of day.
Oh no, mine are happily on Facebook. I also, whilst I'm embarrassing myself with Confessions of Gary Barlow, I did for my 30th birthday, we did Fancy Dress, and I did Robbie Williams off the Let Me Entertain You video, where he's dressed up like Kiss.
Nice.
With a spandex open-chested leotard with rhinestones all over it, and me and one of my friends, Vicky, she ultimately made this costume. I didn't think she'd be able to do it, and I said, if you make it, I'll wear it. Well, she went and made it. So I was walking around Liverpool with a spandex unitard on, with my chest out and my face painted like a Kiss. We ended up going into a gay club which was full of transvestites, and how we ended up in there, God only knows. But this transvestite came up to me at 3 o'clock in the morning, finger on my chest, and went, "You're brave." That flicked my chest. I looked up, as you do at all transvestites because they're all 8 foot tall. I looked up at this transvestite and went, "Why am I brave when I've just done this for one night for my fancy dress for my birthday? You do this every week."
Can't argue with that.
She walked away. At that point, I was just like, "Am I the brave one?"
On that note, then, on fancy dress stories, my family, my mother's side of the family are from Dundalk in the south, which, if you may or may not know of the Coors.
Yes.
You're also from Dundalk. Now, going back a good 15, 20 years probably. Well, 15 years probably would have been.
So 3 sisters then.
3 sisters and Mancore, the brother. That's his name, Mancore. Nobody can. There's Andrea, and then the other 2, and Mancore. That's their names.
Andrea's the really fit one, and then there was another one who was quite fit, and then the third one who was more like the brother, and then the brother.
And then the brother who, as a complete aside, the brother has gone batshit insane. He was on the Late Show in the South, which is the equivalent of like Leno's sort of Late Show, just interviewing, and he was on there, and he pretty much thinks that the Illuminati and lizard people control the world. And afterwards, people were writing in going, "Why did you have this man on the show? He's quite clearly not right in the head. You shouldn't have had him there. It was really bad."
But he might be speaking the truth.
He might be. So
let's not start on the Illuminati.
Well, we'll save that for next week. So, fancy dress.
Save that for our Dudley Moore and Peter Cook. So.
Right, yeah. So fancy dress in the Glencairn Hotel for Halloween, and there was myself, my cousin Gary, and 2 of his mates from university. So they're braver than me. Those 3 guys, who are all big bearded men, were dressed as the females, dressed as the 3 sisters, and I was dressed as Mancore. And we were having a great old time. We were having a bit of crack, getting absolutely snowshoes. They showed up. They're from Dundalk. This was before they were massive and all moved away from Ireland. It was probably after sort of their first album, and it was the biggest sort of nightclub, the best nightclub in Dundalk. Let's put it like that. One of the less skivey ones. So there's the Coors. Well, you haven't seen. They took it really well. To be fair, we got beat by a bloke dressed as Little Bo Peep, which really annoyed us. We were gutted by that, especially when.
Just when you're saying you got beat by, have you all heard the story that Charlie Chaplin entered a Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest and came 3rd?
I have.
I don't know how much truth's in that, but it sounds fantastic.
You'd like to hope so, wouldn't you?
It just sounds like it should be true.
Life's tough sometimes. Come back someday. You may make something of yourself. That type of thing. But yeah, so the cores, they're nice. Except the Nutter.
Yeah. Yeah, and the third sister. I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crisps, but I wouldn't like to over the other two. Unless they came as a threesome, and then that. Anyway. Moving swiftly on. So Gareth's also said that obviously we were talking about movies and actors being CGI'd in. Paul Walker in Fast and the Furious 74. That also happened, didn't it? Because they've made too many of them movies now. They just keep making these Fast and the Furious, and they're all the same. I still watch them, so I'm guilty of putting the money into the pockets, but I just, how far can they go? The Infomaniac, about conventions again. There's a convention in Manchester in late May, and Robert Englund, who obviously is Freddy Krueger, is attending. So going there. To be fair, that would potentially attract me to go there. Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund. I was born in 1979. I'm 36 this year, and the 80s were my childhood. Like pre-teen childhood, but as I've already mentioned, I was watching horror movies at a very young age, which is weird because my mum is one of the strictest women you'll ever meet, but when it came to what's on the telly, she just didn't care. And as kids, we had VHSs back then, which we had pirate videos and whatever. So at 5, when did Thriller come out? Was that 1984?
That neck of the woods, yeah.
Yeah. When that came out, my next door neighbour made me watch it. And I was 5 in 1984, and I had nightmares, and I had to sleep in my mum's bed for weeks because when he turned into it, the werewolf bit was all right, the zombie bit was all right, but at the very end, when Vincent Price is doing the laugh and he turned around and his eyes change into that yellowy red colour, that image, it scared the hell out of me. So my mum's method of getting me over that at 6 years of age was to let me watch Stephen King's Children of the Corn.
Nice. Nice.
She sat and watched it with me, and I think I literally weed my pants.
Funny
I
enough,
was that scared of Malika.
I think one of the earliest horror films I seen, and I must have been about 4 or 5 at the time, was Salem's Lot.
Yeah.
And that stayed with me
Super scary at the
back
time.
in years. Yeah. You know,
But
really shouldn't have been watching that one.
I watched a pirate copy of The Exorcist. I'm trying to think what it was called. And I remember that scaring the crap out of me. And then, obviously, in about 1985, maybe 86, the Freddy films were really taken off, and they all came through, and as did Halloween was the back end of the 70s, to be fair, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And John Carpenter's Halloween, the very first one, you don't see any blood in it. You don't see anybody actually getting, it's a slasher movie, but you don't see anybody getting slashed, you just see the suggestion of it. But then in the 80s, it was all about blood, gore, and guts, and thick syrup. Syrup with food colouring. But the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, the first 3 were fantastic. They then got a bit desperate, as did the Friday the 13th, as did the Halloweens, as did all the others.
Yeah.
But the movies that I remember being scared of as a child were Children of the Corn, as I said. That's still, I think if I watched that now, I would regress to a childhood state and be scared and wet my pants. It was the scene where they got the woman's hand in the butcher's, and they put her in the meat slicer, and they put the hand in. And then that Malik Isaac, who was the main lead child, he was just evil. He was bonkers. But Malachi, he was just evil. That that kid maybe should have got an Oscar for that performance, because that was some scarily good acting for a kid in what ultimately was a low budget crap movie. Other ones that scared the pants off me were American Werewolf in London.
Classic.
I was far too young to see that, and again, the scene that scared me with it, it must be something about eyes, where the nurse is going through the woods, and the next thing she comes across his bed in the woods, and as he turns round, his face has gone into like a bit of a blue wolf's face, but with the big wolf eyes. It just petrified me. And I remember the first time I went to London on my own, like not to school or anything. I was going to Colchester, and I had to go down to Euston, get the tube across to Liverpool Street, and then go up to Colchester. And I went through Euston Station, and I was walking through, and I was like, this is American Werewolf. And I just remember getting that feeling of when I was a kid, and there was a moment of trepidation where I was sort of like, oh, this is a little bit like the spine tingling. Brilliant. Other movies that scared me as a kid, because the 80s were great horror movies. Because
I'll tell you a couple that scared me.
Go on.
The first one was the very first Aliens movie.
Yes.
And the second one was my parents. I don't know how I got in the theater. I guess because it was my parents, but was The Predator, which I thought we were going to go see an army movie, and then all of a sudden this guy's chest gets blown away.
I can see how that would transpire. See, Predator, I kind of knew what was happening in Predator before I'd seen it, because my mates had seen it. I was like, oh, this is what we're watching. And I saw Aliens before I saw Alien. So I was much more prepared for Alien, whereas now, as an adult, when I watch them, Alien is a terrifying movie. Aliens is just a fantastic movie. It's not scary, but it's high octane action. Let's nuke the planet.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite movies. Aliens.
On that note, then, before you go anywhere else,
You know me too well.
have you heard about the new Aliens film that's coming?
Yes.
And right, you know the Guy Blomqvist who did District 9 and what did he do after District 9?
Fifth Element. No, wasn't it? Was it?
No, that was. Anyway, he did District 9. The Matt Damon. Earth's gone to shit. Everybody lives on a halo in space. He's trying to get off the world. Elysium. He did both of those. He's doing the next Alien film. And he said, in no too subtle a way, I'm really trying to get Sigourney Weaver back, and we're going to completely ignore 4 because it was piss. This will be a follow-on, and possibly even 3. It's going to be a follow-on storyline-wise from maybe 2, maybe 3, but definitely as far as the canon goes, they're going to completely ignore Resurrection.
See, I liked Resurrection as a standalone. No, somebody come over to Liverpool and slap me across the face. It must be early in the morning. I love 2. 2 is my childhood film. We used it on the school playground. We used to play Aliens, and whoever got to be Hudson would get sucked down into the ground while swearing their head off on the playground. Whoever got, we were all playing different characters. You didn't even mind if you were playing Risley. It didn't matter if you were a girl because you were a character.
Nobody wanted to be Spunkmeyer though.
No, not particularly. But somebody would be Vasquez and somebody would be Drake, because you would just get to say the line.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed to say because you were 8 years old in the school playground. So Aliens was a massive thing. Alien, as I say, was quite a terrifying film. Now when I watch it, but it wasn't Aliens. It was, so as a kid it was weak to me. Alien 3, I'm going to just leave there and move on. A dog. I couldn't help myself. I had to say it, a dog. But Alien Resurrection, I kind of liked the premise behind it. Up until she goes down and the baby is born and the baby licks it. It got a little bit too wacky at that point. But up till that point, I liked Alien Resurrection. and then it just went a bit nuts. And then they blew them up the airlock again. I was like, well, we've done that before. Our originals.
Apparently, the Josh Whedon original script for it was a lot different than what they actually ended up filming and showing.
Yeah.
But it's not something I've got a chance to go back and pay much attention to.
Yeah. I don't fancy Aliens 5. No more than I fancy Ghostbusters 3 before women being the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Will I watch it? Yeah, of course I will, because car crash TV. I don't like watching people in car crashes, but you do watch them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to watch Ghostbusters 3.
Who knows? Maybe they'll have to bust Egon's ghost, who just won't leave the other Ghostbusters alone.
and what's the other one that's coming next year?
Oh, you've gone very digital.
Are we there?
Yeah, he sort of got in a slow motion.
Yeah.
Jen?
I thought that was his Chariots of Fire moment there. Dee, 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 dee. Hello, Martin. Blink once for yes, twice for no.
It doesn't help that he has a frozen look on Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, well, to be fair,
Like, what?
it's how he always looks at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, I suppose.
You got this. What the heck is going on?
Oh no, we're back.
Oh, hey! There we are.
You know what? I was literally, my mouse was just on the X in the top corner. I thought, oh, that's it. We've timed out. We talked too much about. I think it might have been one of the Ghostbusters, maybe.
Well, yeah.
Essentially, Fox were watching and they just.
Yeah, they got you.
It's a
They censored
conspiracy.
you.
Yeah, the FBI and 20th Century Fox are the same people. But anyway, there's some questions outside here, so or comments, I should say. The Infomaniac, ever heard of Video Nasties? Yes, they've just froze us on YouTube. That's what Video Nasties are. Same as Critters. Do you remember Critters? That was an awful movie.
Wow, Critters wasn't awful. Critters was fantastic.
Was it one of them where it was that bad it was good?
Critters 4 was awful.
What, Tremors? Maybe?
Tremors
With,
TV series as well.
Was it Kevin Bacon in Tremors?
Kevin Bacon was in Tremors. He didn't come back for the sequels. Fred Ward did come back. Poor old Fred.
VHS, Betamax all the way, Betamax. That never worked, did it? My friend the Vid Kid 67 loves his horror films but hated his life in the 80s. He didn't get a job until 1966, 13 years after he left school. I don't quite know what to make of that comment, so we'll move on from that one. Didn't he do Elysium? Yes, Gareth. Paul Walker said that one. I was a bit slow with some of the comments there. I know they're all freezing up again. Don't remember that one. But yeah, I started saying Top Gun, making Top Gun 2, and Tom Cruise allegedly he's not Viper, but he plays the role that Viper played, so he's
the old man.
Top
Yeah.
Gun, and he's got a new Maverick coming through, and I'm just like, I love Top Gun. As much as I can now look back at it and I can see all the obvious trying to think of the words for it. It was just guys flying around in planes. What's not to like about it? There's all the very strong suggestive gay images and everything that people talk about, and so what? The guys were playing volleyball with the shirts off. If people want to jump on bandwagons over it, then go get a life. It was just everything a lad wanted in the 80s, wasn't it?
It did increase sign-ups to the Air Force in the States by a considerable margin when it came out.
I can imagine.
Because all of a sudden it's not dull.
Yeah.
If this way you do it, you just go and play volleyball on the beach somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I remember that film came out in 1986, and the movie trivia, it was the second biggest grossing Hollywood blockbuster of 1986. The only one that beat it actually came out in 1985, but still beat Top Gun.
What was that?
10 points if you can answer it.
Funny enough, I was going to mention it because I knew it was beaten by and it was beaten by something really weird as well. That you wouldn't expect. Well, you wouldn't expect to have outgrossed Top Gun.
You just wouldn't necessarily have thought it was the same year. But
Yeah.
Back to the Future.
Of course, that was
Which,
it.
when actually you think about it, yeah, it was much bigger. Back to the Future had a bigger audience because it just did it at time traveling, and unfortunately, it had Michael J. Fox in it. So, but still did well somehow. Go figure. The 35-year-old guy who can play a Scooped. But yeah, I'm not into what they're doing with movies now, where they've got no ideas left for new movies, so they're just taking old good movies and remaking them with new technology, and
I
can't do it.
I don't think it's that they don't have the ideas. The problem I see is the studio system. They're so afraid of making a loss that they would rather remake something that they would know would be successful or do a sequel, even where a sequel isn't required, for a film that they know will get people back. I mean, Toy Story is about to get another sequel after what? 13 years after the original?
Yeah.
And
Toy
it's
Story
just,
3 worked. I really enjoyed Toy Story. I've not disliked any of the Toy Stories,
but it's just that idea that somebody will pitch what could be a great film, but they're that afraid to throw money.
Yeah, because it's not cheap making a movie these days, is it? Let's be honest.
No, that's why I stopped.
And if I can't remember, at the risk of repeating myself, if I've had this conversation with you guys, I definitely had it with Clayton over 80s movies.
Mm-hmm.
The reason 80s movies were so good is because technology didn't kill them. We didn't have CGI. Now you can't make a movie without CGI because that's what the young generation, even our generation, we expect things to look almost perfect. Transformers, those robots really look like they're transforming because the CGI is that good. In the 80s, we didn't have those effects. We had bad green screens and really dodgy ropes hanging aeroplanes. But also, we didn't have internet and we didn't have mobile telephones. So, Nightmare on Elm Street, we just talked about, or Halloween, any of those horror slasher movies, they couldn't be made in this present day. Because if some madman was outside your house with like big scary fingers, like with blades on his fingers, you just use your mobile,
Yeah.
Or you take a photo with your live webcam and just show it to the police straight away. Look, he's outside the house. Movie's over. Can't cut the phone lines anymore, can you? You can't. And if there was a problem, then you just Google it. The internet, as much as it's a great invention, not having it in the 80s made films possible. You think of any big film from the 80s, they kind of can't work with modern technology because it doesn't allow it, and therefore we can't have cheesy one-liners anymore because the films get too serious.
Yeah, and then some of the movies that in the past there too, you look at the storylines, and with the more we know with the information age, you watch it and you're like, that's not how that's supposed to go. Or I mean, they have to write everything to too much realism, you know.
Yeah. Well, James Bond. Look at the way James Bond's changed now. The change from Brosnan to Craig. Brosnan was the last one who got away with the old style James Bond, where you get in a fight but would still be immaculate and not have a scratch on his face. Whereas now Craig, when he gets into a fight, he's bruised for days and he's got cuts and scrapes because Bourne Identity made it that, well, that's what really happens. A secret agent isn't flawless where you just go judo chop like Austin Powers. There is that need for realism now, isn't there? And that the audience nowadays need to see absolute realism. They need to believe that, yes, that car can turn into a robot. Yes, that alien is coming down here. Unless it's an out-and-out comedy. And therefore it doesn't have to be real, but then it's not a serious movie. In the 80s, we didn't have to believe it could happen. It was just, oh yeah, imagine if that happened. It was more imagination.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's a question to ask at early hours of the morning, and this is normally one. for after a couple of drinks. Not in necessarily your lifetime, as in how long you've been alive, but in your lifetime of watching movies, name 3 to 5 movies that have changed movie making, have literally changed the way movies have been made. And if you don't understand what I mean, I'll give you one.
Are you going to go for
Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
There's a much more obvious one, which is close to definitely mine and your hearts, Jerry. But Jurassic Park was the first movie that had true computer-generated, proper CGI.
Digital characters, essentially.
Yeah, that T-Rex in 1991 or whenever it was that Jurassic Park came out, that paved the way then for how movies were going. Once we'd seen that you could do that with the dinosaur, we weren't going to accept Lost Valley of the Dinosaurs anymore.
Oh, I always accept Lost Valley of the Dinosaurs.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, the likes of once the Matrix had done bullet time, every film that came out after that for about 2 years had to use some sort of bullet time slow motion.
Yeah, well, Matrix was definitely one of my other 5. That changed the way we shoot movies, and it changed the depth of how we can think about movies. That film was so clever. The plot to that, it blows my mind every time I think, what pill would I take? I'd take the red pill because I'm too curious and I need to know what real is. But as soon as I took it, I'd be like, should have took the blue one, because ignorance is bliss. I'd hate waking up, but I'd hate not knowing what it was like to wake up.
Yeah.
That's because I'm screwed. Star Wars obviously is another one.
Well, yeah.
Hey, but if you were in the Matrix and you realized it was fake and you wanted to go back, you'd say, okay, fine, but I want Games Workshop prices and everything to be dropped. And
no, I just want to be able to control it. I like that though, Brian. I like that. Yeah, Star Wars changed sci-fi movies. Before that, they were all like these weird spaceships that were all ultra super clean, weren't they? Whereas Lucas had to be battle torn and aged to look to all it was gritty and dirty without actually being gritty and dirty in the slightest bit. Stormtroopers are super clean, yet the spaceships, the Millennium Falcons, are wreck.
Also, it brought back a lot of the old school sci-fi, the Flash Gordon style, because the year prior to that had been 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then you had Aliens as well, and it was all in space. No one can hear you scream. Everything's very, there's no noise out here, and all of a sudden Lucas came back with, I want TIE fighters to go screaming past and hear the engines go. I want to hear the blasts.
Yeah.
Just a shame he then went mental afterwards and started adding in things.
I know, yeah. That's what I'm looking forward to. What J.J. Abrams does with it, because let's be honest. Yes, it says that. Mike on one of his videos, Crew Analyst, he said it quite right on one of his Q&A sessions. You can't get used to seeing Disney on anything that says Star Wars, and I can't compute that.
You know what's going to be worse?
The toys.
No. When you go to the cinema to watch it,
it's going to come up with the castle at the beginning, isn't it?
It's going to come up with that Disney castle and not the 20th Century Fox fanfare. You're not going to get that bum 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 bum. So I'm putting that on an MP3 player and bringing it in with me because I have to hear that before. Otherwise, it's not a Star Wars film if I don't hear
I'm
that.
coming to the cinema with you.
And I bet at the beginning, instead of all that, they'll have like Mickey Mouse as the lightsaber fighting dorky looking goofy Jedi or something.
No. It could be worse. They could. Do you know what could really ruin it is if they made lightsabers which had like a cross hilt or something on there, so it would
Simple. Original trilogy, 1 blade. Second trilogy, 2 blades. So obviously for the third trilogy they have to have 3 blades on your lightsaber.
I haven't even looked at it that way. And yeah, fine, they're doing that. Ultimately though, I can't see how J.J. Abrams can do worse than Lucas did with the second trilogy. because he's a bit more sane. And for the first time, about 3 weeks ago, I watched Star Trek and then Star Trek Into Darkness.
Nice.
Because I hadn't watched them for whatever reason, and I couldn't. Star Trek was never ever on Sky. It was never on the planner. It was never on for download. So I bought it to watch it so I could watch the second one, and I was happy with them.
Here's the thing. I'm not a big Trek fan.
No.
I like the original series.
Yes.
And the original, some of the original movies.
I only like them because my dad was into them.
My brother is a massive Trekkie. He hates Abrams Star Trek films, whereas I look at them and I go, "These are fantastic." Imagine what he'll do with,
With Star Wars.
With Star Wars, a decent IP to work with.
Yeah.
And I think it is because Star Trek, they were very different, or they are set up to be very different in style. And he made Star Trek films that were too much like Star Wars for a lot of the hardcore Trekkies. Now, I know some like them, and some absolutely hate them, but I look at that and I think, that bodes well. The little rolling droid that's been in the trailer, that's not CG. That's a practical effect. There is actually just a little speeding droid. And whenever I heard that, because I assume that was one of the CGI things that they've thrown in there, no, he's built that. Because he likes a nice mix of practical and CG.
Yeah.
Which I think Lucas lost. Lucas just decided everything must be digital all the time.
Yeah, well, because he didn't get his way with, when he did his remastered versions and he put Jabba the Hutt in, the hangar and Han Solo stepping over him, and he did all that and added it.
They should have just left the fat Irish bloke in there, to be fair.
They shouldn't have put any of it in. They should have just left it the way it was, and Greedo shoots first and all that business. And I'll never, ever be happy that at the end of Return of the Jedi, they changed the music. I still want the doom 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 doom. I still want that. I won't change that. And I don't want to see Hayden Christensen.
Replacing Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah. I can accept that he's in the newer films. I can accept that he's a poor actor and it was a bad choice because Lucas was screwed in the head and he cast him. I can accept that. Well done to the lad. He's got famous and he got a paycheck out of it. Ruined my life. But I don't accept that he ruined my... I've still got the original version, so I'm alright. I don't have to watch him.
Sort of like
on my Blu-ray DVD version, if I want to watch the Blu-ray version, I have to see Hayden Christensen come in as a ghost at the end, and I'm like, no.
You know what else I noticed on the Blu-ray is, because I just got the Blu-ray version not long ago, and it seems to me, since the THX version that I had or whatever, that at the beginning of Star Wars, when they have the gun battle going, when the boarding party's going on, the stormtroopers are coming in, and C-3PO and R2 want to go across the hallway, I think I've seen it so many times that they cut a scene out of there where C-3PO goes, "Come on, R2, let's go," and they just
scuttle across. Yeah,
they didn't even say anything, and it's like that bothers me. That I mean, taking those things that you're used to out.
Well, they had to make room for some of the other dodgy crap instead.
I guess
that's to make room somewhere in Return of the Jedi to add in the whole thing in Jabba's palace with that weird crazy animal that does the singing.
The musical number. Yeah. I mean, the frog-like creature outside Jabba's palace eating the thing. It's just like, did you see a Jabba? What? Why? Just why?
But see, I don't mind that because that's just showing the CGI. And, I would have loved to have. And if that was in the original movie, you'd never be asked about it. You'd just be like, okay, yeah. You wouldn't think twice. Like the stormtrooper riding the big
Chewbacca.
That's it, yeah. Through Mos Eisley. That fits and blends. I'm fine with that. It blends into the movie. And if it was done originally, if technology had allowed it, you wouldn't be sat here now going, well, they should never have put that in. Because that's like saying they shouldn't have put the creatures in Dagobah Swamp in because it was pointless.
It's scene setting.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that, but adding a whole new musical number in, and that's the next problem. It is written in Disney lore. Walt Disney has before he died, every single motion picture that Walt Disney makes must have a musical with words part to it, and everything has had some sort of singing. Even Pirates of the Caribbean, they've all had a song in them. How the hell's that going to work in Star Wars? I don't want Luke and Leia singing to their babies. You know what I mean? But it's in there. There's a load of comments down the side which I need to go through before it crashes me. Tim Burton has to go ahead to do Dumbo. I heard that today. Well,
Yeah, a live action Dumbo.
yeah, but Tim Burton doing it, that's not going to. Helen Bonham Carter's obviously in it because she's never not in one of his movies.
Well, this is true. However, they did get divorced last year, so maybe this might be a break with it.
Well, no, because she's in that Cinderella, isn't she? She's fairy godmother in Cinderella's just come out, so.
Is she?
Yeah, she's going to be in it. And
Johnny Depp will have to be as well.
But I like both of them. I do think Jack Sparrow, Pirates of the Caribbean would never have worked without Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow. But yeah, so weak for your childhood. CGI, he's onto one there. CGI Sarlacc, no George, no, just no. Yeah, that shouldn't have been messed with. Blair Witch, never seen it, but spawned hundreds of similar found footage films. I watched Blair Witch Project and I was annoyed, let's say, at the end of it. It was an hour and a half of my life that I'm never going to get back.
That's funny you say that. I was looking forward to it so much, and then I picked up a book, which I still have, which is the Blair Witch Dossier, because me and my friends did a lot of role-playing, a lot of Cthulhu, we're big fans of that sort of horror. And the Blair Witch Dossier is a book full of the legends and myths of the Blair Witch. It had woodcuts that were meant to be, contemporary 15th, 16th century woodcuts of incidents. It had newspaper reports, all of this stuff in it. I got sent down to Dublin to the store there for a couple of months and came back up to discover that my friends had all been to see it without me. And it was like, because I came up one weekend, it was like, should we go and see it? And they went, no, we went on Thursday night. And I went, oh, you buggers. They went, it's terrible. And I went, but are you sure? Because there's all this stuff. And I pointed to the book and they went, yeah, none of that's in the film. Right, so I never went to see the film in the end. Never seen it.
It was dreadful, and I don't know whether it was one of those typical situations by the time I watched it that it had been hyped up that much that it was never going to live to its reputation. The Erotic Witch Project, now on the other hand. Anyway, let's move straight on. Wookiees singing round a campfire. That wouldn't be so bad. Probably be like a choir gargling. I like the idea that that's their song, the Wookiees sing.
You say that? Didn't they sing in the Christmas special? Didn't Chewie's family sing then? Yeah. And I don't want to see Wookie sing again.
But to be fair, that Christmas special was never anything colder than a piss take.
Well, I think most of the people were pissed when they were doing it. So
I'm gonna bring
Mark Hamill definitely was. I saw Top Gun for the first time just a couple of years ago. Okay, so if you shouldn't have left it so long, so you don't need a slap because you've now seen it. But have a word with yourself. Saving Private Ryan. I don't quite know what Saving Private Ryan comments in relation to, Gareth. I'm trying to think back. Oh, right, the movies that change the way movies work. Yes, and I'll give you that. Saving Private Ryan. At least the opening scene to Saving Private Ryan, that storm in the beach. That was one of the most epic movie openings I can think of in a long time. That I bought a Dolby Pro Logic 5.1 surround sound system when I was with my ex-wife. I'd set all this system up, I had it all up, and it was a massive investment. The TV was like $3,500, and it was. I'd spent a fortune on this setup, and she was like, "All right, so now it's all plugged in. Can we put the telly on?" And she went to turn the telly on, and I said, "Don't you dare!" I said, "If you think the first thing that's going to come out of them speakers is Coronation Street, we're going to have words." She went, "Well, what?" And I put Saving Private Ryan on. And I had the volume up to as loud as I would comfortably let it go. And I had that scene with where the aircraft's coming over the top, dropping the troops and the bombs in, and everything's going off, were fantastic. If for no other reason, that's the reason to get that film, for that first 5 minutes of surround sounds enjoyment. Terminator 2, yeah, that changed films. Changed films more from a budget point of view, I think, though, than an actual like technology or advancements in movie film. It was the biggest budget that a movie had ever had, at something like, was it 6 million or was it 60 million? And it was like tenfold what had ever been spent on a movie. I think I'm right in saying that.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to cut out. So nice
No problem,
hanging
Ryan.
with you.
Yeah,
Take her
mate,
easy.
welcome back every time, like now.
All right, well, I'll catch you later.
See you later, buddy.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Ripley was a cinematic. She was until she went in with the baby. But yeah, I thought Sigourney Weaver. I think she's a fantastic actress anyway, and she did play well in there. I recently saw a British. Oh, this is the Infomaniac. I recently saw a British sci-fi film called Robot Overlords. It's definitely the kind of film that would have been made in the 1980s. It's like Transformers meets Doctor Who. I've never seen it. You?
I had a friend was talking about this the other day, actually, trying to encourage me to watch it. He was saying it was very kitsch. I haven't seen that one though. But there's an awful lot of weird and wacky stuff out there. There's one he should track down called Death Machine.
I've seen that. That's brilliant. I love that.
It's Ed 209 meets Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, that's a nuts movie, but I like it. And you know what's just popped into my head when you said
Keira Knightley was in it.
What's she now?
It was one of her first acting roles. She's in it for like that amount of time. She's just a boardroom staff member or something.
That's why I didn't know that. What's just popped into me? A completely different film, but again from the 80s, and I'm trying to remember what it's called now. You might know it just by me describing it. So the movie has got like this guy who makes little robotic spiders almost, and they start taking over. These robotic spiders start taking over, and the main what the freaking hell? I keep thinking of Scanners now, and it's not Scanners. Scanners are brilliantly crap. It's so bad, it's good.
Just there to watch the heads explode.
I always think of Sheldon Cooper now when I do that. What's this film called? One of these little spider type robots that he's made. Runaway, Tom Selleck. Runaway.
Yes. God, that is going back. Yeah.
And again, it's another. It's so bad that it's good movie.
Yeah, there were a few like that. There was one called Hardware.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And the tagline for Hardware was the Terminator for the 90s, because Terminator obviously came out in the late 80s. And the next year, or possibly the same year, but later on, Terminator 2 came out with a much bigger budget and looked fantastic. But there were some great bits in Hardware. Lemmy from Motorhead playing the speedboat taxi driver who goes, "Have you heard this band?" And then he goes, "Have you heard this band? It's an old one," and plays Ace of Spades on the CD. That was great. And Iggy Pop plays Angry Bob, the radio DJ that you never see, but you always hear him doing the segues over the radios. And as for the good news, there's no fucking good news. And it's just Iggy just coming out with these things, Angry Bob, all the way through it. It was a fantastic film. There again, very bad.
I'm sure I've watched it. Again, not necessarily a bad film, but films that for some reason standing back. There was a film in the 80s called The Car. That's what it was called, The Car. And it was just this black American, I think it was like a Cadillac style, like Thunderbird style car. And it was possessed. There was nobody inside the car, and it just drove around killing people. This car. And eventually the car ends up going off like a freeway bridge. And that's how the car ends up dying. They trick it into crashing somehow. And I can't remember whether the film was any good or not. I just remember this.
Just remember that one bit of it.
And another movie, which was a French movie, like a subtitled movie, the Kiefer Sutherland was in a remake, an American remake. He was in a film called
Flatliners.
no, was it
No.
Buried Alive or The Vanishing or something? The original French movie was this girl was kidnapped.
Uh-huh.
She was on like a holiday, and she was kidnapped from like a restroom or whatever, and buried in a wooden coffin.
Mhm.
And she wakes up in this coffin. It was petrifying to watch
Yeah.
because you can't see anything, you can just hear her, and then she's got this lighter, and obviously the more she uses the lighter, the more it burns the oxygen in the coffin. So she's like scratching, trying to get out. She's just been buried alive. But then, and the film was fantastic. But then there was an American version. I'm sure it was Kiefer Sutherland.
He did,
Break out a bit.
he did do one called The Vanishing, which I think was about his wife going missing, him trying to track her down.
Yeah, and then he gets it. He makes
Yeah.
it in time and gets her out of the ground and all that, which didn't happen in the original. But
No.
they've done that with it. I don't know whether you've ever seen the movie called Wreck. As
Yes.
called.
Oh god, yeah, the Spanish one.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
Have you seen Quarantine? Which is
Yeah, because my friend went, you should watch this Wreck, and I went, great. And then he went, now you should watch Quarantine. It was almost shot for shot the same
yeah.
until you get to the bit where they play the tape recorder in the attic. And the
Mhm.
tape recorder in the original Spanish one, spoilers by the way, if you're still watching this, whenever they play it, that's when they discovered the whole thing was about possession. It wasn't zombies, it was demons. And in Quarantine they play it and it's just static, there's nothing on the tape recorder, and they just go, well, nothing there, and walk on, and it ruined the whole film. I was thinking, why have this almost identical? You know, they're up to like 3 now for Wreck.
Yeah, well, I watched Quarantine first.
Yeah.
I watched enough scary movies, as I've just said, as a kid, that I don't get scared by films anymore. And
Yeah.
Quarantine, I wouldn't say it scared me, but there were points where I was sort of like the suspense into it, like
Yeah.
there were bits that freaked me out in it. I couldn't get over the fact that the guy in it who played John Fish in the Ally McBeal series, my ex-wife was a big Ally McBeal fan, so I
Sure.
recognise him from that, and all I could see, whenever I see him in a film, I'm just going to see him as the character that he played.
Yeah.
But I then went and watched Wreck after it, and was much more impressed. And the zombie film that I was in last year as an extra, the cameraman Pablo, forget his surname, is the same guy who shot Wreck.
Sweet.
And the producer is the guy who shot Once Upon a Time in America and Desperado with Antonio
Antonio
Banderas
Banderas,
and Salma Hayek, launched Salma Hayek's career.
Yeah.
So I don't think the zombie movie I was in is going to go anyway, but
Yeah, you know.
got good names attached to it. Do not watch Wreck 3, it kills the franchise.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
intend to.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wreck 2 wasn't bad. I like the concept of Wreck 2, where it was, well, even the initial Wreck, where you were mostly seeing it through the camera crew's eye, and then obviously when you had the second group coming in, it was all their camera phones that were stuff. Although they did break that a few times in the filming.
That's what I loved about Wreck, though. It was literally one camera shot through that camera. It was new.
Yeah.
It wasn't new. It had been done years ago in another type of another movie, but it was just it was different for its. I say for its time. It's only about 8 years old or something.
Yeah,
10 years
it's
old.
Spanish do some fantastic horrors though.
Yeah, we'll talk about dub movies just before I go back into these comments. In fact, no, let me do these comments and then I'll go. No, let me talk about what I want, otherwise the comments will change me. Have you seen the Chinese or Mandarin movie, The Heist?
No.
Fantastic. Well, I say fantastic movie. If you like your karate, like kung fu type martial art movies, you don't need to read the subtitles because there's only about 20 lines of dialogue in the whole movie.
That's what we're after in life.
But it's so well choreographed, and actually the story is really compelling. You know how it's going to end up.
Uh-huh.
There's no big sort of surprise to it at all. But it's really well put together for a low budget movie. And then The Heist 2 is there as well, which unfortunately, like most sequels, isn't as good.
Hmm.
I genuinely recommend watching Heist. It's ultimately a bunch of SWAT team going to this drugs big block of flats. If you imagine, when they remade Judge Dredd, and they just called it Dredd,
Hmm.
it kind of feels like that, but actually it's better because it's not Judge Dredd, and they're working their way up the floors to go and find the big bad boss and kill him.
The Raid.
The Raid, that's it, not the Heist.
Oh yeah, I've seen The Raid.
Yeah, that's what I'm on about. I'm glad you said that, otherwise you'd have gone and watched The Heist, and that might be a really awful movie.
Who knows?
The
Depends
Raid's a
on IMDb.
fantastic movie.
Yeah.
But The Raid 2 is not so good. Right, there are only 3 cinemas in the northwest that's showing Robot Overlords because it's an independent and it was made on tight budgets, distributing it cost a fortune. Alright, so it must be a film that's just come out, that Robot Overlords.
I think it has a really weird cast. I think this is how my friend got me onto this.
I like movies like that, though, that get like a bit of a...
Gillian Anderson and Ben Kingsley.
Yeah.
That was it.
He's just put there, isn't that called The Raid, not The Heist? Yeah. Martin goofed. Timothy Dalton was a pretty dark James Bond as well. He and Daniel Craig are the close. I've got to disagree there. I think Timothy Dalton was a frigging awful James Bond. I'm not going to agree with you on that one.
It was,
there was nothing
probably
dark about Dalton.
but it was a departure for the character. You had him getting his license revoked. You seen him sort of moping and killing people.
Yeah.
And there was that whole sort. And if it had come out 5-10 years later, it would have been fine. But I think at that period,
Maybe, yeah.
Ready didn't really work for people. They didn't want.
I think we still
Pretty
wanted
Bond.
more, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Because
most of us still wanted Connery.
Lazenby obviously didn't work.
No.
Yeah. Connery tried to do it on his own, and was it? Wasn't Never Say Never Again? He did by himself, wasn't it? And then, and I like Brosnan as a Bond as well. I don't like Dalton. Sorry, I didn't like Lazenby. I just didn't like that on Her Majesty's Secret Service at all as a movie. And although, because I feel I should say it, Connery was my favourite Bond. My 2 favourite James Bond films are Man with the Golden Gun and Live and Let Die, which are both Roger Moore films. I just love both of them. I like Goldfinger, I like Thunderball, I like I like all the Bond films, to be fair. But, I think I say Sean Connery is my favourite Bond because I know from an acting point of view and from a suave point of view, he is Bond.
Yeah, everybody expects.
But Roger Moore actually got all the best innuendos and all the best one-liners, and he was in the 80s, 70s and 80s where he could get away with that ultra macho, male chauvinistic, suave, sexist pig. He was everything that he can't be today.
Very much so.
What else have we got here? What is it about bad films that makes them so good? Independence Day, terrible, but Ace, I've got to give you that. Starship Troopers, awful, but Ace, definitely got to give you that. Oh, and then you go and spoil yourself. Gareth, Pacific Rim, woeful, don't argue, but Ace. I'm not going to argue that it's woeful, but I'm going to argue that it's not Ace. Right, Pacific Rim is Tyranids versus Imperial Knights. And Games Workshop probably did try to sue them for IP, but didn't get anywhere. No more so than when the Imperial Knight, or whatever it's called, goes up into space and pulls out a power sword. I was like, no. And then, so your planet is pretty much underwater. Everything's getting forced underwater. You need something that's going to make you survive and everything else. Why the freaking hell would you get in a Hummer? The most sinkable car known to man. It's the heaviest bloody motor vehicle that's not military. Why would you take that and hope to... It just stops at woeful, that one, Gareth. I'm not giving you any further credit for it. I will give you Independence Day. It's a really bad film, but actually kind of cool because Will Smith's just kind of cool. Starship Troopers,
Randy
the
Quaid.
first one, is just fantastic. Yeah, Randy Quaid was good in it. But yeah, the Starship Troopers, just a fantastic movie. Again, Tyranids versus Imperial Guard. But this is why we like Games Workshop so much. It is Ace and you know it. Gareth, this is your first warning. Let's not fall out over something as crap specifically. Disney are now remaking their most successful films with what's the point doing a Frozen sequel? The only Disney film you still have to watch is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I've seen most of the Disney classics, the animated ones, including Hunchback of Notre Dame. I like them. I am a Disney fan, but actual Disney cartoons, because they're heartwarming family films, and you can take something from that. Frozen, for a period of time, was on 4 times a day in my house, and my little girl's got a Frozen bed cover set, and she comes bouncing into my room every morning, and when I'm not ready to be awake and I tell her to go away, she says to me, "But Dad, the sun's awake, so I'm awake, and the sky's awake, so I'm awake." Quote me Frozen, and I'm still alright with it. Don't know how they're going to make Frozen 2, or how they've made it, but they have, and they're Disney, and it'll make a load of money because the kids love Frozen, so it just works, doesn't it? Now, the Infomaniacs put a good comment here. The Leprechaun films are bizarre, but who can dislike Warwick Davis? I'm going to give you that. The Leprechaun films are god awful, but brilliant.
Got a lot of Jennifer Aniston in the first one.
Is it?
Pre-nose job Jennifer Aniston.
I'm going to have to go back and look at that. I didn't know that. A lot of 80s, the Howling movies, they were awful, but good.
Well, here's one for people who like classic old movies. There is a channel called Tested.com. They are also on YouTube, and it is Adam Savage from Mythbusters and then a couple of nerds, and they do a lot of tech and 3D printing or new phones and all this sort of nonsense. However, Adam Savage has his own little mini thing called a talking room, and on that you will find a 2-hour conversation with John Landis, he of American Werewolf in London and Animal House and all of these. And it's just the pair of them sitting talking about John Landis, how he got into it, shit he did, and the stories John Landis comes out with in that 2 hours is fantastic. It's well worth watching that.
Oh, I'm going to give that a go.
Just
a hobby day, isn't it?
Just check YouTube for the talking room, and you'll see, because he's talking about, and the fact that The Howling, the guy who did the special effects for American Werewolf in London, Landis gave him his break, and they discussed this years ago because he wrote American Werewolf at age 18 when he was in Europe helping out on the set of Kelly's Heroes.
Oh, right.
And all this comes out in the thing, but years later he finally got the budget together to do American Werewolf and went back to the guy and went, "We can go and do this werewolf film, we can do American Werewolf." And he went, "Oh, I'm working on The Howling." I was like, "You what?" When you didn't show him any of the change-o heads, they called them, which was the transformation heads. And he went, yeah, we did. And Landis pretty much swore at him for about half an hour, he was saying. But in the end, the guy originally who he'd went to left, went back with Landis to do American Werewolf, and he left his assistant in charge of the Howling films.
Oh, right.
Because they were done almost simultaneously.
I didn't know that.
But
And I will actually, the talking rooms.
the talking room with John Landis is just, they should just make they could do a movie based on John Landis's life, based on what he said in that. How he got into.
Would that be a bit like being John Malkovich?
Yeah, that type of thing. Being John Landis, a lot swearier. I feel he swears like a trooper all the way through it. But it's just remarkable what he's done and how he did it. Great interview, superb. He also did one with Vince Gillen, possibly the guy who wrote Breaking Bad. There's a talking room with
Oh, right, yeah.
just
I've not seen Breaking Bad yet. I keep threatening to watch that.
Don't watch it.
Walking Dead.
Well, don't watch the Talking Room episode before you've seen it because there are a lot of spoilers in that. It's well worth watching though.
I intend to, but
Yeah.
it's getting into a box set and then watching.
Mm.
Like The Walking Dead's on season 6 or something, is it now? And 20, like an average of 15, 14 episodes. So
Yeah.
I've got like 100 hours to watch. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to start from the beginning. And Game of Thrones starts in a week and a half. And
Yeah,
it's
I
just-
may as well wait till close season.
Well, just before I go back into these comments, I tell you what I have been watching, and I keep promising myself I'm not going to watch it again, but I've started, so I'll finish. It's that Fortitude. God, that's dire. Oh, have you been watching it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, don't. It just. But I've started. I need to know how it's going to finish up.
All right, it's one of those, is it? It sounds like me with the Wheel of Time books by Robert Jordan.
Oh no, I don't know them. But,
I started them in '94, and the bugger went and died at number 10, but he knew he was going out, and they had to get somebody else in to ghostwrite the last 3, and it was like, this thing's never going to finish. At one point, he did at like book number 7, he went back and did a prequel. I'm thinking, why are you writing prequels when you haven't finished the main fucking story?
Well, Stephen King did it with the Dark Tower books, didn't he? I read one. I started off with number 4, Wizard and Glass, and then I went back and read The Gunslinger, The Drawing of the 3, and Wastelands.
Mhm.
Then I think it was The Wolves of whatever. I'm looking up there. They're all up there somewhere. Whatever, anyway. And he had that really, really nasty car crash with nearly killed him.
Yeah.
And he was only up to like book 6 of what was his attempt at fantasy writing rather than being a horror writer. And when he came through from it, the amount of people who were saying, listen, really glad to see you still alive and all that, make sure you fucking finish this set of books. And he kind of rush finished them, and I've still not read the last book in the Dark Tower series, which is meant to be epic. But I started reading the Horus Heresy before it came out, and I read so slowly that I can't flip between them.
Yeah.
I've got it sat up there. I'm trying to look what it's called.
Haunting you.
But one day I'll get round to it. So allegedly the Starship Troopers from the original book were the inspiration for Space Marines.
Well, they were described as powered armoured.
Yeah, I can go with that. Was Space Marines not out before Starship Trooper though?
Starship Troopers was written in the 30s or 40s.
Oh right, I'm thinking of the movie. Sorry, I'm confused there. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Space Marines.
Where Space Marines may have been based on the Starship Troopers, you can almost flip it then with the Starship Troopers movie, almost blatantly being Cadian shock troops from the Imperial Guard, you know.
And Tyranids,
yeah.
Gareth put, I started to watch Fortitude the other night. I'll get the better half to delete it. I'm stuck on Wheel of Time book 6 as of sometime last year.
Lord of Chaos. That's a bad one to be stuck on, friend. Here's my advice. Anytime you get a chapter that's starting with any of the female characters, just skip it. Just skip on. You don't need to know what they're doing, and they will drag you down.
Well, that Fortitude, yes, delete it. Because if you get any more than one episode into it, it only gets worse. The acting is awful. Michael Gambon's in it. I know he's a fantastic actor, but he's not helping it. Christopher Eccleston is billed as being in all 12 episodes. He gets killed in the first episode.
Nice. It's one of those.
You see his dead body in a couple of other ones, so therefore, yeah.
Technically, he's in it.
But it's the scenery. It's also obviously shot out in the Arctic, and some of the shots are fantastic. Like the white is blindingly white. Some of the scenic shots are fantastic, but the acting's terrible. The plot is beyond boring. And the camera work. So someone described, I never watched Lost, but somebody kind of said, oh, it's very similar to Lost, where something underlying is happening and you don't really know what it is. Well, I'll be honest, I don't even know whether there's something underlying happening. There's a dead mammoth that's being found, and then all of a sudden people are going crazy and killing each other, but not even in a good way. It's just, I don't want to watch it anymore. but I can't not finish. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it would torment you not knowing how it ends.
Yeah, and I know it's not going to be good. I know I'm going to get to the end of it and go, oh well, that was 10 or 12 episodes of one. There's 12 hours of my life I'm never going to.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Salem's Lot before, which Salem's Lot is actually a really bad movie, but it was great when we watched it. I watched the return to Salem's Lot that the Coen brothers did. After about 20 minutes into that film, I knew it was going to be gradually getting worse and worse and worse. It wasn't going to be a good movie. When I saw a purple rubber vampire hand flopping,
Right.
because it was blatantly rubber, I knew it was a bad movie, but I had to watch it to the end. Because if I start watching something, I finish watching it. I think there's probably only about 3 or 4 movies that I can think of that I've not finished. The Punisher.
Which one? Dolph Lundgren,
the
Thomas Jane, or the Ray Stevenson?
The one from the 90s.
I'm going to say that's the Thomas Jane one. It was very bright and shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started watching it and I just knew that I was going to get annoyed, so I turned it off.
Yeah.
For the Max Payne, that's another one. I couldn't get into that movie and I turned it off. Avatar, I don't necessarily know whether it's a bad movie. I can't get more than half an hour, 40 minutes into the movie without falling asleep. And every time I've tried to watch it, I fall asleep.
You're not missing anything. We went to see it in the cinema because it was so hyped. And he's still going to go back. He's planning on his sequel, his trilogy actually for it. But it is Dances with Wolves in space with Smurfs.
That's a bad film, Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, but that's all it is. He's just looked at Dances with Wolves and looked at the Smurfs and thought, yeah, we'll do that again.
Did you know that Kevin Costner is the only actor/director to receive 3 Golden Raspberry Awards?
Nice.
For Waterworld.
Yeah.
The
Postman.
Yeah. And Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I didn't mind that because Alan Rickman was quite cool.
Alan Rickman can write that film.
And Alan Rickman and why can't I think of his name? Morgan Freeman. They were all right, but Kevin Costner trying to do an English accent, and then Christian Slater.
Christian bastard son of Jack Nicholson Slater.
It just... And I always used to get him mixed up with Kurt Russell. Christian Slater and Kurt Russell were the second to me for a long time. But right, I've not read any more Heresy since Betrayer. Betrayer was a fantastic book, and to be fair, carry on with them from there because they get better. There was a lull before that, the likes of the Dark Angels ones and stuff weren't particularly great, but Betrayer was good. Mark of Calth, I think, is after Betrayer. No, before the Heresy book got good. Vengeful Spirit, which was the last one, it was a Graeme McNeil book, and I'm not a fan of Graeme McNeil, despite sharing his name. Yeah, I think he writes more for children than he does for adults. But Vengeful Spirit brings back so many characters from the previous Heresy books, puts them all together in a way, and I won't give spoilers out on that book, but I just think it's brilliant. You've got multiple Primarchs, you've got multiple named characters, you've got worlds and big important Heresy timeline events all mentioned and brought into that Vengeful Spirit. But before you get to it, you need to have read Vulcan Lives, Unremembered Empire. Unremembered Empire is fantastic. Scars you can take or leave. I'm a White Scars fan, so I like the book. There's another one in there. I can't think. But yeah, carry on with the Heresy books. The only thing stopping me carrying on with the Heresy is pennies. I've only disliked me. Oh no, that's fair enough if it's just money buying them.
Get a library card.
Well, either get a library card or have a look on World of Books. When people sell books, they're one of the companies that buy them for pennies and then they sell them at like less than half price. Like you can get a brand new copy of, I don't know, say Unremembered Empire for like $2.99. Because what happens is Games Workshop staff don't send books back. They get told to put them in the bin, but none of them ever put them in the bin, as we all know. They either give them to me, and then I sell them. No, I did acquire a lot of books that way, but basically they all get sold to these We Buy Any Books type sites, and that's how you end up with them. So you end up with a brand new copy for like £3, £4, and yeah, crack on with them. The Infomaniac said, anyway, I got to head off. Ciao, hammerheads. Ciao. Walking Dead is on season 5. So an average of 15 episodes. Is it
70.
That's like 75 episodes, isn't it? Yeah. That's 75 hours. That's so intense.
Meaty.
Cough, torrents, cough. I'll find a way to cough. Yeah, well, you could just use Pirate Bay, yeah. By no way do I endorse. But yeah, they're available. Scribd is a good site for you. Scribed, but without the E. And
Funnily enough, they do. There's a guy called Mateus who has done a bundle of Warhammer Fantasy Army books, not pirated ones, but fan written. So he has done a 8th edition Dogs of War, Cathay, Kingdom of Ind, all of these books. And when you look at them, because I use the Dogs of War and Regiment Renown ones for my Dogs of War army, when you look at them, he's used the same typeface, the fonts are the same, he's got artwork from here, there and everywhere, whether it's fan done or whether he's got it from the Warhammer cards, and they're all inscribed. I was talking to Cutter about this, and we were discussing the fact that nobody seems to have done the same with 40k. I mean, there's like 30 or 40 of these fan army books that he's done, and some of them are just niche little, here's this specific type of army from this, and here's the list for it. But nobody's gone the same way with the 40k side. But if you're unscribed, it's worth checking that out.
Yeah, it's always worth a look, isn't it? Stoner Steve, I was put a comment ages ago there about Danger Zone. That's the ringtone on my phone. I love that tune. Obviously, from when we talk about Top Gun, and that is my that's the tune that's on the video. It's the only one where I've had to tick the box to say that I don't own the rights to the music for where I did the Storm Raven. Flying through the streets of Loughborough. It's got Danger Zone playing in the background. Brilliant little video. 2 minutes of pure fun, especially when it banks to the right and then comes back into the left. Did you watch The Leftovers? Never heard of it.
It's a TV series about the Rapture.
All right.
People are all of a sudden, I think it's like 1/10 the population, or 1% of the population of the world are just taken away, and was it a year after it sort of kicks in after the fact, and I don't know if they ever actually come out and say it's the Rapture, but it's just people were walking down the street, or people were pushing their kids across the car park, and all of a sudden they're just gone. It was interesting. Yeah,
I might give that one a go. Did you see the film? They made the sequel. I think it was last year, and I can't remember the bloody name of the film again now. I've done this the second time tonight, third time. It's one day a year where you're allowed to
Purge.
The Purge. How good was that movie?
To be brutally honest, after I seen that, I thought we could do with a purge. I need one night where I can just purge quite a few people that I meet.
I just thought that I haven't seen the second one, the Purge Anarchy, but the first one, I thought that was a fantastic movie. I was like, that could so work. It just would be disastrous. It'd be horribly wrong, and I'd end up dead. I would get killed. I know I would. So I don't want it to happen. But I just think, yeah, man, I'm into that. Like, I'd be the guy who makes the security systems and cashes in on everybody. He's then also, but read Aurelian if you can. Now, Aurelian is a fantastic book. It's one of the short novellas, like 110 pages. It's about Lorgar. When have you? Do you read any of the Heresy books?
No, I haven't read any.
No, but you're aware of the fluff.
Oh yeah.
The basic fluff of 40k. So, in First Heretic, which is possibly my favourite Heresy book, Aaron Dembski-Bowden's a fantastic author. It's all about Argyll Tal going into the war. Lorgar sends him into the war after they decide to go on this quest for the greater truth, and they're being shamed by the Ultramarines. And Argyll Tal thinks that they've been gone for years in the war, come back, and they're semi-possessed and everything else, tainted by the war, but they've only been gone for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Aurelian is the book that as a novella that follows directly on from that, and it's where Aurelian Lorgar walks into the war and what happens to him. Fantastic book. And without spoiling the book for anyone, because say it's 100 pages, that he meets Fate Weaver, Curious Fate Weaver, who is obviously one down from the Lord of Tzeentch, isn't he? Two heads. One always tells the truth and one always tells lies. Instantly think of the door knockers on the Labyrinth. But he turns around and Fate Weaver says to Lorgar, one tells the truth, one tells lies. This is what's going to happen if you stop Horus, this will happen. If you let Horus carry on, this will happen. Make a decision. This is the future of mankind, blah 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 blah. And it's just a line though where Lorgar then turns and goes, which one of you is telling the truth? And then it just says, like in double, like blade writing, so it insinuated they're both saying it. I am. And I was just like, yes. I love it. So that's about the leftovers, that's about Aurelian, so I can delete that one. I'm trying to delete these questions. Page 2 is better, but then I didn't really enjoy the first one. Great idea though. I've not seen the second one, Anarchy, so I will watch it. I watched the entire season and I still can't decide if anything happened to progress the story. Oh, it must be about leftovers, which I need to watch. And randomly, that's the questions. We've still got 3 viewers. I think that's really impressive.
That's madness. While we're discussing the Horus Heresy, have you heard the rumours that Heresy is going to be coming out as a new game, 30k direct from GW in May?
Well, it's a bit with Lorgar, Fulgrim and Horus. Yes, Gareth. Yes, very much. And I won't say anything more about what he's just put on there because it's a spoiler for anyone who hasn't read the book. I just love it when Primarch starts arguing. I'm going to come back to you in 1 second there, Jerry. There's a point in Scars, the book Scars, where Jagati Khan, who's Primarch of the White Scars, is sat at a table. Mortarian's there, Death Guard Sanguinius, Fulgrim, I want to say Peter Ravo's there, and someone else. There's a load of Primarchs sat around. All in all, straight after, like Horus is being crowned War Master, and it comes to an argument between Sanguinius and I forget who he's arguing with now. Sanguinius and someone else are arguing that the rank and file troops are taking bets on who would win in a fight between the Primarchs. And you can imagine this conversation happening between a load of brothers. And Sanguinius is sort of like saying that he'd win without saying he'd win, because that's Sanguinius' way. Fulgrim is just out and out saying that he'd just kill everyone because he's the best swordsman there is. And then Mortarian steps up and he's like sort of like, well, I'm the master of death and this and the other. And Jagati Khan just turned around and he says, the problem with you lot is you all know your strengths, you all know your weaknesses, you all know each other too well. None of you have got a clue who I am and how far I can go. So therefore, I win. And you just sort of like, yeah, I'll go with that.
It's one way of doing it.
Because nobody knows anything about Jagati Khan. Plastic Heresy. I believe it when I buy it. That's what Gareth just said, and I agree with Gareth. I've heard about it. A starter set of 30k in plastic. At first, I didn't believe it. Then I thought it made sense if they released it at the end of the year, because they're going to lose Hobbit. Well, they're not going to lose it. The license is finished, so they're going to drop Hobbit. They've suddenly got a big space to fill. So, and they need something that's going to sell. They know that the Heresy is popular, so it would kind of make sense. I can't see why Forge World would allow it to happen, or GW would do it to Forge World when.
Unfortunately, I don't think Forge World could stop them.
No, but I don't see why GW would do it to Forge World. Forge World sell all the Legion images in resin, and plastic is as good, if not better, than resin. I personally think the detail that they can put into the plastic models now, it's better than the Forge World stuff, especially for troops.
They have done it before though, where Forge World, things like the Hydra flak tank, that was a Forge World only kit for 8 years, 9 years before they finally got around to doing it in plastic.
Yeah, but that's the odd one model. I think if they start doing plastic 30k, then it kind of kills. I've got Forge World books up there, the Horus Heresy, all the big rule books that they're doing, the 2 red ones. At the point where Games Workshop release it, why am I spending all that money on Forge World books? And that's why I can't see it. But I can see it because there's a gap. All of a sudden, at the end of the year, in May, can I see it as early as May? Surely, before they go release anything as big as 30k, 9th edition's got to land. Now that the end times is done, surely this big thing in May is actually 9th edition fantasy.
It's one of those. It's interesting. But then, when Forge World started, they were originally doing bespoke pieces or one-offs or little things you couldn't get mainline. There's no reason why they can't continue to do Legion-specific miniatures or Legion-specific shoulder pads like they have been. If GW just go back and go, right, well, here's making it accessible to a wider audience, because all it will do is boost the sales they're getting, but it will also push more people into Heresy. If they're just doing I'm trying to think of the marks of armor. What was the biggie? Mark 6. If they were doing the Mark 6 and the Mark 5 and Mark 6 armor sets in plastic, and then if you wanted your specific Legionnaires for whoever they were, you would still have to go the way of Forge World. I think it could be a possibility.
Yeah, it could work in tandem, but and Garrett's just put on there, and I kind of got to agree with him there as well. I'm dubious about the alleged quantity of miniatures in the starter set, because they are talking about giving you pretty much a Legion, like half a Legion against each other or whatever.
I haven't seen the numbers they were talking about.
Nor do I think GW would price a starter box at well over £100. And again, everything's rumours. I believe from a video I saw on YouTube that Fate 212 today have published Games Workshop's weekly release for the rest of the year. Absolute tosh.
I seen that as well. It's like a wish list. There's Gene Stealer cults with a plastic limo, and I'm going, I haven't seen a Gene Stealer cult since I was a nipper.
Yeah, and there's loads of rumours that the Gene Stealer cult's going to come. Do you know what? If it does, it does. We heard rumours of Harlequins, and it happened.
The more interesting one was whenever they said they were going to take Gene Stealers out of the next edition of the Tyranid Codex, and you're thinking, that's a big one to do. I can't see that happening.
I mean, they nerfed them down a lot.
Yeah, but actually we're removing them.
I still use Gene Stealers in 7th. I think they work really well. But and this is the thing, that this again goes back to me my big rant video, is it's the likes of Fate 212 and Bell of Lost Souls and
Fate's particularly bad because they'll put anything up at all, because then they're just a clickbait site. They just want you to click on it and then get the ad revenue.
And then Fritz 40k I mean, his channel's gone so downhill, it's unreal. He would just talk about stuff that he's already talked about just because he's got so many subscribers and he wants the views because he wants the money. Because if enough people watch enough minutes of his videos, then he gets paid a check each month by YouTube. He's going on about, oh, this is killing this, and people will listen to him because he's got a big name, he's got a big following, so he must know what he's on about. Oh, I've got 15,000 subscribers, I must know what I'm on about. It's all rumour, and will GW release 30k? I don't know. I hope not. I really, really hope not, because it should be kept separate. Because at that point, will they not then possibly go through an end time situation with 40k? Because let's be honest, where's 40k going?
Yeah.
You've now got 7th edition, you've re-released all the codex.
Yeah.
What have you got to do with 40k now? Other than release another new set of codexes, and there's talk of them redoing the Dark Angels codex, redoing the Chaos Space Marine codex, because they're out of date now. And they're not out of date, they're just 2.5 years old. And they're not as powerful as the new ones, but where do they stop? Do you know what I mean? What did they do an end times and blow? Or did we go to Warhammer 50,000, where actually we're all mates and we play drafts because chess is too complicated?
Well, that's it. But it was, no, that was on the other ones where somebody was saying, if they go for the skirmish, will we get a Warhammer Horde style? Will Fantasy and 40k be the same system again, like it was back in the day?
There's big talk of, because the parallel universes anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, well, the original fluff behind Warhammer World was it was seeded by the Slan with all of the races from the 40k universe. There was only, if you go back, I think you can work out the actual, I think Dragon Ogres and something else were the only two indigenous populations. Everything else had been put there as a big science experiment. And in one of the End Times books, the Skaven stumble across like a warp portal. They stumble into the webway. They find a communicator, and they can hear what sounds like elves talking, but it's quite clearly the Eldar.
Yeah.
And then they bug out of there again. So they are lining the worlds up again in that,
and
which is very amusing.
Sort of way, it could be brilliant. It could be disastrous.
It could be very bad indeed.
I think it's more likely to be bad. And even Gareth's just put there, I get all my nonsense from Bell of Lost Souls. Don't really pay much attention to the rumours. I like their site as they have some good stuff and a fair few decent members. Painting site. Bell of Lost Souls is a good site. I'm sub to their YouTube channel. Can't remember the last time I watched a video, but
it's been a long time since the both out, which is a shame.
And I've got to the point now where I hear rumours whether I want to or not. I try to avoid them, and when GW release something, I either pick it up or I won't. I am dangerously close, and I'm quite scared of where my mind is with not with the hobby, but with the GW side of the hobby. Like I said at 6 hours ago when we started this conversation, I'm bored of 40k. Now, I've got thousands and thousands of pounds of stuff upstairs that's not being built or painted. I've got no enthusiasm to do it. I'm bored of the game because my club kind of killed it out to me with that last campaign. And also, I don't go into the store anymore. What I used to enjoy was every week or every month when something new came out, I'd be in Games Workshop Southport every Thursday. People would be talking about it. I would see it. I would read it, and it would motivate me to look at it. Now I see people do codex reviews on YouTube, and unfortunately I don't watch them because I might be subscribed to 300 people, and 30 of those people will all do a Necron codex review. And I'm not watching 30 45-minute videos on the same book, and I don't know who to watch and who not to watch, so I don't watch any of them. Because I just think, you know what, I'll read it when I get around to it.
Funny, I don't actually go near any of the rumor sites, but I have a friend, and he will on a daily basis, because he does check, because he can access them in work, and it's one of the few things that gets through the work firewall. So every day I will get a little email from him with some sort of cheek, and he mostly does it. He mostly does it just to annoy me, and he does it to see what my reaction will be. Did you know they're going to do this, this, and this to Warhammer? And then just sits back and waits while I explode, and then calm down again. But that's all. It's just like a daily rant for me with him.
My friend who works for GW, he despises with a passion Harry Potter. Don't know why, he just absolutely hates Harry Potter. So I sent him a message a couple of weeks ago saying, "Oh my God, tell me it's not true." He was like, what? I said, apparently J.K. Rowling's been talking with GW, and instead of releasing Blood Bowl, they're doing a Quidditch game and possibly like a Hero Quest board game style version of Harry Potter. He went nuts. He doesn't buy into rumours, but he went nuts because it was that personal to him. Hilarious.
It's the way to go.
If GW wants to make some money, they should look at doing better releases of the specialist games. Not all of them, just maybe Necromunda and definitely Blood Bowl. Epic at a push, never played more times, so I can't comment on that. The problem with specialist games is they cost a fortune to resculpt and reprint and reproduce, and you don't need to buy very much. So if I buy Blood Bowl and buy the box for 50-60 quid, that's got all the nice pitch and everything else in it, and then I might buy a few extra star players and everything. I might buy 2 teams, and that's it. Then I'm done with Blood Bowl. I've got my 2 teams. I could buy all 10 races, 15 races, but I probably won't. There's not much for GW to sell to the consumer. I don't think it's a very limited investment, and the amount of money they've got to spend on designers, sculptors, molds, publication. I think that's probably why they don't do it.
Yeah, Warhammer Quest was one of the best dungeon crawlers I've ever played, and it's never been reprinted because the costs of the tile system in that, which was more extravagant, more elaborate than the Space Crusade one, was just prohibitive. And at the time it was only like a £50 box set, and I think pretty much 2/3 of the money went towards the printing of the cardstock for that. Now, that's not to say they couldn't go back and do, like they've done with Hero Quest, a limited run, so you could get a limited Blood Bowl with a textured plastic pitch in it, something where they're not having to pay for the cardboard prints, something that's more controllable by themselves.
It's the sculptor molds though, isn't it? It's like Gareth just put there, they did it with Space Hulk twice. Now they redid Space Hulk in 2009 with some new sculpts, and lovely sculpts. I've got a copy of that upstairs, which they were going on eBay not so long ago for silly money. The one that came out a couple of months ago, again, I've got one of them as well. There's a trend there. The sculpts are the same, the tiles are the same. There's just some extra tiles.
Extra tiles on one new mission.
Yeah. So it's not costing anything to use the same molds. And
that's it. The mold's always the major investment for them.
Yeah. And if they redid to redo Space Blood Bowl, they couldn't use the 90s molds, even if they still had them. They probably haven't even got their molds anymore. But if they did, they couldn't use them because they're too crap. For modern day, they're not. They're still good minis, but they don't match up to the standards that people would expect of a new kit. Same with Battlefleet Gothic. That's a fantastic game. The money involved in remaking that, or Necromunda. Yes, they should do specialist games. Maybe actually 30k won't happen, and maybe when they need to fill that gap that the Hobbit leaves, maybe we will see some specialist games come back.
I think the main problem they had with it was it took up floor space. They were losing out. I know in Belfast we had maybe a third of the store went into the specialist games range, because at that stage you had Blood Bowl, Necro and Gorka Morka, and then when one dropped off, another one would come out. So all of a sudden you would have Battlefleet Gothic in place of Blood Bowl, and you had a third of the floor space taken up with, like you say, a relatively limited niche. They were all great games, but it took away floor space from 40k and Fantasy, the main core products, and it was just it was a loss maker for them for a while. At the same time, they had the Specialist Games website where you could order the stuff if you had it or if you wanted it, and they kept the rule books up to date.
You can still send the rules for Blood Bowl off on the
Blood
website.
Bowl, yeah. Well, I don't know if it's on the website, but I know there's the living rule books up on another site because I threw up for Kim the other day.
There's and the computer game version that's out for well, it's only Apple, isn't it? Because they're affiliated with them. But maybe actually that's the way Blood Bowl should be played, because it's a great game, but the computer version of it on the tablets and all, it's fine. I don't have an Apple. I use Android, so I can't access it. But
Okay, it's more a case that if the player base want to continue with it, it would have been nice that GW had a facility for it, but since they don't do the in-house molding anymore, I mean, whenever I was there, you could go into Nottingham and literally walk through shelves that were just filled with all the bits of all the miniatures from the catalogs, and you could go, right, I find the Blood Bowl stuff, and just fill up a bag with Blood Bowl. Now they don't. Now it's all cast in China, and it's space requirement, really. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Gareth's just said that other than Space Hulk is the best Estes game ever. Space Hulk is a good game. I like Space Hulk. It's a fun game, but actually I think there are better games of similar length and design. But he's put there, I believe it takes them 10 years to make a profit on a plastic kit. I don't know whether that's quite true.
It just initially, and this comes down to cost again. Back in the day, RTB01, the original Beaky Marine box set, and the RTB02 was the 3-box Rhino set, and RTB03 was the 2-box Land Raider set. That Rhino stayed in production for over 10 years, and I think it only started to make a profit on the original cost of the mold about 7 or 8 years in. But at that stage, it was like 100,000 to get a mold, and if you had multiple sprues, each one of those was, so you may be talking for the original Rhino, which was a 2-sprue set, would have been 200 grand. I don't know if those are the exact figures, but it wasn't far off it.
No,
and that's what
Rhinos to sell those.
And because you're also, well, your material cost might be pittance. You know, maybe it's a penny for every 10 that you make, or every 100 that you make, or whatever. But it takes a long time to recoup that. Nowadays, with the tooling isn't done with the pantographs any longer. It's not as labor intensive. It's all CAD design, and then that's brought the cost of a mold down from 100,000 to maybe 20 or 30,000 per sprue, and that reduction obviously means their profits are, depending how far back you go. Yes, the older molds would have taken a long time before they recouped their outlay on it, but these days they're much better at it, and even the amount they can get on a sprue. If you look at some of the big kits where you've got everything on one sprue, whereas you would have had to maybe get 3 or 4 sprues to get the same size of creature about 6 or 7 years ago. So it's one mold as opposed to 4 molds, and it's things like that. So yeah,
it's like when they've gone from pewter to Finecast. They were just using the pewter mold but injecting Finecast into them, and but they're still doing it to an extent now, aren't they? And I suppose the reason for that is, they're not going to make a new mold just to do those. So the things that are available in Finecast aren't big sellers, so they're not going to invest heavily in the molds. And the Specialist games, you think you've got to pay a designer to design the model, then you've got to pay a sculptor to sculpt the model. That might be the same person, but it's still 2 paychecks. Then you've got to actually make the mold, then you've got to release it, and then there's the chance that it just won't take off.
Yeah.
And there's so many games out there. Why put those little games? Gareth said there, I suppose they could pass the Specialist side off to Fantasy Flight Games.
Fantasy Flight, yeah.
They could do, but then the minute you give somebody else your IP, they're weakening the company, and that's why they don't allow, other than to these crap computer game companies that are ruining every game they try to make.
They are the anti-Midas. Everything they touch turns to shite.
Yeah, and I just can't see them passing off to FFG for the specialist games. I don't think FFG would want them.
No,
They're not big enough.
yeah.
They do well with Star Wars, and it's a god expensive license to have, Star Wars license, and they've done very well with X-Wing. But Imperial Assault, as good a game as that is, it hasn't took off, has it?
No.
And the minis are fantastic. I've not played it yet. I'm playing it in a few weeks when I go down to Nottingham, because my mate's got it. But he said it's a fantastic game. Might well be, but it's £78 for the game.
Yeah. It's funny you say that. There was just on the pricing of these things, there was a Sandy Peterson Kickstarter for Cthulhu Wars, I want to say it was, and Sandy wrote he wrote the original Call of Cthulhu RPG and stuff like that. You know, he was massively involved. It's now available in retail, and the Cthulhu War retail price for the basic game is $200, and that's just a board game. And that's because it contains 4 factions, and it's mostly down to the sculpting costs. So even though each faction only contains, well, there's 72 models spread across the 4 factions. So what's that, like 18 per faction? But he's having to price that at $200 to try and recoup the money for the molding on that. And it's, even for a massive Cthulhu fan like me, that just seems like madness. And not even proper Cthulhu Roll Your Sand madness. But
yeah. I've never played Cthulhu, I believe it is good though.
It's one of those that I'm a big fan of. I like the Spanish horror films. An awful lot of that is Cthulhu inspired. It's massively popular over there, as it is in France and Germany as well. So.
What I am about to play, we're going down for this Throne Schools tournaments in June. Well, obviously we'll have a maybe straight after. But one of the lads that I go down to the tournaments with, he sent a message out a couple of months ago now. He said, right, he said, I'm going to do it. He says, I'm going to take the final ultimate step into geekiness, and I need you scumbags to come along with me, otherwise I can't allow myself to do it. I want to play D&D. Who's up for it? And we all instantly said, I always wanted to, but never have. Yeah, go on, let's just do it. Let's fully immerse ourselves into geekdom, because once you play D&D, that's it. There's no turning back as far as I'm concerned. You can't say you're a fringe player. You can't say you're not a full-on geek, because that's where it started. And ultimately, I've always wanted to play it. So he's setting up. He's bought 5th edition. He's reading through it. He's going to be Dungeon Master, and he's going to basically tell us what we need to do and what we need to bring. Because I honestly, I haven't got a clue.
It should mostly just be yourselves and a pencil.
Yeah, I thought of that. You don't have to have minis to represent things, do you?
No. If you've got minis and the maps and all the rest, it makes working out the combat easier, but we've never bothered with them for any of the games we play.
But
which always ends with arguments, because where you imagine you are in physical space when the things are occurring isn't where the other party members think you are, or where they are, or where the GM thinks. But so at that point, miniatures are handy, because then you can go, I'm standing behind him.
Yeah, that would make sense. And he's going to sort it out. But to coin an American phrase, I am super stoked about it.
Just like Rob Bear.
I almost am a little bit sort of giddy about the prospect of it. And I can't believe it took till now for me to remember that I'm about to play it, because it again, it goes back to what I talked about 6 hours ago when we started this conversation. I love playing games. Us people who are into the hobby, we must love playing games. That's why we do it. It's just having the people to play the games with. None of my friends who like my circle of friends where I live, none of them are into it. They all mock me and laugh at me because I play with little plastic fighty men, and that's fine. That's what my wife calls them, so that's what they call them. So my gaming outlet, if you like, is either Games Workshop,
Yeah.
which we know is limited to Games Workshop products, or the Wardens of the North club that I was going to, which is limited to Games Workshop. So I have no other outlet. So again, that's why I want this store so much, because if I want that outlet, then surely other people want that outlet as well.
Yeah.
And there is a little club in Liverpool called the Silent Teacup. And I've not been in, but from what I've heard, it's not somewhere that you particularly would want to go.
Right.
It's you take all the bad stereotypes, they're in there.
Oh dear. Well, you find them anywhere.
Yeah, it's a tiny little cafe which has a couple of tables that people game on, and has like the little minimum amount of GW stock on the rack, and this, that, and the other, and it smells, and it's owned and run and funded by the members, for the members, and
Yeah.
maybe when you walk in, you have to sort of like do this like with your hands to shake people.
Show them your nipple, wear an apron. Yeah.
Yeah, and if any of you guys who go to the Silent Teacup are watching, I'm sorry because I've just offended the hell out of you. I don't even know you, so if you want to take it personal, I can't help you guys. I suddenly keep reminding myself that this is live, and although only 2 people are watching it right now, and one of them is obviously Gareth,
Yeah.
it's quite concerning that I don't know who the other person is. one of them is Gareth. Tomorrow or later on today, when I wake up, after whatever time I decide to call it today and go to sleep, I don't know who's going to watch it and how far in they're going to watch it.
At 6 hours, even YouTube fanatics will be going, "What the fuck?"
But you know what? It's almost an interesting exercise, isn't it?
Yep. I'd love to see the whatever you call it, not the demographics, but the numbers on it. How often it's watched, how many minutes are watched, because
yeah, the
you get all that now.
percentage of your audience retention. Yeah, the audience retention on this is not going to be very high.
Thankfully, I don't look at any of those things for mine.
I seldom do anymore. I used to get, like, when I had like 100, 200 subscribers, I was focused on these things because I thought they will prove my channel, and then all of a sudden realised no, they don't.
Yeah.
Because then I thought about how I watch videos, and I was like, yeah, the fact that the way I watch videos, most other people probably watch them. So I have 300 subscribers, so 300 people probably that I'm subscribed to.
Yeah.
I can't watch 300 people's videos. Nick Idicbius seems to manage to do it. He says he watches all of everyone's videos, and doff my hat to him if he does. The people who always comment on my videos, I will always watch their videos. Not necessarily in entirety, but I will watch. If it's a 15-minute video goes up, I'll probably watch 7 or 8 minutes of it. But a little bit at the front, a little bit at the middle, and a little bit at the back. And my comment that I leave on the video is a bit from the front, bit from the middle, bit from the back. So it looks like I've watched the whole video. And everybody's happy then. Some videos, if they're less than 5 minutes, I watch the whole video. If it's more than 10 minutes and it's not something I need to watch and it's something I can listen to, I'll do it while I'm waiting. If it's something I've just got no interest in, unless there's no other videos gone up that day, I just don't watch them.
I do try and watch as much as I can on my feed, and like you, I've got 200 or 300 people I'm sub to, but then with the way my work goes, 'cause I've just come off the back of 6 night shifts in a row where I haven't really been watching many, and my feed is just full, and it's like there's no way I can catch up with all of these.
It's demoralising, isn't it?
So
and it happens, and you can tell that the likes of yourself, you can tell that, because I might put full videos up and you won't have passed a comment on them, but then all of a sudden I'll get 4 comments in one day from videos that I did over a week ago.
Yeah.
And that's where you just start catching up.
Yeah.
And you know what? And you can see it with different people do different things. Nick, for example, to use him as a name again, he can watch them in work, and he said that in a video.
Yeah.
He can sit in work watching YouTube videos, and that's how he gets through an awful lot of it. So whenever I put a video up, he's one of the very first people to comment on it, and that's fine. You can put a setting on certain people so that you get an email when they've uploaded a video.
Yeah.
And like Mike Kuro Angelis, he's just finished his 1,000 subscribers competition off, so he's done 5 20-minute video sessions. Now I've watched all 5 of them in their entirety, or sorry, I've listened to all 5 of them in their entirety, because I can listen to them while I'm sat in the taxi driving around. And I heard the answer to my question. I think it was in video 3 was the answer to your question.
Yeah, I was listening to that as well.
I wasn't sure how to pronounce your name.
Yeah.
And
Nobody is.
And I love the fact that the last question was, what's your favourite beer? I was like, I think that is a great way to end it. And they were interested, because I only had to listen to them for me to do in the car. But you get worried about offending people, don't you? Think, they're going to be pissed off, and then
you have to take the rough with the smooth. You have to eventually just go, right, yeah, there's only so many hours in the day I can watch or listen to these things. And like you say, you have to, sometimes it comes down to picking and choosing.
Well, it does, because ultimately, if I spend all my time watching YouTube videos and that's my new hobby, and I can't actually do my hobby whilst I'm watching, I can't do that. I can't watch and paint at the same time. I can't have a film on in the background. Hence why I'm not doing my hobby. I could have done so much hobby in this 6 months, but I haven't.
It's only help I've glued together 5 people. So there you go. That's better than 1 an hour. No, it's not actually. It's worse than 1 an hour, but still got your Skyboard. That's good.
Tomorrow or later today, however I want to compute it in my mind, there might be a goblin on. And at that point I'll call them done. Gareth just posted there, one thing that was posed in a forum was that GW would likely focus on miniatures and phase out writing rules. It was suggested that this was not a terrible idea, especially if they passed the rules writing to Fantasy Flight Games, who are apparently good at such thoughts. They won't phase out writing rules, because at the point where they phase out writing rules and just make models, nobody needs
There's no reason to buy the models.
Nobody needs to buy 2 boxes of tactical marines. You could only buy 1 tactical marine. You wouldn't even want a squad of them necessarily, because you've got no need to buy an army. And they're never ever going to give the rules to Fantasy Flight Games, because I'll be honest, as an X-Wing player, Fantasy Flight Games are no better at writing rules than Games Workshop. In fact, they're probably worse, which is why they have a big FAQ section on their website. And it's Fantasy Flight Games is a 10-page rule book for X-Wing. Warhammer 40,000 7th edition is a 220-page rule book. The bigger something gets, the harder it is to write the rules for it, and you only have to go back to our discussion earlier about the comma not being in something, causing outrage with people because a comma isn't in something. Fantasy Flight haven't got that to deal with yet, because the game mechanics are very simple for X-Wing. What makes X-Wing difficult is the outthinking your opponents. The mind work involved in the movements phase of X-Wing is phenomenal. The game itself is so sick. Have you played it, Jeremy?
Oh god, yes.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. The play out of it is dead simple.
Yeah.
That
phase where you're sitting going, if I move there, and
he's at
he
stage 2, so he's going to go first. So if he goes there, I'm not going to be able to get across him. But then I move before him, so if I move there, then I'll be. And it's worse than chess from a thought process. But once you've made your decision and you've got your counters down, the rest of it's dead simple. It's just put the markers, move the piece, roll the dice, and see what happens. It's all about the movement thought. So again, might be rumours, it might be wish lists, because X-Wing is popular at the moment, so people think that they'd be good at writing rules. My opinion is no.
Well, I've seen both of their Warhammer and their Star Wars RPGs, and they are dogs. I wouldn't use them to line a hamster's bedding. They are just,
what's the Star Wars RPG called?
Age of Empire or something like that. It's something ridiculous. The whole idea behind, they've taken RPGs which are meant to be pen and paper and fairly simple to run with, and they had to find a way to commercialize them. And so character packs cost this. They use their own special weird dice that don't have numbers on them. They've got symbols, and then you have to translate the symbols. And I have 3 editions of I've got 2 editions, of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay from back in the day, and they're more or less identical. Just one was a hardback, and they cost me probably 15-20 quid at the time. The fantasy version that Fantasy Flight Games do is a box set that costs around about £80 or £90, and you're limited. Any other RPG, I can go, right, who wants to play this? 6 people want to play, grand, we'll roll up 6 characters. 7 people want to play, we'll roll up 3 people want to play, 3, that's fine. Star Wars and Fantasy from Fantasy Flight Games are tied to the cards, which means you can never have more than 4 players in your game, because that's the amount of maximum cards that there are. There's no way to expand it, and you have to add little counters to your cards, and it's all about. And they're very good at making board games, and what they've tried to do there is turn RPGs into board games. And I think if they tried to make rule set for Fantasy or 40k, it would be the same thing. It would be, we're good at board games, how do we turn these tabletop games into board games? And you would just end up with tons of counters and all sorts of bookkeeping.
No, you're right there, and I think if they hadn't have produced X-Wing when they produced X-Wing, I don't think anybody would be talking about Fantasy Flight Games now, would they? Because that's their money earner, isn't it?
That's their flagship.
Yeah. And it was fluke that it worked. Maybe it wasn't a bit of luck that it worked, because
I know Fantasy Flight Games from old, prior to them doing the Fantasy RPG. I have Tide of Iron, which is a World War II strategy board game, and the supplements for that, like Normandy and Desert Fox, and they're great. And as strategy games go, they're great, but they're very different. And it's like Memoir 44, whatever. They're tactical or strategic board games, and they've had a long history of doing board games. So the fact that they have broken away from that with X-Wing,
it's made it for them, hasn't it? And they needed it as a company. And when you read about them, I remember, obviously, when I was looking at stocking them, I needed to get in touch with Fantasy Flight Games. I needed to stock their product, because I thought, I can't not have X-Wing in my shop. A, I like it, and B, it's Star Wars, and C, it should be in a game shop.
Yeah.
And that's how I then, by trying to find them, they only distribute through Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
Which then introduced me to what Wizards of the Coast is, and what else I can get from them, and it opens me to a world that I don't know about. And don't get me wrong, it's a scary world that I'm going to step into with it, because I don't know what games to and not to buy. I don't know what to and not to stock, and how much. I think bolt action. I'm going to stock bolt action. Or do I stock everything bolt action? Do I stock every blister that they sell, or am I just going to end up with a load of blisters sat gathering dust? How do I know what? I don't know what to and not to stock, and it'll just be trial and error. I'll have to take a certain amount of faith from my distribution rep, who will say, listen, these are the sellers. And if he tries to have me off and gets me to stock it all, then he's not doing himself any favour, so they're probably not going to do that to
Yeah.
you. But oh yeah, sorry, another message just come up. I tend to be away from my PC at weekends, so I end up binge watching during the week. Got about 10 Terranscapes vids to watch still. They're great, but they're long.
He waffles as much as I do in my videos.
I've subscribed to Terranscapes and I like it. He did the big oceanic board, didn't he?
His last one he put up there yesterday was a mountain range for that oceanic board.
Oh,
Because
right.
he's still working on that. It's but it looks fantastic. It's using that mold he got off the bloke for the stonework. It's two, maybe a foot tall sections that come together, and he was mostly talking about the hassle he had. It was just like a 20-minute roundabout. I tried to do this and this didn't work, so I did this on top of this and then this and this, and they're all different textures, and then I started sanding it and it all went wrong, and don't do what I did. But he starts it off with a warning going, I normally ask for comments. Don't comment on this. Don't tell me how I could have done this, because this has been heartbreaking, and I don't want you to come along and just go, if you don't only made it out of like Fimo, it would have been so much easier, because I don't need to hear that after I've spent all the time on this. I'm going, it's just class.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've not watched it though. And I don't tend to watch his videos. Only if I look at it and think, oh, actually, I need something else. So
Yeah.
I came across him because I needed to do the base for that Nagel Knight that I did, where I wanted the water effects, standard water effects. We ain't going to cut it, so I was getting that Envirotex.
Yeah.
And he was using it, and he was talking about getting waves and realistic water.
Yeah.
I got into those couple of videos, and the rest of it.
I think that was the same.
If I need terrain building information, I will go to his videos. Same as the terrain shooter Mel, who I'm actually decent mates with Mel. I say decent mates with. I chat to him on like a group chat thing every now and again. I don't watch his videos though, because I don't make terrain. So if I need to make some terrain, I know where my catalogue of videos are to go to. But I'm subscribed to these people, and part of me thinks, no, do you know what? I should pay attention to them. But then the childish schoolboy part of me thinks, well, when did Terranscapes last comment on one of my videos? Oh, wait a sec, he's not even subscribed to you, because I'm a little 800 subscriber channel compared to his multiple thousands. He doesn't know I exist, and it's a wrong attitude to have. But I think he's not going to know whether I watch his video or not, and it doesn't make a difference to him. So therefore, I'll watch somebody who's got much lower subscription levels, who appreciates me.
Yeah. Actually watching and commenting, and yeah.
And it's like Gareth's just put there, I've met Mel, he's a great bloke. I've not met him in person, but I say I've chatted with him umpteen times, and he seems like a really, really, really nice fella. I'll meet him at Warhammer Mania, and I've got time for him. But I don't watch every single one of his videos, and I don't think for 1 minute he watches every one of mine either. The guy's got 11,000 subscribers now, so he hasn't got time to be watching everybody else's. He watches what he needs to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's probably a wrong attitude that I've got, but it's an attitude.
Like you say, if you were to try and watch every single video that comes up in the feed all the time, it does just change from being your hobby is modeling to your hobby is watching YouTube videos. And there's only so much you can. Like you say, a lot of them are chat. That's grand. You can put them on while you're doing something. But the ones that actually have content up on the videos, that's it. You have to watch it, or you're just not actually going to understand what's going on half the time.
What's it? And it's like all the subscriber competitions now. I know I've done mine. I did 100. I did 500. And I will do 1,000 when I get to it, because they're milestones, and there are people that have got. And unfortunately, everybody seems to hit the milestones at the same freaking time. So everybody seems to have a competition run at the same time, which means you've either got to do a response video or build something or paint something or whatever. And I want to take part in every one of them. One, because I want to support people, and two, because I want to win things. Let's not beat about the bush. I'm entering certain competitions because there's a chance to win a £50 voucher or a book or a set of models or whatever it may be. And of course that drives me, but genuinely, again going back 6 hours, I'm going to be asking people to buy into me and basically put money into my future because they want to see me succeed. I am like that with other channels. I especially the ones who have only got 50, 60 subscriptions.
Yeah.
I'll happily, Marcus Cuss 69, he had 28 subs or something, and then he sent me a package. He said he was going to Warhammer Mania, he sent me a package. So I did unboxing because I knew it'd just get him more subscriptions, and he jumped up and then he's put a subscription competition up of 50 subs. And in the next day or two, that's who the Hobgoblin's for. I'll push it. Idic B has pushed him, probably gained him another 40, 50 subs, and then I'll push him, and it might push up another 20 or 30, and that's great. It's going to take me however much time to stick a goblin on that and paint him up. It's not going to be my best work, but I'm going to send them the model. You can have it. I don't want it. It helps people. And I might get a £20, £30 voucher out of it, which is, if he wants to give that away, that's fine. Jameson Kane has done Show Me Your Stash.
Yeah.
Now, I sent him a message saying, listen, I did a video just before Christmas where I laid out on my living room floor everything that I have unpainted. Here's the link to it. That's my entry. I can't film that video again. I'm not getting it all back out. It'll kill me. And he's fine with that. Mega Tim Ho's got one.
Show me your work area. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not that they're not original competitions. It's not that I don't want to take part, but
Yeah.
there's only so much time.
Yeah.
And whilst I'm doing challenges, and it's like I'm not taking part in Warboss Days painting challenge because although I've got the perfect thing to take part in it with, I don't want to be forced into doing that when I need to crack on with my own stuff. It's I did Nick's terrain thing because I kind of feel I owe it to Nick. I get on well with him, and he's supported me masses.
He's not a bad spot for Trekkie.
Yeah, and he likes the J.J. Abrams movies as well.
Yeah,
so
there you go. Yeah.
That's all right. Yeah, and I have many a Facebook message with him about when I was watching Star Trek. I'd bought it, hadn't I? And so I put it on, and I took a screenshot with my phone, and I Facebooked it to him saying, I'm about to watch this, and this is in no short part your fault. So if it's awful, I am blaming you personally. This movie hinges, your reputation hinges on this movie or something.
Yeah. Well, you know.
And it was good, so he was alright. But I do find though that there's so many competitions and it is then where does it become a hobby, where does it not? And who do you take part in, who don't take part in, and everybody is only at the stage that I was at last year. And I remember being at 50 subs thinking, well, how do I make myself bigger, and how do I get people watching my videos? And that's all they ever want to do.
Yeah.
And I feel, I was there, I should help them. Because I've grown massively very, very, very quick. But
A lot of it's down to the content you put out. I mean, I stagnate away. I think I'm about 200, and that's mostly because I very rarely post a video, and I'm incredibly fickle, which is one of the reasons I don't do a lot of the subscriber comps, because I know I'll start off with the best intentions, and then it just goes out the window. And it's not that I don't want to. I do. I have some serious depression, and there'll be days where I just don't get out of bed, or there'll be days where I try and start 50 different projects, and I'll burn through. I'll assemble a ton of stuff. I'll base coat all of these, I'll do this, that, and then maybe 2 days later I'll come down on a massive downswing and it just all sits there. So I find it best not to. Now, Kim, Dice Miniature Paint Guy,
Yeah.
threw out questing nights to people.
Yes.
I seen that. I was going, that's interesting. I'm going, but will I get something finished for him if I take it off him? And then there's the pressure of that. I thought, no, sort of. I actually have one of my own Bretonnian. I used to have Bretonnian Army, and I got rid of all of it bar a unit that I used for my Dogs of War, and actually 2 units that I used for my Dogs of War, and I had one questing night left. So I dug him out of his blister pack, and I'm currently painting him up. He doesn't know that this exists.
All right.
And if I get it finished off, I will wing it in the post, and if I don't, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, and that's a good attitude to it.
Yeah.
And it is. And it, and that's exactly right. To be fair, I suppose I'm not a million miles from that. The hobgoblin thing that I'm doing, I just wanted to do it. To be fair, with that one, I
have toyed with doing Doctor Doom. I have a Necron kicking around here. It would just mean green stuffing a cloak and a tabard over a Necron. Result.
Look how easy Iron Man was for Nick. It's not a difficult competition.
No.
It's helping the guy, and he is putting videos up more and more. I only did this hangout tonight because I'd come home. There was no work. I was up in the taxi tonight, so I came in. I thought, oh, Marcus said he was going to throw a hangout up tonight, and he put a video out saying, "Oh, people join."
Mm-hmm.
I thought, how many people are actually going to join if he hasn't got that many people involved? I thought, so I'll jump on and then I'll send an invite out as well, and it might help him out a little bit. And it turns out his missus was sick, so therefore he's not doing it. I thought, so that I'm here now, I'll do one. And 7 hours later, me and you were still chatting crap.
Well, you know, gotta have a hobby. It's that or paint.
We're two of the best people at it. But yeah, I thought, yeah, I'll do that. That's again the Morg.
Yeah.
His channel. I'd only seen 1 or 2 bits. I hadn't really seen much. And then he put his 100 subs competition up.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no denying the fact that he was offering a Forge World Titan was the bit that spurred me on with it more than anything. And I thought, you know what? I like that. That's a challenge. Can I get into there? And then when Nick jumped on board on my behalf and created Train Directed, I thought, this might happen. I was pushing for it and genuinely rooting for the fella, because then I started watching his videos then, and the quality of his work is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then when I'm looking at his catalogue of minis that he's got, wow, that guy's got some serious collection. And there's stuff in there that I just think, I want to see this stuff. I want to see him succeed. And I messaged him saying, listen, mate, I don't know whether we're going to get you to 500, so I think the Titan might be safe in your house. But I'm going to run with this as long as you're all right with it. You're sure you're all right with me doing this? I don't want you. I don't want to get you there and then you think, oh, so I'm not going to give this Titan away. Don't worry about it, sort of thing. He was like, no, mate, to be fair, it's been kicking around for ages, so I'm fine with that. And at the moment, I'm releasing a video and I'm getting 20 views on it, which doesn't really motivate me to make another video. Whereas if I get up to 300, 400, 500 subs, I'll be getting 200-300 views, and all of a sudden it makes it worthwhile making the video. And I know that feeling. I look back at my original videos. I did a 9-day Tyranid painting challenge that I set myself. Built and painted a whole 1,500 point Tyranid horde in 9 days. Video logged it and put a video up each day, and there's still videos on there now which haven't hit 50 views. Yeah. Whereas now I throw a video up, and generally within a week or so it's on 200-300 views. Some of them are on over 1,000. That How to Play Warhammer series, I'm getting subscribers off that every day. most of the videos are in the late hundreds, like 8, 7, 7, 8, 900. Some of them into the thousands, and it is more satisfying when you see all the big views.
Yeah.
You think people are interested, and it starts to snowball. The more views you get and the more subscribers you get, because the higher up the rankings you go, and it all
Yeah. I know what you mean.
escalates. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I'm getting a Phantom Titan because he's only had about 250 subs, which is still 150 more than he had.
Yeah.
But I can't see him giving a Phantom Titan away then.
Ah, well, these things are sent to try us.
Yeah, it'd be very nice if all of a sudden he just goes, do you know what, actually, Martin, you did well there, just have it anyway. Not that I'm asking that the more whilst we're on live.
Nudge, wink, wink.
I forgot about the live button again. All of a sudden, I was like, "Oh, he asked a question before. He might be watching this." But he hasn't put a video out for a few weeks either, so I don't know whether he's had. People have things going on, don't they?
Yeah.
On that note, have you heard anything from Mick, starring Phoenix, or old Git as he was?
No, not recently. I have seen him. Did I see him comment on something a couple of weeks ago?
It's got to be a good 3 or 4 weeks. He was a relentless commenter. He never failed. Even if he didn't really watch the video, I just always get a tweet saying, Mick Watson shared your video, liked your video on YouTube, and I haven't seen a video of him. I haven't had a comment off him. I haven't seen him comment on anybody else's stuff for weeks now.
Yeah.
He was having problems with his wife. He was also, I believe that there was an illness or something. I don't know too much, and again, we're live, so I don't want to talk too much about the guy's personal life. But I sent him a email, but through YouTube, because that's the only way I had to get in touch with him.
Yeah.
Saying, listen, at the very minimum, mate, just hit me back just to let me know that you're okay. And I've not heard anything, so I'm a little bit concerned.
The problem with that is the YouTube email PM system is worse than god awful, and if you don't go in and check it, then you just don't know that you've even got it. And I've missed so many fucking comments from people because of that.
Oh, definitely, 100%. Just to let you know, Garrett's just said that just found Jay's channel. Looks like some good stuff on there. It's subbed.
Yeah, I've just got an email saying that.
Good stuff.
I see you.
His other question now, here's a funny one. How do you feel when somebody unsubscribes? I've got no problem with anybody unsubscribing from my channel.
Yeah.
Sometimes they might subscribe because they just want to watch a series. So like the How to Play 40k, they'll subscribe until they've watched the 9, 10 videos, whatever it is, and then unsubscribe because there's nothing else for them. I personally don't see the point in unsubscribing.
Yeah.
If I like one thing that someone's done, there's a chance that I might like something in the future, and it costs me nothing to be subscribed. What I don't like is I don't know who's unsubscribed. I don't watch my numbers religiously to the point where I can tell you at any second of any day how many I'm on. But obviously each time I log on, I see what my subscription number is, and I'm probably picking up 5 subs a day.
Seriously, I'm the other way. I have no idea where it's currently hidden, and have to go into my channel and then view as public to see it. And I think whenever I hit 100 or 150 or whatever it happens to be, it was only because somebody else commented and went, "Oh, you're about to hit this." I was like, "Am I really?" Because I'm sure the last time I checked, I was on 32 or whatever it happened to be, and it was like I hadn't even cared about it. I mean, I'm so ad hoc with what I do, and when I fire it out there, it doesn't really bother me too much. I mostly do it for my own personal amusement when I fire a video out, or because it's something that I think people may be interested in. For example, while we were talking tonight, I did a video months ago about a tentacle maker, the green stuff tentacle maker. The guys I bought it off on eBay commented on that video about 2 hours ago. So at some point they've been googling themselves or been trolling around YouTube or whatever, and have come across me and went, by the way, you could do it like this. You could, hold a 45-degree angle with only one of the side retaining bars on. I'm going, really? Class. All right, thanks.
Yeah. I bought, in fact, no, I didn't buy their one. I bought...
There's a German company, I think, do one as well.
That's the one. That's the one I bought. Was a German one. And since then, people have asked me, and I said, I can't find where it's from, but it's the same as this, the tentacle maker. And ultimately, they're the same product, aren't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, you get. Looks like tonight while we've been sat here, I've gained a couple more subscribers. I've just looked because we said it. I'm on 797, so I'm about to hit 800.
There you go.
Now, not so long ago, I said the it's wrong to call it the dream. I've got much better things to dream about than subscribers. But
Andrea Corner sisters.
Yeah. Well, I'm obviously going to dream about them, so but the scary thing is you're going to be in there. But bear in mind, my only visual reference of you is Darth Maul.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Tristan knows.
So I'm going to have Andrea Core and Darth Maul all in one dream. It's all just going to be a little bit wacky.
I like to roll.
That's fine. But yeah, my it's not even a goal because 28th of May last year I put my first YouTube video up, which is my White Scars task force, and I genuinely never in a month of Sundays thought that I would be teetering on 1,000 subs a year later. I thought, it's a long drawn out process that I might get to 100, 200 if I'm lucky. Did the Star Wars Hammer competition, thought, yeah, that might push me. But might end up hitting 3. If I get 500 to be made up, I'm 2 months away from my YouTube birthday, and I'm 200 subscribers away. 100 a month, that's doable.
Yep.
Because I'm tracking at it. I did 100 in March. Well, I'm 3 off doing 100 in March or thereabouts. So that's my aim. Why? I don't know.
It's like Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
They will come. Yeah.
That's the same sort of thing,
Yeah, and I am putting content out, which is...
That's it. That's it in a nutshell. If the content's there.
Yeah. And I try to keep it varied as well, the content. So I've got the rambles for people who like to listen to them. I've got the rants for people who like to listen to them. These things, I don't think a 6-7 hour video is going to get much attention, but
no.
It's there. The Q&A bits generated a little bit of interest. The How to Play 40k will just, over a period of time, until 8th edition hits, for a period of time, that will just grow and grow and grow and grow.
Yeah, because let's face it, if somebody's new to the hobby or thinking of getting into the hobby, what do you do these days?
They click on it.
You go online and you type in how do you play 40k or how to play 40k, and that might be one of the first ones that comes up.
There's only 3 out there.
That's shockingly low, isn't it?
And one of them is Mini Wargamer J.
Yeah.
He got about 5 videos in, and he just seems to have jacked it off. He got to I think he got to the movement phase or maybe the psychic phase, and then has stopped. Or at least I haven't noticed that he's gone any further again. He's putting big breaks in. Mini Warzone, who is a relatively new channel, tried to start it and stopped. He didn't take off with it for whatever reason. And then there's another American guy who's doing it, but his is all visual, so he's got a tripod set up and he's playing through the game. And it's a bit disjointed, but it works. It's a different take on it. Mine, ultimately, I just read the rules to people and say, this is my interpretation.
They have not put a comma in here, therefore We should ignore that.
I'm Scouse, so therefore I wrote the comment. It was there. I took it. I'm holding it hostage. It's yours for a hubcap.
I knew hubcaps were coming in there somewhere.
It's got to be. But yeah, so I think yeah, I could possibly do that. 1,000 in a year, and that'd be a nice birthday.
Yeah.
YouTube birthday then, wouldn't it? Maybe I need to do a begging video for some subscribers, or for the other channels to gain some subscribers. But then I don't like doing that. So I don't know. Atomic Dog has came on. Let's check. So Gareth didn't Wargamer Consort. WGC did a series on him. WGC did a series for 6th edition, where Chung and I forget who the other guy was, did some. And they were good videos, to be fair. As far as I'm aware, they've not done the 7th, but I've not looked recently. I've not looked for a month or two. And at the risk of really alienating myself, I don't particularly like the Wargamers Consortium.
I went off them a while ago. I used to watch an awful lot of Les's. Awesome.
Bearsley.
Yeah, but then he went to Patreon, and if you weren't chucking him money, you really didn't get to see anything.
Yeah, that's what it was about. They're so commercial that I don't agree with it. And that's why I said before, I'll never go Patreon. I don't agree with it now. Mel, who we were just talking about, the terrain shooter, he's now a member of the Wargamers Consortium. He's got Patreon, but he doesn't do Patreon to get to see the stuff first. He just does it. If you want to give me money, fine. You get nothing extra for it. Just
at least he's up for
to have it on there, and that's all right. I can get with that. But I just think there's clicks and that Wargames Consortium is a very, very clicky place.
And
I don't see why they would want to invite me in, and if they did, I can comfortably say that no, I wouldn't want to be in there. Yes, my subscription levels go skyrocketing through the roof, and I get a nice Badger airbrush and some Minotaur paints for free. I don't like Badger airbrushes, so I wouldn't want one. I'd have it if it was free, but I just think the amounts, the rules you've got, you join that and then you're on YouTube for a job.
Yeah.
You're not doing YouTube for yourself, and the minute you're not doing it for yourself, it's not right then. I know I'm almost contradicting myself there, because that How to Play 40k, well, that wasn't for me. But what it was ultimately that was for Farron Adams. He wanted to play, couldn't get his head around the book.
Yeah.
I jokingly said to him, "Oh well, I'll do a video on how to play it for you." He was like, "Oh, would you? That'd be fantastic." I thought about it. I was like, "That's not one video. That's a lot of videos." I started it, and 2 videos in, I hated it. After 2 videos, I hated that series, but I thought, I'm not going to stop. Let's get it finished. Let's get it done. I promised the guy I was going to do it. And yes, somewhere in my mind, I was like, this could be a big thing. This could get me my channel a lot of attention. So there was always that element. But first and foremost, it came from trying to help Farron out.
Yeah.
And yeah. But yeah, to finish off Garrett's question, how do I feel when someone unsubscribes? I don't like it. Of course, it's an actual human thing. If somebody unsubscribes from me, then it's not a personal slur, but they feel they need to leave me because they don't like something I'm doing or whatever. I don't lose sleep over it. I wish I could know where you can click and see who your most recent sub is. I wish I could click a button to see who is left.
It's like dislikes.
Yeah,
and you get to a point where I can't remember who it is. I have a sneaking suspicion it's Warboss Tay, And we noticed that every time he put a new video up, he always had a dislike on it almost before he had a like. It was like within the first, and I'd be maybe watching it as the 15th person viewing the video or whatever, just because of when he posted it, and there'd be 10 likes, 1 dislike, and then you watch the next one, there'd be 23 likes, 1 dislike. It's just like a serial disliker. Somebody's obviously just
Somebody's doing
decided.
it on mine at the moment.
Yeah,
You
just
look through my last 10, 15 videos and there's 1 dislike at least on every one. And it's obviously somebody who I'm upset on that Warhammer 9th.
yeah. Well, it's going to be Fritz then, isn't it?
Possibly. And he might be childish enough to do it. I don't think he's subscribed to me, to be fair.
Well, there
But
you go.
whoever's doing it is actually giving me a view. So
Yeah.
I
Fair
give
play.
them a thumbs up. It doesn't affect my channel giving me a dislike.
No, because it's down to minutes played or minutes
Yeah.
viewed these
It's
days.
not down to likes and dislikes anymore, and it's a pointless button there. YouTube should remove it. They don't have it on Facebook. They have a like button on a dislike, and you say it's almost, it's like where people write first. Oh, I'm the first one to write a comment. Good for you. Okay, do you want to make it more than first? Do you want to actually tell me something useful rather than just first?
That would be taxing their limited imagination in many respects, I feel.
Yeah. But yeah, that probably covers unsubscribers anyway. Are those pipe tentacle things worth the outlay? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's-
110 million%.
If you're a fantasy player, they're great for tentacles. If you're a sci-fi player, they're great for tubes. If you're a chaos player, they do both. But
Yes.
just the fact that I don't know if you've ever had to put a lot of tubes onto something in the past. Whenever I was younger, I did an awful lot of converting work for 40k, and the only way you could do that was using guitar wire. And guitar wire only has a certain amount of flex in it before it either will buckle rather than bend, or you just can't get it to go where you want it to. Whereas you're just making these out of green stuff, and you can make. There's a great video, not mine. Mine was very quick and nasty, just to show people what could be done. There's a great video online of somebody showing how you can use them in various ways to make different patterns.
Yeah, you can make ropes and all sorts with them.
You can go against the grain. You can get like flat piping or rib piping or strange lozenge patterns over the top. It's very cheap. I mean, Green Stuff World, like I say, they only just commented on my video tonight. They have a website, they have an eBay store, sorry, and you can get green stuff off them as well, and sculpting tools and this wee thing. It for the few pounds it costs to get from Spain, more than worth it.
Yeah, I can't agree more with that. If you look at my alien themed knits video that I put up a couple of weeks ago, on some of the scenic bases, if you like, on them, where it's got any ribbing that goes on the side, all done with the tube tool. That's the one that I bought, tube tool, which is the same thing. I think the tentacle maker, when I looked at that, is actually easier to use because it's got a flat line block at the side of it, whereas mine will sort of slide off itself.
And those two, the blocks are actually separate. I've got to sit beside me here. The blocks are separate, and you can leave them off if you're wanting to make something that's beyond the couple of inches that the actual little template gives you, or you can put it on if you're just making small things and you want it to be a bit more stable.
Yeah, another example, if you look again for my Nurgle Imperial Knight, all those tentacles that are coming out of his face and out of the top hatch, all done with the tentacle. Well, the tube tool, they're the same thing. Yeah, absolutely brilliant, worth every penny. Didn't WGC do a series of them? We've covered that one. Have you heard of Orc Painter Nerd? If not, check him out. He's been with us for a while. Yes,
He's come back and he's doing a lot of Gundam these days.
Yeah, he's quite open about that. He said he's not going back into his 40k at the moment. And before I started a YouTube channel, I used to watch him.
Marius Augustus Calgar.
Yeah, Mac, Brian, Templars Crusade.
Yeah.
Hazard Syndrome.
God, I haven't seen Hazard in ages.
And I started off watching a bit of Cruel Angelis because I knew I was buying a Reaver Titan, so I watched his Build a Reaver series. Via watching his channel, I discovered Nick Idikbeer, and I saw all these people on Gale Painting, Alessandra, or whatever her name is, Joey Berry, like the original YouTube Warhammer model world, whatever crew. Plus, then there was like some Buy It Painted, Jarrow, who I've not got a good word to say about. And then there was the likes of Lester and Chung and Warboss Tay and all those the big channels. 3 years ago, I was watching, and Orc Painted Air came back. I saw a video from him, and to be fair, I didn't even comment on it. And then I got a comment on a video of mine from Orc Painter Nerd, and I was just sort of like, wow, how's this guy found me? I hadn't commented on it. And it was one of those sort of shoulder back moments where I just thought, yeah, ultimately we are all just geeks who are into hobbies, and he's not a big celebrity just because he's got 15,000 subscribers as opposed to my 700, and he's obviously come back. He's been looking to see either who's new in the community or what's happening, and he's seen one of my videos, and as a result commented a couple of times on each other's videos now, and he's great, but really good work as well. And that Gundam stuff looks good.
I'd say whenever I was first thinking about getting an airbrush, it was his little series he did where he got his first airbrush and compressor kit, and I think it was Airbrush UK or something, whatever it was, and it was off the back of that I finally bit the bullet and went ahead and got one. Still can't use it for toffee, mind you, but you know.
To be fair, Buy It Painted, as much as I've just said I haven't got a good word to say, it was watching what he could do with an airbrush that convinced me to buy one. Now, I've obviously since found out that most of his work's photoshopped and you don't see the right truth, and having, in my opinion, being fleeced by the guy. I signed up and paid for his website, I forget what it's called now, Total Wargaming or something. Was promised the world, got nothing, couldn't get my money back, and then just lies after lies, and that's why I don't like the guy. And then after not doing a video for a long time, he lost his account with GW for his store. You only lose your account with GW if you've broken their rules. He tried to say that he lost his account because he was selling too much stuff. I don't care how arrogant GW might be perceived to be, no company stops an account with you because you are making them too much money. I don't believe that for 1 minute. If he was selling too much stuff, then he was selling it in the wrong places and he was breaking their trade rules. But he then went on an anti-GW campaign and put 3 or 4 videos out about why they're failing, why they're going to close this with their financial reports and everything else, and he gave a load of business advice saying what they were doing wrong. I called him out on it and said to him, let me stop you throwing stones inside your glass house because you're trying to run a business. You've promised this to all your customers on your website and haven't delivered it. So sort your own business out before you start slating other people's business. And his answer was very much just to still berate GW and avoided my comment with regards to his. So hence why I don't have anything good to say about him. But he was the reason I got the airbrush, or painting it. The techniques that he threw down on his Warhound Titan and his Blight Drone and things like that. Weathering pigments, MIG oils and weathering pigments. I picked that from him.
I was very good. Also, when he was getting through the airbrush, it was almost like you were learning along with him because he was just getting out there and going, right, I'm going to try this. Oh, that didn't work. This didn't work. Whereas the amount of time and effort I've or hassle I've had watching people go, oh, you make it the consistency of milk, and then look at this, oh my god, it's beautiful. You go, that's not helping me at all.
What milk do you drink? Because depending on whether you drink skimmed, semi-skimmed, or full fat milk, depending on what the consistency is.
Mostly, I don't drink milk, so
Well,
that's how that one works.
And I look.
Closest I get to milk is the occasional Baileys.
So that's my airbrush. I don't know another person in this hobby that uses this airbrush. It's a Harder & Steenbach Grapho,
Right.
and it's that it. I put the paint straight in there.
Mhm.
That's my well. It's tiny.
That really is.
The well, but then I can put a 0.15 needle in there and run through at just 7 psi, and I get perfectly fine lines. I can do hairlines with this airbrush. I use it because I went on an airbrushing course, and the guy had probably 30 different airbrushes. This was the one I liked.
Yeah. Jay at Dan has done some really good things with airbrushing. And he has multiple airbrushes and will go, well, this one I'm using this, or I've tried out this one for X, Y, or Z. And, it's handy in that respect. I mostly just, the majority of what I've done with mine so far, with the exception of a Confrontation Dwarven steam tank, it's nearly all been for base coating and doing the occasional bit of camo work on 15mm tanks.
Yeah, that's
But
what they should be for, really.
But I am so hit and miss. I'll get perfectly fine lines on one tank, and then the next tank it'll just be a massive blob of brown. It's like, I've destroyed it.
Well, one thing, and at the risk of going into a whole airbrush tutorial, so there is then that's one of the typical cheapo Chinese ones that you get in the starter packs.
Yeah.
The trigger's actually missing, to be fair, don't we? I think the trigger's inside there. Yep. Because that's where it should be. Everybody goes on about dual action. Got to have dual action brush. Yes. Life is easy with the dual action brush. Well, life is better with the dual action brush. Harder, but better. Well, the problem with dual action is you press down for air, pull back for paint.
Yeah.
What people get into the habit of doing very easily is they'll push down, they'll pull back until they're getting the level of paint they want, and then they'll do their line, and then they'll just do that, just let go with your finger.
Yeah.
Which all that means is you've then got paint clogged in the end, so as soon as you push down again to get your air, your paint flies out and it splats.
Yeah.
That's why people get splats. What you should be doing is pushing down, pulling back, pushing back and lifting up, so that you're giving clean air before you let go. That's why I like this brush. This is dual action, but just straight back. With that little screw in there, I set where my paint starts coming, so it's not turned on at the moment. I pull back and air comes out, and then once I reach up there, the paint starts coming through.
Right.
And then I can pull right the way back and get thick paint or thin line paint. So if I let go of my brush back there, before it's finished, it's had to blow air out. I can't. If I get splatter on my way, it's because there's paint on the nozzle protector. Otherwise, I physically can't do it.
That's handy.
But it's a different start, and I can put that airbrush down flat on the table and the paint won't fall out of it, because the way that well is set. The problem I found with these big ones and the likes of the Badger and that is, I'm gonna upset some American people now, and I don't mean to. This is said as a joke, but you think about Americans in movies and the way they're perceived and everything, sort of like, wow, big gung ho with the American things. Everything's sort of like hit it big, hit it hard. Badger's an American company. You need to put tons of PSI through. Let's give it loads of air, and that will give the better results. Well, actually, no, it's better to control with a small amount of air and a smaller needle. Yeah, you've got to thin your paints down a bit more, but ultimately the result's better. That's why I don't like the badges. They're too full of gusto, I think is the expression. But that's my opinion. I see a lot of people get fantastic results with badges. I see better. When you look at the best airbrushing results, whether it be proper artwork or miniatures, tends to be the European airbrushes, the likes of the Harder and Steenbecks, the German ones.
Yeah. It's one of those things, I don't use it often enough to get good with it. The only way I'll get good with it is by using it more often. So it's at some point, and I was talking to Dervin about this, because he's in the sort of the same boat. He's just talking about just picking a month and just making that his airbrushing month, just trying to do a ton of airbrush work.
And do you know what I would recommend to him? And I only come across this recently, to be fair. Other than doing the dash dot, that exercise is invaluable. It learns your muscle memory for a start. So it gets you doing that. It also gets you control better. But go into Poundland or B&M or whatever, go and buy a kid's colouring book. They've got big, huge pictures on A4 paper with big, solid black lines.
Yeah.
And kids colouring in them. Airbrush the pictures. If you go over the line, you're airbrushing wrong. You can practice your fades, you can practice your transitions of colour so that you can do different shades of skin and fur, whatever it might be. And it practices your control of being inside the line. And if you get it wrong, it's a £1 book.
Yeah, that's a genius idea, actually.
It just makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The paper bleeds a lot more than a plastic model will ever bleed, so if you can get it neat on colouring in paper, then you can definitely get it neat on model.
You're grand on a model.
It just makes sense. It lets you practice your consistency of your paint. It's better. And then get a page, do your dash dot, because that is good for control and understanding. But then do dots from different heights. So do a dot really close and see how small you can make the dot. And next to it, go for a bigger dot and a bigger dot and a bigger dot and a bigger dot. And that's how you get your blends then, or your blue shades. It's all little. I could make probably a series of videos on how to airbrush, but there are a million of them out there.
Yeah.
People who are better than me. So I don't do that. I don't think I'm prolific enough with my airbrush. Gareth has put there, I did not know that about BIP, or Buyer Painters. Disappointing to hear. Yeah, some people are disappointed. I've got one of them Chinese ones, not used it yet, no space sadly. I know it's cheap, but I need to start learning somewhere. Gareth, yes, you need to start learning somewhere, so by the cheap brush I understand exactly why people would do that. The only concern I would have for you is quite often with the cheap brushes you will be that unhappy with the results that it will give you. People will think that you can't airbrush. You won't learn anything with a bad tool. If you buy a blunt chisel, you're never going to carve a masterpiece of wood out of wood. No matter how much you practice, if the tool's not good enough, it's not going to do the job. And it's hit and miss with them Chinese ones. Some of them are great, some of them are okay, some of them are goddamn awful. And it's not so much the brush, it's the needle. Take the needle out and feel it between your fingers. If it feels even remotely coarse, you're on a losing battle, because your paint won't come out straight on a coarse needle. It just can't work. But I do understand why people get them. I would recommend for a starter brush the
Neo.
Yeah. It's cheap. You can pick one up for like 40 quid, I think.
40 quid, yeah.
It's cheap enough.
Yeah.
It's good enough to use for base coating and getting some basic pre-shading and blends. It does the job. If you want to do some fantastic artwork, yeah, spend money on a good brush.
I would throw another one in there as well, because I have the Neo.
Yeah.
But I was on a Chris and Alex Modeling, actually their YouTube channel, and they were talking about a airbrush set called Vita, and it's a named cheap Chinese knockoff, if you want. You know, it comes from the same sort of factory as some of these other ones, and they do different single action and double action, and they're remarkably cheap. I can't remember the name of the website I got them from, but if you go to Chris and Alex Modeling's YouTube channel and just search through, he gets it from one place, and they actually every now and again they'll offer, I think you get a 10% discount when you use their name. So if you go, I've seen this from Chris and Alex, but the Vita dual action, I got it, and they do a kit where you get it, the hose, and a second needle and nozzle set. So it comes with like a 0.2 and a 0.3. I was actually after a 0.2, and they do a 0.5 set. So I just emailed them and went, instead of getting the 0.3 or the 0.35 needle, can I have the 0.5? And they went, yeah, sure. And they just swapped over. So I have,
That's good.
and it's only about 40 quid for that. So I got a case with the airbrush, the 2 nozzles, the 2 needles, and the hose, and a quick release. And it's an excellent little airbrush, and it's not that much expensive. So VEDA, the Vita.
Vita, I'll check that one out, to be fair, because you just touched on something that I think everybody should have with any set of airbrushes, whether you've got one hose or 2 hoses that can come out of your tank. Your compressor should have a tank, because for the extra 10 quid, the tank just makes everything quieter. But those quick release, they are invaluable. To just be able to just whip your airbrush off to go and clean it, or to swap it to your other airbrush. I have 2 airbrushes. I had 3, but one of them was beyond ribbon, one of these Chinese ones. I have me Grapho, which is fit 80% of my work. The other one I run varnishes through, and I run white primer through the other one. The white primer is very, 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 very pigmenty, and it just wrecks good brushes. So the thicker the paint, the bigger the needle, the higher the PSI, but the quicker it will ruin your brush. Give me 1 second, I just want to grab something.
Okay. While you're running off, I will do this. I don't know if you can see this, Gareth. That's a YouTube link to one of Chris and Alex reviews, and the website is the bartsharp.co.uk is the website that they get their airbrushes from. So yeah, Bart as in Bart Simpson, Sharp. Hoping you can see the group chat there. I have no idea where you're watching this. You're watching this on YouTube. I threw a link up to one of Chris and Alex's reviews there. I don't know if Gareth can see that, but it's in the group chat. Yeah. Bump, bump, bump.
I'll copy that one over actually as well. What I wanted to do, so I went on an airbrushing course. I'm one of these people, if I'm going to learn how to do something, rather than teaching myself bad habits, I'll get somebody professional to teach me how to do it.
Yeah.
And I went to a guy who does all the artwork on the side of the aeroplanes and helicopters of Hillary Scott's estate.
Mm-hmm.
And then he does a lot of murals. He's a highly commissioned artist. He does a lot of bikes, like petrol tanks,
petrol tanks, yeah,
and stuff. And then he'll do landscape art pictures on false nails for people as well, so we can do small and big stuff. I went all the way down to Essex and had a one-on-one 2-day course with him, because I thought, if you're going to learn, you're going to learn. And I'd never used an airbrush before I went to him, and this is what I could do by the time I came away. So, did some flames.
Flames. Well, that's excellent.
and they're not off one of those jigsaw patterns. That's all freehand flames. Really, really, really simple stuff to do.
Yeah.
It's more
Control.
everything with airbrush. You work backwards with an
Yeah.
airbrush. You start at the lightest and go to the darkest. I did bubbles.
You say balls, I say a fleet of Death Stars.
But ultimately, all they are, it's these lines being different waves and a 3D effect.
Right.
Where the shades in.
Yeah.
I did.
That's-
Starlight.
yeah.
The clouds. And a bit of practicing, but you can see here just how thin some of the
Yeah.
lines. And I trimmed the fades. Did this guy.
That's nice.
And that's all with one colour and a stencil. And that's just using feathering and a stencil and different heights. There's the stencil for him. So you
Yeah.
spray across the feather and then you pull. As your brush is coming across there, you pull that and it gives the effect of feathers. I then, and this is the creme de la creme, if you will. He turned around and said, "Why don't you have a go at a portrait?" Because I can't do portraits. He said, "Of course you can." So we took this photo of my daughter as she was back then. It's like when she was only 6 months old. Put it onto acetate sheet, drew it out then on to trace it out on tracing paper on my box. Put that down onto paper, cut out the head shape, like the silhouette. Sprayed over that to give the background to the paper, because as I say, it's all about working backwards, isn't it? So
Yeah.
the paper's white, so I want the whitest part of the paper to be the lightest part. And that's what,
That's fantastic.
with monochrome, just literally that's
Yeah.
like sepia colour, all one colour, and it was just all about putting darker shades into other areas and lighter shades, and yeah, that's the result that comes out. And that's all with that airbrush that I showed you before.
Yeah.
It's not perfect. When I look at it, I can say like this line that's going around here is a bit off, so it's that one. The nose is a bit flat, but I'm not a true life artist.
Yeah.
Not what I do. But
Yeah. And for 2-day course, being able to come out with that at the end of it is
it's not bad crap.
yeah. That's spot on.
Yeah, I thought I'd come grab that. I like showing them. Because it just shows what people are doing. Can't see the link, but I did find Bart. Can't see the link, but I did find Bart Sharp. Thanks.
Not a problem.
And funnily enough, Martin, I found your channel when I searched for Nagel. That's good. I like the association. As far as I know, when you type in Nagel Imperial Knight on YouTube, I've still got the only one. There are a few Slaanesh Knights.
The filth.
But I really like that Slaanesh Knight. I did that. That customer. But yeah, that's my little foray into airbrush talk. I don't think I've ever really got into airbrush talk on YouTube.
No, I can't think of any. I've heard you mention it in the past, and obviously, I'm listening to you going on about doing X, Y, or Z with it, so I knew you've got one and use it more prolifically than I do.
People have asked, and people said, "Oh, can you explain what your setup is?" And it's exactly what you said before. I just think my setup's not the same.
Yeah.
What works for me doesn't work for someone else, and
That's it.
I can tell you 500 tools that you should have. I've got And that was about £5. Literally twist it open, and ultimately it is
Oh, it's a little
a little
gouge for cleaning. Yeah.
It cleans the nozzle out. I thought it was brilliant. It's absolutely shite. It's crap. Because my nozzle is a 0.15 or a 0.2 nozzle, and that doesn't fit down the end of it. So I have to use my needle to clean my nozzle out.
Yeah.
And you use your needle, you're going to damage your needle eventually. So
Well, I've mostly pared down. I sit with a cocktail stick and just pare a cocktail stick down, because at least I can make it fit, and it's not going to damage it, because it's at the size it is too weak to actually hurt it.
do you know what I use to clean the end? Pretty much what you said there. I'll use that rather than a cocktail stick, and I'll push the paint so it clogs into the end of the nozzle. I've then got a glass syringe, like a medical syringe. Fill that with water, put that in, and you squeeze it, and the pressure of the water will push the paint out.
Push the paint out, yeah.
And when it pops, it's done. It's clean. I don't use airbrush cleaners to clean mine out. People swear by it, but airbrush cleaner has got acetone in it. Acetone melts your O-rings.
Yeah.
So, and they're a bugger to replace O-rings, like to buy them, to put them in. I put it in an ultrasonic cleaner.
Yeah.
I don't put anything in it. Every now and again, if it's really dirty, I put thinners. I have a big thing with, from when I was in the motor trade. Obviously, we had spray booths and all that, so they have vats of chemical thinners. So I've got a big tin of thinners, and I put that in me ultrasonic cleaner every now and again. But
Well, I can't remember who I seen it on. It may have been Chris and Alex modelling. It may have been somebody else I was watching recently. But don't know if you use any lubricant.
yes,
I ordered.
Vaseline.
Well, I ordered after a long time of poking around. I just bit the bullet and went onto Amazon and got the. I can't remember what it's called. Where is it?
not the Masters one.
No, the one from Iwata, Super Lube.
All right, yeah.
And it's pricey enough, because I had to get the little bugger shipped from America. I did find somebody eventually who sells it over here, but that was after I bought it. I was watching a channel the other day, and a bloke was going, "Yeah, you can use it. I have it here. I have the Water Blue Super Lube. It's good." But he uses, glycerin that you would buy in a bottle for baking cakes.
Yes.
And I said, that's what he uses. Going, just glycerin.
Bikes, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm
It's
going,
like
that is fucking genius. It's like £2 for a bottle that will last you the rest of your life.
A lot of people use like Windowline or Windex or whatever as things. It smells, but it works.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't use it myself. I just use water.
Well, that's it. We're lucky enough because
water
it's water based. We don't need to be pissing around too much with others.
I don't get me wrong. I use bottled water. Don't use tap water because it's somewhere along the line. I know it's got hard chemicals and whatever in it. So I use distilled water.
Distilled water, yeah. Just pick it up from Halfords for filling car radiator, and Bosch, you're golden.
But it's fine. And cleaning wise, so I just clean it out with normal water. Every now and again I use thinners, and if I give it a proper service, which I don't do anywhere near as often as I should do, then yeah, I'll re-lube. But I just use Vaseline. Ultimately, Vaseline's lube. So it does the job. It's not a serious mechanical piece of engineering like a car or anything. All it needs to do is just make the process, the glide, a bit smoother. That's all I do. When I am cleaning between, I have what most people have. I've got one of them. It's filthy at the minute, but the brush
cleaning station. Yeah.
It's great for holding the brush. Got the little filter in there. You run your water into it, and when I fill it up with water to run through, I then have a pot of brushes. I have what's that one that I normally use? Just a cheap thick little brush at the end, and I run that around inside the well. That gets the loose paint off, sends it all through. I then clean it out with a cotton bud to make sure I've got the rest of the excess. Fill it back up with water, whack the PSI up, spray it into there. It all flies out. It looks clean, but it never is.
No.
So I put a tiny bit more water in it, and then I spray it across the front of my face. So I can, literally, I'll hold it there and spray that way, so I can see water coming out, and if I can't see the colour in it, but the water's coming through, then if I can see the jet of water, then it must be clean, it must be clear, because the water's getting out, and then I move on to the next colour. As Gareth saying there, I'm actually going to take an alternate approach to my Nurgle Knight. It has a Glocken. That can work, a Glocken in the Knight. As long as you give it mechanical legs. Otherwise, it's just a great unclean one.
I was talking to a fella the other day, and he was talking about working on a Exodite Eldar army, where he's going to be using fantasy dragons for his wave serpents.
Yes.
I went, that's a genius idea.
That's been done. Now, if you Google Eldar Exodite, Throne of Skulls might even work. There was a tournament about 3 years ago, a guy brought an army which it couldn't have won a game if it tried. But it looked fantastic, and it was all like the jet bikes were Carnosaurs.
Yeah.
And then like the bigger ones, as you say, like with like the waves there and stuff. It absolutely stunning. And the basing, it looked like a jungle. It was fantastic to look at. Really, really lovely army.
Always liked the idea of them ever since that Mike McVeigh Exodite Eldar on. It was a converted cold one, but with a Dragon Prince of Calador head. It was cobbled together. It was back when Mike was doing really nice conversion work before he started doing terrible sculpting. And that blew me away, and I thought, this is great. Are we ever going to see these again? And no, the answer is no.
The problem with the Glocken is that I love it as it is. I really don't want to convert it. It is a nice model, the Glocken. And I believe it's loads of fun to paint. You can have some big things like that, or like the Great Unclean one, Scabiathax, the Forge World model. Going back to an airbrush, you can have some real good fun with Nurgle and airbrushes, because all you're doing is blending different browns and greens, and the depth and texture you can put on those big models is fantastic. Airbrush, primer, any recommendations for Lyle?
Ditto.
It's a polyurethane, and if you go onto plastic, pardon me, if you prime and plastic, the Vallejo Ghost Grey is ideal. It's a nice mid colour, so if you need something darker, then get their black primer. If you need something lighter, get their white primer. They also do like a sand coloured one and a red one and a this and that.
Yeah, I've got the coloured primers for my World War II tanks, so I have German dark grey and Dunkelgelb, so dark yellow. But beyond that, I normally use the light grey primer for everything else.
That's I've got. Here's my hobby box. These are new brushes. And then I have a big thing of Ghost Grey.
That's him.
And then I have smaller ones of. That's smaller one of white. And then I have the 17mm dropper bottle at the moment because they have no big ones left with black. But I got a load of them. But I use the grey on 90% of things. So put that down as a base, nice and thin. And then if I need to go dark, I'll then go over it with a matte black. Rather than using a black primer. Just be careful with white primer because as I said before, it's really, really, really thick. And if you thin it down, you kind of detract from the primer action to it. So just don't use too much of it at once. Clean, like primer an area, clean the brush, primer an area, clean the brush, primer an area, clean the brush. Otherwise, you run into trouble quick, I find, with the white primer. Having done a White Scars army, I can speak from experience with it. Although I'm saying that, I prime my White Scars black.
Crazy man, you.
Prime them black, then I do dark sea grey, then I do medium sea grey, then I do light grey, then I do 3 layers of Vallejo's model layer white, so that I've got some pre-shades underneath it at different grades. It's a painstaking process, but the Thunderhawk I primed in white because I hate the Thunderhawk. And on that note, if you are priming Forge World models, don't use Vallejo primers. The polyurethane doesn't like the resin.
Yeah.
Spray them first with a varnish, and just like a Halford's lacquer is enough, or Purity Seal, or what. Wash them as you would normally wash a model, a Forge World model, just fairly liquid in a toothbrush. Let them dry properly. Spray it with a lacquer. Let that dry properly, not just 20 minutes, just dry. Ideally leave it till the next day, but really let it dry. And then I recommend for Forge World models Halford's Grey Primer.
Halford's is good. I'd say definitely Halford's, and I came across a new spray recently that had been touted by a few people in various places on YouTube and the internet, and it's a German company called Montana Gold, or Montana is the spray and Gold is the range. They're used by artists, graffiti artists that are proper artists, so you'll find them in art shops. Now, Halford's is roughly $7.50 for 500 mils.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Montana Gold is $7.50 for 400 mils, but I've seen it cheaper in some places in England, which won't send them to me because I'm in the sticks. That's sucks to be me. But I have seen them as low as $5 a tin. They do a range that is phenomenal. Did you see the Timecast rivers, the latex rivers I got?
Yes.
I recently finally pulled them out, and I needed them for a game, so I got 2 blues from Montana and sprayed them just to very quickly do a river look on them. It's phenomenal. The range of colours they do in. If you look for Montana Gold, the range is stupendous and the coverage is great. I originally just got one grey to try to see how it compared to the Halfords. I would say because you get more in the Halfords, it's probably still a better bet for priming, but for doing different colours, the range of Montana Gold is just superb. However, a friend of mine was looking some greens to do his Stirland Empire, and he went by the colour chart on the website.
Yeah.
He ended up buying a green that didn't match because obviously the website's based on pixels and there's only so many variations you can get. But all of the cans come with a plastic collar which has been sprayed in the contents of the thing, so you can actually see the difference by eyeball.
Yes, that's where I struggle, because this is the bit that freaks everybody out when I say this now. I am stage 2 colourblind, which is one step away from only seeing black and white. I paint models. Stage 5 is not colourblind.
Yeah.
Stage 4 is your typical greens
Red.
and browns.
Yeah.
Red, greens, browns. Stage 3 is red, greens and browns, and then certain blues and purples. Stage 2, which is what apparently I am, is most colours. So yellows and oranges, I get messed up with. Golds and bronzes I can get mixed up with. Reds, golds, browns. Sorry, reds, browns, greens, pinks. All get mixed up. I play snooker. Not often, but occasionally. And if you go to a typical snooker hall,
Mhm.
they're not championship tables.
Yeah.
When you get your tray of balls, it'll be a mixed set of reds, some dark, some white. I have to constantly watch where the brown ball is, otherwise I will think it's a red. And to the point where if any of my friends who I play against, because I only play friendly games, if they see me lining up to pop the brown, they tell me beforehand, because I just can't see it. I just cannot see the difference because it's on a green cloth and under a false light.
Yeah.
If the pink ball is directly underneath the table light, I'll sometimes queue up to it thinking it's the cue ball,
Cue ball.
because the colour just plays with me. So all my pinks obviously have names on them. And my Death Guard, for example, I need a green string to go around, and I look on the Forge World website at what colour they use. They use Games Workshop's Caliban. No, not Caliban green. Might be actually whatever green they use. So I look at my 20 different greens I've got from Vallejo, and I'm looking at them all, looking at this picture on Forge World, and I don't know which one of them is the same. So I say to my wife, I just tell her, which one of them is the same as that? And she'll point to it, and it's 3 colours away from. I can put them in order of
Dark to light. Yeah.
in shades, because obviously I can see that, but I just see things differently than other people see them, and it proper screws me over.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It makes the job a bit harder,
Yeah.
but much more interesting. So that's why if it's bright colours, I can do like bright contrasting colours. I can work with that. If it's blacks, greys, and whites, white scars, I can work with that. Nagel, it doesn't friggin' matter, because the weirder it looks, the more natural it looks.
Yeah.
Just mix all your greens and browns together, and then you're fine.
Knock yourself out.
But yeah, blue and purple, same colour to me. Not identical. Like I'm looking where it says live on here, and it's got the questions down the side. It's a blue box in the corner there. That's blue. But there's a fine line between blue and purple, and turquoise and lilac and things like that. When I did art in school, I had masses of paints and pencils and marker pens when I was doing graphic design.
Yeah.
Everything. I had sticky labels on writing light blue, light mid blue, mid dark blue.
Yeah.
And it would tell me what tone they were and colour, because I had no way of knowing otherwise. I got put under detention in school, and then ended up having the teacher made to apologise to me because he thought I was taking the piss in geography when you do ordnance survey maps.
Yeah.
He was on about the contour lines, where the closer the lines are, the steeper
Uh-huh.
the area is, isn't it? And I forget which way round it is, because we've been to school for ages, but those contour lines are either green or brown.
Yeah, they're normally brown on the green background. Yeah.
And then the green line, if they're brown, then the green line represents footpaths or something, or whatever it was. And I was always a bit of an arse in class. I was always a bit of a joker, and it wasn't unusual for me to try to annoy the teacher.
Yeah.
But in this lesson, he was like, right, so these brown lines are blah, 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 blah. And so I'm pointing to them. I said, well, that makes no sense, though, sir, because that goes from there to there. And I was looking at the wrong colour line for what he wanted. And then when he came and pointed to me and said, well, I said, I'm sorry. I said, I don't see them as brown. I said, that's the brown line to me. And he just turned around and goes, and he put me on detention. I hadn't got into trouble because I was colourblind and I couldn't see the right lines. We were talking about Top Gun earlier on, how it enlisted more people into the Air Force. I, like every other young boy, wanted to be a fighter pilot. And I wanted to fly Pinivia Tornadoes. That was what I was going to be. Going to be a fighter pilot.
Huh.
And when, I mean, I was only 7 when Top Gun came out, but when I was in senior school and the RAF came into the school, who wants to fly planes? I'm like, that, me. Asked loads of different questions, blah, 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 blah. Do you wear glasses now? You're colourblind, yeah. You'll never fly a plane, so. I was like, what do you mean I'll never fly a plane? Won't let you into the RAF if you're colourblind. Because if we say to you, in a state of emergency, you must press the red button and you press the green button, that's a lot of millions of pounds that you could be pressing the wrong button on. You could be bombing somebody when you're not meant to. And I can't argue. Can't see the colours.
Makes what you do that much more impressive.
I'll take that as a compliment, actually, to be fair, yeah. The skybox yesterday, skybox in the bedroom, it was messed up. So I turned it off, like at the back. You do that 10-second reset, it fixes everything.
Turn on and off again.
Plugged it back in, and then the light's so small on it. It's either red for off or green for on. I genuinely can't see the difference between the colour because it's in the same place. It's not like on a traffic light where green's at the bottom and red's at the top. And I had to call my wife up and go, right, is this on or is this off? I was like, what colour's the license? She went, do you want me to really annoy you and tell you it's amber? I was like, how can it be amber? And she went, it's obviously booting up, isn't it? And then sure enough, she turned around as the telly came on and the picture came on the telly, well, the blue screen came on the telly. She went, there you go, it's gone green now. I was like, it's no freaking difference. Threw the box away.
Launch it across the room.
Yeah, it really, that's where some of my OCD-ness comes in when I have my paints. If I was to grab my paint, set of paints now, they're in colour order and shade order, so I know roughly where the right colour I want. I still see it as the colour that it ends up as, but I look at green grass as a different green to what you see. I know it's green because I'm told that colour is green.
Yeah.
Grass has to be green. But if I go into like a fabric shop and I've got to pick out a coloured fabric or something, if Nikki sent me to sit down and said, we'll go and get us a nice teal length of fabric, I'd come back with something brown. It's horrible. But apparently it's not a disability, so I can't get a blue badge from the car.
Harsh, very harsh, I feel.
But anyway, that's the Craig Halford primer that I use.
God bless it.
And to be fair, it's only got about a quarter left, so I'm about ready. So I might try that Gold Series stuff out, which I believe Gareth's just been watching that grey primer on eBay for months. Thanks for confirming what I suspected. It's the stuff to use. Yeah. Give it a go. That McAvey conversion was beautiful. Like much of his other converting work, he always cheated with his painting though.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things.
You can't be good at everything.
No, he was a good painter sometimes, but it was much. It was one of those things. It was a weird time in the studio, to be fair, as a whole, because I don't know if you know, but a lot of the heavy metal stuff, or heavy metal, it was only you could only see it from one direction, because they wouldn't paint. They were obviously on a time scale, and they only had so many studio painters, so they would only paint one side. If you were only seeing Gazgul from the front, they were only painting from the front.
Oh dear. Makes sense though.
Obviously nowadays they do the full shebang.
Yeah. Oh, you heard what they're doing at Warhammer World on that note, by the way?
No.
So, just move me like so. So obviously Warhammer World's reopening in a couple of weeks. 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever, May. And they've now got a Forge World shop, a Black Library shop, and a Warhammer shop. About time. All with separate targets. Paul Hickey, thank God, is no longer the manager there.
He was my key timer in Belfast.
Me and him don't like each other. I've put more than one complaint into Games Workshop about him.
He went. Now I don't want to say No, we'll say he went native. He went tool company. I mean, Belfast was very lax in what we got away with. But whenever he went to England, he went so company orientated it hurt.
He was earning more in bonuses than staff were earning in full-time wages, wasn't he? Because the store was overachieving that much. But
it wasn't difficult to overachieve by being in charge of Warhammer World, for God's sake.
It was the easiest job in the world, surely.
Yeah.
But anyway, me and him don't like each other. So the Hall of Miniatures now is no longer just a Hall of Miniatures. It's a massive big thing. It's got like big, huge display boards and all sorts of extra armies. It's going to be epic. But they're charging £7.50 to get in there. And that ticket gives you access for the full day. So you can go in and out as many times as you want.
It's not
but
too
only
bad.
for one day.
Uh-huh.
Part of going to Throne of Skulls, which is the tournaments that I go to, between games and especially over lunch, you just go and kick around in the Hall of Miniatures and just go around and look, see if there's anything new, see the new scenarios that they've done or whatever. I paid £65 for my ticket. I don't get free entrance.
Oh, that's
I've still
a
got
stinger.
to pay to go in, and I'm there for 2 days, so I'd have to pay both days if I wanted to go in. It's things like that where I just think,
Just sit in Bugman's bar and drink instead.
yeah, but then I'll lose games. I've tended to use Car Primer for Forge World Resin. It seems to stick better than GW.
Yeah.
GW, I've never used the army paint stuff, but GW sprays, if you get a good one, it's good. If you get a bad one, it's bad. And it is just batch dependent, unfortunately.
Their consistency is not consistent.
Yeah, the black is definitely better than the white. But on any of the, especially on the bigger resin pieces, it's all about really, really cleaning them and then getting a lacquer on them first. Or if you're brave enough, put carburettor fluid on them, but don't leave it on for more than a minute or two. Otherwise, it'll melt the resin. But it literally gets rid of all that stuff. But it's on an expensive kit, it's a dicey thing to be doing. And he's put there, he only painted what the camera could see. He's just obviously.
That was the sign of the times.
That's fair enough. What I did notice just flashed up about 5 minutes ago was a little tink flashed up saying your broadcast is going to terminate in 30 minutes. That's hilarious. So no matter what happens, I'm carrying this call on until it ends.
It seems like we're in the zone now. There's no point in pulling out too soon.
Well, that's it, yeah. It's man trick now, isn't it?
Yeah.
But and Gareth, I've got to also say thanks for sticking with us through this, mate. We've been from, I think the highest point we got was 8 or 9 viewers. There's been plenty of messages on YouTube, and it's been fun. It's had no structure, which is a good thing, and it's just been chat and craft. Great.
That's what you want in life.
But then there's been informative stuff on there where, like, there's been airbrush tutorials. We've talked sensibly about my store. We've talked sensibly about other things. I've shown you some of my airbrush artwork.
We all now know that the computer in War Games was called Joshua.
Yes.
So that was important.
Army Painter Primer is spot on. I've never had a problem. The coverage and finish is much better than GW as well. Fair dues, man. Good job. I say I've not used it, so I can't comment. I've heard a lot of bad reports about their normal paints, but the primer, I see lots of people use them when they do so many colours.
I would have to say I think this Montana gold would give Army Painter a run for their money, simply in the breadth of colour selection that they have. Now, I was very lucky. The art store in Belfast, who were, like I say, $7.50 a tub, $7.50 a can, did a special. They did a special offer, $7.50 a can or 4 for £20, which is why I just went, fuck it, give me 4. I'll have that blue, and those 2 greys. Thank you and good night.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Because at that point, that was a no-brainer. And I'm glad I did.
Well, even GW are cashing in on that now, aren't they? Where they've done like the Mephisto red, the ultramarine blue, and blah blah blah. And then newest one, have you seen it?
No, I have the original ultramarine blue and goblin green sprays from back in the day that were still sitting up my shelf because I never got around to using them.
And the newest one, the easiest army to paint and the easiest army to win games with, the most overpowered army in my
Necrons.
opinion, is Necrons. So they have now released Lead Belcher.
Now, I have a bolt gun metal, and I've been threatening this for a while. I have a Sisters of Battle army that I need to dig out and finish off, and it was Argent Shroud, and I had a case that contained 3 rhinos, an immolator, and 2 repressors, which I lost about 8 or 9 years ago. I thought I'd left it somewhere, and then about a month and a half ago, a friend phoned me and went, "Yeah, they were moving house, and in their spare room under a bundle of shite, they came across this case, and they'd been sprayed in the original GW bolt gun metal."
Wow.
And bolt gun metal spray paint that they did, and it looks like somebody has just added glitter to grey. It's fucking huge. It's chunky. It's horrible. I must have. I'll throw a video up showing those, because I am going to strip. They're going in the depot, and then I'm going to airbrush them up again. They're the original rhinos as well, not the.
Oh, the little skinny tiny ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But with the Sisters of Battle metal doors and front plates on them.
They wear some then as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I do. You'd be hard pressed to get it. I really love the Sisters of Battle army. Is almost 100% Jez Goodwin sculpted. Because up until when Diaz added a few things, like a few new Sister Superiors, and since Celestine, it had just been a fully sculpted army by Jez, so it's really nice. I really like that army a lot. I have things like my Celestian squads have helmets on. They only did 2 models with helmets, 3 actually if you include the multi-melta. So that my 2 Celestian squads are all wearing full face helms. Nobody else has helms in the army. They're so you just go regular Sister squads because I can see their faces. Veterans because they know to keep their heads fucking covered in a firefight.
Exactly.
And that's why they're veterans.
I almost started Sisters when I got back into the hobby. I'd read through the old GW website, obviously, at 6th edition, and I was reading, because when I played there was no Sisters of Battle, there was no Necrons, there was no Dark Eldar, there was no Tau. These things didn't exist, so I was reading them, and I was between Dark Eldar, because they just kind of fitted everything that I like about. They were an evil army, but they were that fast. They were a little bit sadistic. Well, not even a little bit. They're just sadistic and masochistic. Not that I'm necessarily those things, but I could envisage how they would work and how they would look. And then I read about these Sisters of Battle, the Witch Hunters, and whatever they were called.
Nuns with guns.
And I was like, that sounds quite cool. There was never any women in 40k when I used to play. Let's go with that. Went into the shop, was told that they only do them in metal. There's not much of a range to them, and they haven't even got their own book. I was like, okay, I'll have Dark Eldar, please.
Yeah. There's vicious rumours that Sisters are coming out this year.
Yeah, but
there's always vicious rumours that Sisters are coming out.
Yeah, they've been coming out for longer than it took George Michael. So,
but like I say, I don't care. I have a full army, and the vast majority are lead. Yeah. Lead, and then a small white metal.
The metal thing. I just.
See, whereas I'm the other way. I really like the feel and weight of metal. I much prefer it to resin or plastic.
Yeah, I find it harder to work with from a cleaning point of view, from a filing point of view, from a converting point of view. It's a nightmare converting.
Oh God, yeah.
And I like converting, but the weight, when you've got multiple amounts, I just think, well, it's heavier. But more than anything, I don't like. I can paint I'm thinking of a model that's the same in both metal and fine cast, whatever.
Like copper.
I can paint the same two models,
Hmm.
put them a distance away, and I can tell which one's the metal one.
Yeah.
Paint looks different on metal models than it does on Finecast, which again looks different than what it does on plastic. It shouldn't do because they're all just on primer.
Yeah.
But they look different. I think it always looks a bit chalkier on metal. And that I've never painted a metal model and gone, oh, I'm made up with that. Whereas on plastic and on resin, I'm okay-ish with my results. I've got over 400 Blood Angels to paint. If they've got a red as good or better than Army Painter, I'm in. I'm guessing, Jerry, that they've got a really good red, yeah.
They have
Like a Mephisto.
It would be a case of going in and, like I say, the colour on the collar of the tins gives you
exactly what it comes out as.
Yeah, and it would just be a case of going in and looking to see closest. There we are there. In fact, have they done something new? The website is Montana-Cans, so MONTANA-cans.com, and just in the product line, just look for Montana Gold. But they have in sprays. I can't even count. There's just too many to count there. They must have somewhere in the region of 200 variant spray, and they're all colours. In the reds, there's strawberry, raspberry, ketchup, brick, royal red, purple red, black red, vampirella, which is almost a black, and then they also have Kent blood red, which I think is probably spot on for Blood Angel there, either ketchup or Kent blood. They also have transparents, which are new. I need to see ketchup angels. Yeah. Ketchup angels is the way to go. It's the way of the future.
Just works.
Yeah.
Give them some hot dogs.
That's the website, and when you go on to it, you've got to click here to see all our cans.
I'll just say down to my favourites.
They even have a colour finder. I have no idea what that means.
It means nothing to me.
Yeah, it just, as far as you're concerned, it just be a desk. You just put a desk somewhere, and it will change the colour of the page slightly. What's that? I have no idea what I've done there.
I do have a colour wheel. That's
Yeah. No, that's handy.
And I need it. Don't get me wrong, because what a colour wheel will do, it will tell me what complements and contrasts.
It gives you your tertiary colours and all the rest. I have my own here as well.
That works for me. It's just I can't. It's even on a blend. I can't necessarily see all the different colours coming through a blend, but I know when I'm painting them that I've done them. I can't see them, but I've done them, and other people can see them. And when other people are telling, "Wow, the amount of different colours you've blended through," they're like, "Oh yeah, it's good, that isn't it?" They tell me it's good. It's fun. blind painting. Right, so Gareth said, I finally started painting a complete force for the first time in 25 years. They are Grey Knights. They are all metal. My case weighs a ton. If you're collecting Grey Knights, you can't have more than 20 in a case anyway, because that's an apocalypse army, 20 Grey Knights. Till the end, no worries. It's been really enjoyable. Thanks, guys. As we both said, mate, thanks for sticking with us. I like that till the end. This is almost like Shaun of the Dead stuff, this. We might just hit 6 o'clock. Fairy power spray for stripping is a true miracle. I've not tried Dettol, but I believe it leaves your minis. That's because you said about putting the sisters in Dettol. Yeah. I don't use Dettol because it stinks.
See, I don't mind the smell of that. I quite have.
It does that good a job, I think.
See, I've had absolutely no problems with it. I've had Dettol bring stuff back, so it was brand new. In fact, I have some Rogue Trader Tech Marines that I stripped off for the first time in close to 30 years, and they look brand new. They look so new. In fact, they still have the mold lines on them from where I did a piss poor job of cleaning them up when I was a kid.
That Fairy power spray, though, I've used that loads of times, and yes, you have to wear rubber gloves when you do it, because otherwise your skin gets ruined. because it's such a bleach.
I did try the fairy power spray on some Dark Eldar jet bikes that I picked up off Fleabay, and wasn't as impressed. It didn't take the primer off, whereas the Dettol has taken everything down to the bare metal or bare plastic for me.
Yeah, to be fair, I only normally get it back to primer, which I'm fine with, because it's primed.
It's one of those things.
To be fair, I don't buy second-hand minis. I very, very seldom have to strip anything. It's only if somebody sends me something that they want me to do, I'm like, oh, well, I need stripping first. I'm like, oh, great, thanks. Fine.
Very decent.
I'll do that for you. It's going to cost you. and there are occasions where somebody's given me something like my Tyranid army. I got given a big chunk of that army, and I wasn't happy with. Definitely didn't want the behemoth colour, and the Kraken wasn't painted in the way I wanted it painted. So I've stripped them back, and I've still got a few bits to strip out of that army, but not much. And then just being on their site, as they say overseas, Horry Shadow.
Did you? I take you've just seen the colour of the Montana Gold range.
Yes.
I'm quite impressed by the. Oh, I would say quite impressed. I've no idea what they're like, but the fact that there's the transparent range. It's whenever you hit see all colours and it adds like another 3 times the amount.
The transparent ones, like the candies, and are they?
They must be.
Like candy red and all that, because that Tamiya candy red is candy apple red is fantastic. Or clear, it might be called in Tamiya. But candy apple is a really good, especially like them flames that I showed you that I did with the airbrush.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's finished with a bit of candy apple, and it's transparent red with that glazy effect to it. I don't know whether I'm going to get another tink tink to tell us that we're only got 10 minutes left or 5 minutes left. So at the risk of it suddenly just, because I imagine
cutting off, I
imagine it is just going to go. So at this point, I'm not going to actually end the conversation, but I'm going to say thank you to anybody that's watched periodically. To anybody who's watched the full 7 or 8 hours that we've been on, you're insane, and you get a life.
Seriously, seek help.
Yeah, seek help. And once you've decided whether that helps any good, then pass it on as a recommendation to me and Jerry, and Gareth, to be fair, because Gareth's been here with us in text, which means that Gareth, you also are clinically insane. The 3 amigos.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who knows that.
The 3 amigos. You shot the invisible man. What are you? I'm the singing bush. Coming man and man, and when she comes, hey, Clay Dogs, just come on.
He's going to be sadly disappointed in the next 10 minutes.
Clay, microphone's on mute, mate.
He's muted.
Yeah. Whilst he's figuring out that he's muted and he's going to unmute. Oh, hi, mate. No, Mike. Morning, mate. It is 20 to 6 in the morning here. Me and Jerry have been live chatting since about 9:30 last night. So that's 9 hours. I think we've been on about 9 hours. And YouTube has just come up, or Google Plus has just come up about 15 minutes ago saying that our broadcast will be terminated in half an hour. So in the face of Thunderbirds, anything can happen in the next half hour. It might. But no, mate, stay on until it cuts off. It's fine. Come in and say hello. I hope everything's okay. I'll chat to you for a bit. What I am saying is goodbye to anybody who's watching, because all of a sudden this is just going to cut off, and I will catch you guys as and when. But I'm going to carry on anyway, and Jerry, I'll let you do the same.
Oh God, yeah. I'm not going anywhere. Can't get rid of me, boy.
I've been trying for 9 hours.
It's the correct phrase is, have you no home to go to? But unfortunately, I'm home already, so, you know.
Yeah. The best thing is, my little girl wakes up normally around now, to be fair, anyway, between now and 6. My wife is going in for her final day's work today before finishing for mat leave.
Nice.
And her alarm will go off at 6. I'm going to walk upstairs after this goes off, and they're both going to come downstairs. So I'm going to go to bed. She's going to be pissed.
What you could try and do is surprise her with a nice cup of coffee and toast, and go, yeah, I know, I just got up before you. Here you go, love. And once she's out the house, you can collapse.
No, at the point where I did that, I'd then be asked to leave the house because I've obviously been up to something. She just knows that wouldn't happen. It's just... I'll forward the contact details for my therapist. Brilliant, guys.
Okay, Snubby.
Do we get mates rates? Funnily enough, I've had a couple of models not have the primer shift off plastic, but only a couple. Resin and metal, no problem. It can soften resin, so beware. Yeah, that's about £30 for me. Quite right. I can't believe that's 9 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like more than 7.5 tops.
See, I was going for 5, to be fair.
Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that it started disputing what time we were on at and telling us to get off the air, like we're sucking up their bandwidth, and other people are desperate to get onto Google Plus or something, I wouldn't have noticed.
Do you think maybe what they actually think is that we just left it running by mistake? You know, like where if you leave your car radio on after you've turned your ignition off, it turns itself off after a while to save your battery. Maybe they think that we're not.
It's that type of thing.
We're not here. We're bots.
See, sleep deprivation has finally hit with you, hasn't it? Oh, Lord. Lord Saloni. Plus, I've got all my Dragon Warriors done for Wrath of Kings, so...
This is a good thing, then.
Yeah, yeah. You've still got your hoverboard there.
Oh, no, I haven't. I can't find it. Oh, no, there it is. Skyboard. To be fair, it looks like a little Klingon ship there.
Well, Klingon / Romulan, bird of prey.
I don't know. It's all that. Clayton knows all that Trekkie weird stuff.
I think the Klingons bought them off the Romulans, didn't they? Yeah, I do know that much.
I haven't got a clue. Clayton said true, so I'll go with that. Yeah, they did.
Let's see.
Yeah,
classic. Only Kirk.
Yeah. And yet, who was watching it? Oh, it was Mike Cruro Angelis. Somebody asked him about Star Trek what his favourite original series episode was, and he said he's never watched it. Finished an original episode, and I was like, that's the only series that I have watched.
Yeah. Whereas he's a big fan of Mrs. Columbo, apparently.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
But I don't think I've ever watched a full episode of Next Generation or Voyager or Deep. It was Deep Space Nine Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never watched one of them. I've seen bits and bobs, but I don't dislike Star Trek. I've just never given it a chance, really. I love the old Captain Kirk ones. As I say, I watched them J.J. Abrams films because I'll tell you when it was, when Leonard Nimoy passed away. So it was everywhere, wasn't it? And I thought, I should really watch them J.J. Abrams ones, especially since he's about to either make or break my line of films. Let me see what he's done to take some sort of stock of what might be to come. And I like them. Do it good. Second one was a bit long-winded, but
it had its moments. Specifically the bit where Spock screams "Khan."
Yeah. I'm not sure how I've sat here this long and not had a go. Do you know what, Gareth? You're quite right. I a few times have thought, oh yeah, I should get up and go make a coffee, and I'm like, it's just, it's been that constant and that flow.
I had thought about going downstairs because I'm pretty sure there's a bottle of wine left. All I managed.
Start it now. It's a new day.
Well, that's what I was thinking actually.
Oh, warning, your broadcast will be terminated in 5 minutes.
5 minutes, for the love of God, Google, have you
So
no humanity?
that's 10 to 6. They're not even going to let us get till 6 picking clock. I've just come up with the perfect idea. I'm going to sit here.
They're Nazis, man. They're freaking Nazis.
No, I've got an idea. I can hear when my wife wakes up. So when she comes downstairs, I'm going to put my head onto the computer as if like I've passed out on it or something. She'll walk in. Oh, what's up? She'll be all worried, and then I'll jump up and go April Fools, and I'll say that I've sat up all night just to get I haven't been chatting with friends at all.
Do you think that'll work?
Clayton says it's solid, so it's good with me.
Well, can't argue with that.
Gareth could have painted some cheese beards, grey knights. Yes. I don't think they're that cheesy anymore, the Grey Knights. They're still top tier against the right arm. They're great against demons. Against anything else, they're just
Which makes
Space Marines.
Makes sense. It's what they should be.
Too many female pain rolls. Yeah, to be fair, there is that with them. They're still stronger than Marines, but points-wise, they're that over-costed on points that they need those extra little bits. The army that I just can't get my head around is the Necrons. I honestly thought they'd have been brought massively down from a power point of view, and they just haven't. They just the more obvious broken things like Mind Shackle Scarabs and Snapshot and Tesla, yeah, fine, that went. But the reanimation protocol is more immense than it's ever been. Rather than being able to wipe a unit out all within it, it just, well, Clay obviously is agreeing there, RP rolls a bit much. You look at that battle that Nick had against Ace, the big 3,000 point battle, and Ace took a very, very cheesy list for that and couldn't beat the Necrons because they just keep standing up. Gareth, I've seen every episode of Next Gen at least twice. My first love will always be Star Wars. That's okay then.
You get to live.
Yeah, there is space for both in people's lives. Clayton is a classic example of that. As long as Star Wars takes first place, then that's all right. Star Wars comes before wife. Star Wars comes before children.
Makes sense. To be fair,
knows this.
Star Wars was there first.
Star Wars comes before me. It's as simple as that. Clayton, new comment, but yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. I think we've got about a minute and a half left, gents. It's almost like bringing a tear to my eyes because it's emotional. So we do like an Oscar speech for now, you know?
I'd like to thank my mom and Elvis.
I'd like to thank all you strange people who decided to watch us. And that's what they do, isn't it? Just keep saying. Taxi for 4, please. Check, please. Nope, we've still got over a minute left.
Yeah.
I don't know. Will it just cut out?
I would assume so. Probably mid-sentence as well.
Yeah. Well, and the danger that it's going to, obviously, I've just said goodbye to everybody who's watching, but Jerry, absolutely been brilliant hanging on with you, mate. We'll chat more, definitely about the shop, and you've given me some good insight. Clayton, sorry that you've only just come on, but the ball boys are with you, as you've just said, and that's fine. You keep your ball boys to yourself. Gareth, I'm sorry I've been so slow getting to some of your texts, but mate, it's been a pleasure having you on, and thank you to the carpet for keeping my feet warm. Thank you to the electricity company for supplying the electricity to power my laptop, and to Virgin Media for giving me internet with bad customer service. I can't thank the baby Jesus because he's not a baby anymore. His ship sailed a long time ago. At that point, I get into a religious argument, and I'm about to cut off on an atheist point. That's a detrimental place to leave things.